Good morning from the Sir Frank Royal Field. It's match number 1 of the regional Super 50 between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges team. We have match referee Jonathan Blades, Shamar Brooks, the captain of the CCC team, and Joshua De Silva. Heads is the call. Oh. Shamar, want to toss some bowling first. What's some of your thoughts going into that decision?
I think the wicket is a bit difficult to judge looking at it. Not sure how much cricket has been played here in recent times, so I guess we'll just have a bowl first and see how it reacts.
A couple new players into the setup that we've seen from the Regional 4 and Super 50 last year. What's some of the exciting names that you're looking forward to playing with and seeing grow under your leadership?
Yeah, well, Mikhail Govaya, he comes in for his first stint with the CCC team. Milporano had a decent 4-day season. I'm also excited to see him go as well, with the experience with the likes of Akeem Jordan and Karen Powell. So very excited to start the tournament, especially against the home team, and looking forward to crossing the line today.
Good luck to you. Josh, what would you have done if you had won the toss?
We would have had a bowl as well.
And going into that Shamar was talking about, there's not much cricket has been played here, and Bidham was so early on, that's along the lines of why you would have wanted to bowl as well.
Yeah, I just don't know how much preparation went into it, but unfortunately we lost the toss and we're stuck in, so we have to do a job first up to get some runs on the board.
A lot of new members to your team, a lot of new members to your coaching staff, experienced players such as Sunil Narayan and Mangali as well come into the setup. What some of the exciting things going into this tournament for you and your team?
Just playing good cricket. I think us having the experience that we have is just to showcase the talent that we know Trinidad and Tobago has. This is probably the best team we can put out on paper. So for us, we just have to do the right things well and play the basics well, and we can win games.
Okay, thank you, Josh, and good luck. So that's it from us here at the toss. CCC have won, and they're going to bowl first.
Well, good morning and welcome to the action. This is the Super 50 Cup, and of course we like to welcome everyone who is logged on at the moment to see this clash. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're coming up against the combined campuses and colleges, and we are at the UWI Spec in the eastern part of Trinidad, and there you had the toss being done early on. CCC winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. And of course, joining me is the former West Indies opener. I always thought that one day I would open the batting with Adrian Barrett, and he is here this morning. Good morning, Adrian. How are you?
Good morning, Vinod. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. It's the first time I am on this side of the field, and looking forward to an exciting game. It's a beautiful day today. I think the forecast has sun all day, so we really look forward to a good contest here.
Yeah, and I know when you walked into the ground this morning, you were very happy. You mentioned to me that this ground brings fond memories for you, having recorded your highest first-class score of 192 against the Leeward Islands here.
Yes. So this ground, it's known for batting because of the nice turtleback outfield. And also normally the pitch is very good for batting, and yes, I think that would have been back in 2008 when I would have scored my highest first class score, 192 against the Leeward Islands. I missed out on my first double 100, but it was a good innings. It was my highest score, so I really appreciated the opportunity to be able to score 192.
Yeah, I'm sure that it pales in comparison to what you did during that Australian tour when you got that test entry. But as the day goes along, we will get into that. It's something that our viewers can really look forward to. The first delivery, and it's right on spot. Just worked the way down behind point, and Keon Otley is off and running.
Yeah, so you see some slight movement there already, away from Keon. So as I mentioned in the pitch report that would be shown, there will be something within the first half an hour to the first hour, and once the openers can get past that, I think they would be in a good position to set up this innings. Yeah, so there's already a deep backward square that they would have put in position there. So maybe the bowler has something in mind there to.
Again, right on spot there, Hakeem Jordan, out of Barbados. Number of Barbadians on this CCC team, I think it's 8 to be exact. And of course, the CCC initiative would have come on board after you would have left cricket, I think, or was it wrong back then?
Yeah, it was wrong.
Was it wrong?
Yeah, CCC. The days with Floyd Reefer.
Still, Floyd Reefer is there.
Yeah, and he actually played at the time. So yeah, it's been around. At least as far as I could think back to when I was playing the CCC, played in the 50 over tournament, even the 4-day tournaments, first class tournaments.
Excellent. It's always been a great initiative, and of course, a number of players getting the opportunity. You look at it, and Hakeem Jordan probably would not have been used with the Barbados team, so he's getting an opportunity here to still showcase his wares and to address the selectors.
Yes, it's a really good opportunity for players also, and because we know there are some players who want to also pursue their academic dreams. So to be able to do the both, it's actually a sweet spot, and it's a nice opportunity because a lot of the guys today on the circuit would have played for CCC. I believe Amir Jangu would have played for the CCC at that time, and now he's here on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. So it really shows the opportunity that they will get, and there's so many cricket playing around the world now. Any opportunity now is precious.
Well said indeed. It's a good delivery. Squaring him up a bit slightly, but you can see looking just behind his shoulders, and Webster looking to get off the mark. There's no one there just to the right of the umpire, but that deep backward square that Barrett spoke about earlier, and he's just looking to get off the mark. You can see that swashbuckling player, Tion Webster. Again, good delivery, right on spot there, Adrian.
Yeah. So you really see in there the pitch. You really have to negate the bounce right now. We know around this time of the year there's not much cricket that is played in Trinidad because of the rainy season, but we know that because of the good preparation and stuff of the groundsmen, we are able to get cricket, and we could see it from the conditions on the outfield here. Yeah. So that's the end of the over there. 3 runs off of it, and the openers, the Trinidad and Tobago openers, were able to see it out and get past this first over. And each one for the first 10 overs would be important for these openers to really bat through. So we see Mikel Govoa would be bowling from the southern end. And we see spin introduced into the attack already. So, and as you would see with so many left-hand batters in this TNT Red Force team, we see the off-break bowling would be very key. Yeah, and see some turn right away. Keon Utley, someone I played from under 13, under 15, under 19, all the way to the Trinidad senior level, even at school cricket at Presentation College Shogunas. Lots of turn there already. Yeah. Good initiative to bring on the spinner this early into the attack. Yeah. Lots of bounce and turn here by Govea. The captain really taking the initiative to really go on the attack early. We see a slip and also a gully in place.
And of course, Mikel Gouveia, the son of the legendary Trinidad and Tobago footballer Russell Latapy. Did you know that, Adrian?
No, I didn't. I'm learning something there today. Yeah.
The paddle around the corner. Puran is there. Single there for Otley. Otley would have made it to the West Indies level, played in that limited over series in Australia. And of course, he has scored a lot of runs on the domestic circuit. He will want to continue in that vein.
Yeah. Keon is a very good batsman. And I would have played with him, as I mentioned, from the under 15 level, and he actually captained when I played under 15 cricket. That would have been the Clico under 15 tournament, and we won that tournament. I think I scored something like 418 runs in 5 limited overs games. Yeah, I think it's a record or something.
How many centuries?
3 centuries. Yeah, in that tournament.
No doubt they said you would have been the next Brian Lara. A discussion for another day.
Hard to believe.
I could believe that. I would have followed your career from inception. I always, make the point that at the Champions Trophy, when you were initially, when the games were played, you were not in the final 11 for Trinidad. And I remember one night, you and I and Colin Board, we were actually in Colin Board's room, and you were telling Colin Board, manager, if I just get one chance, that's all I need, one chance.
Yeah.
You got your one chance, you batted beautifully and ended up in the IPL.
Yeah, that's the thing about with cricket and any sport. You just need one opportunity, and I know once I get my chance, I always do my best. My dad always, told me that once you get the opportunity, you have to make the most of it.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, remember him, great guy.
Yes.
And,
yes.
It told me, it told me so much, that exchange we had in that room. I've used that on many occasions, and in the event that your listeners are hearing a lot of noise in the background, is because we had UWI-Spec. They held their graduation. It takes a week, and they're now dismantling the stage and tents right behind us. So just bear with us. Hopefully, as the day prolongs, we can get some, I want to say, peace and quiet. But back to that discussion that night. I've used that even with my own son, who would have played for Trinidad and Tobago under 15 and under 19. And I used it as inspiration because I thought here was a young man at the time on the national team, chomping at the bit to go out there, and you remained positive. Obviously, you're a man steeped in your faith in God. You remained positive and you called it. And from the moment you stepped onto that field, it was all about being positive.
Yes, that's right. So, as a batsman, or even as a fast bowler, or any type of bowler, you have to be confident, you have to be positive, you have to believe in yourself. Because we know that cricket is a game of small margins, and a lot is against you as a batsman sometimes, especially as an opener.
Well, the bowlers wouldn't say that.
Yeah. Well, these days, especially these days, the way how cricket is played now, but back in my day, it used to be a bit different. The style of cricket used to be different. There wasn't even T10 cricket as much.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2020, just came along when I started playing.
You would have been a star, an absolute star. Pushed away on the offside, and at the end of in fact, we're in over number 3. I was looking at 5 without loss. TNT, bit of a quiet start. Not the start reminiscent of the days of Adrian Barrett. At the top. Who was your
Yeah.
opening partner at the top there?
So I would have opened with mostly with Lendell Simmons. So
Yep.
he would have been the opener. In fact, Gibran Mohammed, in fact, when Lendell used to go and play for the West Indies,
Mm-hmm.
Gibran used to open sometimes with me. So
Well, I saw your opening partner here this morning. He's the
Yeah.
coach of the senior
That's right.
selector, I think. Of
yes,
he's the
yes,
chairman
he
of
is.
select.
Yes, nice to see him part of the setup. I think
Mhm.
he's part of the night ride, Trinidad Tobago night rider
Mhm.
setup also.
He's also part of the academy, the B Mobile Academy, and the youngsters have been speaking great things about him.
Yes.
Again,
Yes.
you can see a delivery there from Jordan, right on spot. Jordan has been on spot this morning.
Yes, yes. I think they understand the conditions. We know that the pitch would really have something in it this morning. The bunks would be a bit inconsistent. So, yes, it's 5 runs without loss, but at least no wickets is gone. And that's the thing about it these days is that the way players play cricket today is that they could always make up. So you don't have to worry about too much up front, especially in the 50 over format, because the middle overs play a major part.
Well, yeah, I understand that, and I even in T20 cricket, I remember that even when you guys played at the Champions Trophy, Darren Ganga, your captain, was successful at that time, and he always stressed that even in the T20 game, you're going to win the game. It all depends on how you negotiate those middle overs.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Because that's when the feeling restriction relax, and that's where you have to score a lot of ones and twos. And when you get the odd boundary here and there, but it really generally comes from those ones and twos.
Jordan, outside the off stump, it's the end of the over, and let's go to the pitch report that was done earlier by the former West Indies opening batsman Adrian Barrett.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So we're doing the pitch report here this morning at the UE Spec ground, and we are looking at the pitch here this morning, and we are seeing here there's some dryness in the pitch. There's a slight moisture on top. Maybe for the first hour or so, the openers would really have to negate the pitch, see out the moisture. But generally speaking, I would say after the first hour, this pitch should be a good pitch to bat on. It definitely a bit of dryness in some areas, and that will come into play later on in the game. So I think it's a good decision, whoever wants to bat first, especially with the dryness around. We know we're in the rainy season at the moment, and there's a possibility that the rain could always play. I think that could play a part. I think that the weather report is pretty good, but we know we live in the tropical. Good decision by the umpire there outside off stump, playing a shot. Keon Utley.
Yeah, but what I've noticed, as you can see from the replay here, it comes from a nice high trajectory as well. But definitely, you call it right, struck outside the line of the off stump. This is swept away. Not really getting hold of it. More a paddle more than anything else. Not a full-blooded sweep. And Utley knows that. He knows where his fielders are because Kamil Puran is at backward square on the boundary. So a full-blooded sweep will go straight to him. And whether it's on the ground, you'll just get one. So he wants to get it finer. As Barrett was saying early on, cricket is just about fine margins.
Yeah.
Speaking about fine margins, I look to the back of me and I see one Anthony Hollis Gray, your former coach at the national level, pulling up, and he doesn't operate with fine margin, does he? Because it's now 9:16. He should have been here at 8.
Yeah, I think he got stuck in a bit of traffic. So, yeah,
we will let him have it during the course of the day. Tall professional though, Anthony Gray.
Yeah, it's a Tuesday morning in Trinidad Tobago, and it's normally, if you're a commuter, you would know the type of traffic we would have, and we need to leave a bit earlier, right?
Yeah, definitely. We were here minutes to 6 this morning, and Adrian Barrett was worried when I spoke to him last week about the traffic situation in Trinidad. And he was telling me, man, to leave Central and reach into Port of Spain, it's gonna be horrific. I just failed to tell Barrett that I was coming from deep south.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I didn't know that, but yeah. Yeah, that would be more of a challenge.
Ken. Good delivery by Guvar. Guvar would have played for, of course, the St. Lucia Kings recently. And a nice delivery, getting some bounce and turn. And, you did say at the pitch report that once you can negotiate the first hour, it's going to get easier. You also mentioned that in the afternoon, this pitch is going to crack up a bit. It's going to get dry, and it may well keep low.
Yeah, and we would expect that because the pitch would have been well covered, and because of the weather in Trinidad, you can't wet the pitch too much because you just never know if it would get enough time to dry. So underneath will have some dryness, and it definitely will show as the game progress. We've seen it already. We've actually seen the bounce and turn in these first couple overs.
Jordan, just the 4 runs in his two so far. This is worked away. Oh, a lovely stop. Tumbling to his right there at mid-on.
Yeah. Tion Webster, they're controlling it, trying not to overhit it. He would be aware of the pitch. He's an opening batsman, and he would understand his role. And it's really to play out this first hour. He would understand that.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago bats out this first over without too much damage. There is the batting firepower in the ranks to really give them a good score here against the students.
Yeah.
I say students because this is the combined campuses and colleges team.
Yes. You also have Jason Mohammed, who is a very experienced batsman at this level.
Good delivery. Good lines here adopted in the main by Jordan.
Yeah, well left there by Kian Utley. This bowler, Akeem Jordan, has really been hitting his targets here this morning. He has really been hitting a spot and really letting the batsman come to him. If they need to do anything, they have to come to him.
Well, that's a good approach on this track. He hasn't gotten excited about the track. There was a sheen this morning that could have gotten fast bowlers excited, thinking that they could have gotten some serious bounce and pace. Not the pace that Tony Gray drove this morning.
Yeah.
I'm sure in the nets, as your coach, your successful coach, you would have faced him in the nets, Adrian. The one hopes. I stand and I will go to court on this, and I will put my name on this. Tony Gray actually bowled faster than the way he drove this morning.
Yeah, I wouldn't have faced him much, probably a couple times in the nets when he was our coach. Yeah, but he definitely is a tall figure, and he would have he got bongs from a very full length, which is always a bit of a challenge for any batsman. Like a Moni Mokel type bowler. Yeah.
Thought Gray was faster though. Not in driving, but a very dear friend of mine, Philo Wallace, once told me that when you face Trinidad and Tobago around that period of Anthony Gray, Ian Bishop, it was always very difficult. Now, Philo Wallace, as you would know, scored a lot of runs against Trinidad.
Right.
And
yes.
he was saying it was always difficult. This is forced away, just a single. He said he was saying that it was always difficult because you had Ian Bishop coming back off a length, moving away, and then Tony Gray back off a length coming in. And he said it was always very, very difficult to face those guys.
Yeah, that definitely will be, especially when you have two bowlers doing opposite things. So as a batsman, you always have to keep adjusting. So, as you mentioned, Ian Bishop would be going away and Tony Gray back in. So it would really pose a challenge as a batsman. And I could just imagine in those days how it would have been.
I can imagine that. I actually saw it. This time he struck on the pad, not offering a shot. Let's have a look at that again. That's economical run-up, bowling well within his means, or outside.
Yeah, well outside off stump. Good decision by the umpire. Yeah. And he also stepped outside the off stump too. and generally speaking, he's moving it away.
Yep.
From the left-hander.
So he's trying to go in with the angle, create some doubt, and then get it to straighten, which is good.
Yeah.
This one is full, so there's no time for it to straighten or even come in. End of the over. Akeem continues to bowl well. At the end of 5, we take a short break. It's 11 without loss. So there, Adrian, is that now the openers may be getting a bit restless, thinking that they have to push on, and there you could have some injudicious decisions in terms of running between the sticks.
Yeah, yes, that is another question that could come up, because naturally dot balls build pressure. It don't matter which form of the game, whether it be Test cricket, 50 overs cricket, or T20 especially. Dot balls does build pressure, and if the intent is scoring singles, there would be that opportunity for a run out, and that's a good point.
So 14 without loss at the moment. Wuvaya.
Bat pad getting struck. Yeah.
You would have fielded that bat many times. I would have seen that.
Yeah.
How is that? How is that? Tell us.
It's not easy. It's
Oh,
not
boy.
easy. No one wants to feel there. You know, if it's really bouncing and turning, and you know the batsman is not trying to take you out, it's not a bad position to feel in, because you get a lot of rest, but you need to have a good back to be in that position. So it's like a wicket keeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to be in that
We
crouch
saw that back
position.
this morning, because during the pitch report you stayed down low for the entire thing. You have to be fit.
Yeah, definitely to be in that. And because of my stature, my height, it was always easier to put me there, because I guess I'm closer to the ground.
So were you then standing?
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, I would stand.
So it's 14 without loss at the moment, and the fielder just getting some attention.
Yeah. I think he got struck somewhere close to under his, seeing that it's like around his neck or upper chest area there. Yeah.
Well, one hopes that he's okay.
Yeah, it's always a position where you need to anticipate the direction the batsman is going to hit the ball. So even though you're in that position for a catch, but if you realize that the batsman is sizing up to maybe hit it over mid-wicket and so on, you need to get in a crouch position. In some cases, I would even lie flat when I see that I anticipate a big shot is going to be played. So it's not an easy position. You have to be concentrating a lot, because the ball is always coming your way when you're in back pad.
Yeah, definitely. So it's a situation where, as you said before, you have to anticipate. If you don't anticipate or you
Yeah.
anticipate the wrong way, could be painful.
Yeah, very painful, and you could even miss out on an opportunity to get a catch,
Yep.
because if you only thinking about dodging a bullet, you could actually miss out on an actual opportunity sometimes. So it's a really important position. I'm not sure how long. I think he's been moved out of the position. No, actually he's back in. So yeah.
So that should be the end of the over now. Carl Tuckett takes his time coming into the standing position, and at the end of over number 6, it's 14 without loss. Jordan, 3 overs, none for 8. Govaya, 3 overs, none for 6. They have kept it as tight as the economy here in Trinidad.
Yeah, very good tight bowling here by the CCC bowlers this morning. I think their decision to bowl, they are executing it right now, and
Yep.
it's always good to know that the captain would have had a plan, the coach have a plan, and as a bowling unit, you have to execute it. And so far, they're doing their job. But the TNT batsmen, not to be worried. There's always time in 50 overs cricket. I could guarantee you that. And it's really important for these guys who get a start to really bat through because of the amount of balls they would have occupied.
Pushed away. Quick single. So again, as we spoke before, you would see these guys trying to create the opportunities now. Because the last thing they want here, Adrian, is to be bogged down at one end.
Yeah, that's actually right. I think that as a batsman, you don't want to be facing too many deliveries from the same bowler, because the law of probabilities is that something is going to happen. And with a left hand right hand combination, rotating the strike is very important. It upsets the bowler, it upsets the captain, and it really creates difficulty for the bowling unit when you keep rotating the strike as a batsman.
Jordan. Webster starting to come into his own. You can see some confidence there now.
Yeah, actually seeing the ball starting to come on a bit to the bat. Yeah, so we will see a change in tempo. We know that. It's not going to continue this way for too long. The tempo will change, because these guys, I would know these guys to be very attacking batsmen by nature. These guys are wrong in the T20 circuit, so
he continues to bowl well here. 3.3 overs bowl.
yeah, 9 runs off of it. Yeah. The batsmen having a bit of a discussion. Really, as openers, that is so important to have a good relationship with your partner, because you're going to be batting with each other maybe for years to come, based on how good you are as openers.
Driving down the ground. That's a lovely shot. And that's 4.
Yeah, a very rare boundary, but we're actually seeing now the pitch, the batsmen are actually picking up the pace of the ball. And as we know, the tempo of this game will change. It's due to change because of the overs, the run rate at the moment. So it's
So that's over pitching. But that's his game, though. He wants to get the ball to swing. And the thing about it is, it's so funny what has happened there, Adrian. Because the ball was not coming really out of the 50-yard circle for the early period of the game. That was the first boundary struck down the ground. They realized that a water hose had been left on the ground, and The only reason they noticed that because the ball went down the ground, and then all of a sudden attention went there, and they realized there was a garden hose, a very long one,
on the field.
on the field.
Yeah. Well, most of the game was played in a circle, right? The 50 yards.
Yeah,
So yeah, they
definitely.
didn't notice it.
So Jordan has done well. As I said before, the Barbadian has done well this morning. 3.5, none for 14. We want to end well here. Just the boundary in this over. This has been an expensive over by his standards. 6 runs.
Yeah.
Otley knows that there's no need to do anything silly. They've gotten 6 in the over. End of the over, and at the end of it, it's 20 without loss. Well, I want to say a very good morning to all the people in Barbados. Of course, country steeped in cricket in history, and with a population of 282,467 in Barbados, I can tell you they're nice people. 282,466 are nice people. I leave
Yes.
you. Tony Gray might tell you who's the one I excluded.
Nice beaches and nice people and beautiful beaches.
Yeah,
I will
even
tell you
better.
that.
Yes.
Yeah, really nice.
Browns Beach.
Yeah, I like Accra Beach.
Yes.
Yeah, my favorite.
You would have enjoyed playing in Barbados
Oh,
as
yeah.
well.
Yeah, one of the plus of playing cricket is going to Barbados.
Yes. All coming onto the bat. Down the ground. Webster loves it there. And of course, cut away, cut across.
Yeah,
Good movement. Down there by the field. A quick movement, that is.
yeah, we really see the tempo now
Mhm.
picking up as we head close to that 10 over margin, 10 over mark. You really see now the batsmen, because they would have set targets, they would have had targets for the power plays, different power plays, and they would probably want to get on target for the first 10 overs.
Okay, nice loop. Nice loop there by Govaya.
Yeah,
He's getting
run rate.
encouragement from the trap.
Yeah, definitely we're seeing that. Run rate now under 3. Yeah, so it's a good even contest so far. But the most of this battle that we will see is during this middle overs, and I look forward to seeing Jason Mohammed bat, someone who I would have played with since I made my debut.
Well, you did see him this morning. He looks as fit as a fiddle, doesn't he?
Yeah, I was surprised how fit he still looks. He's 38 now, and
A lot of people have, been speaking about him not being included, should not be included. I don't see why not. Age is just a number. I don't see why not. He's delivering, and why not? I'll take him any day and twice on a Sunday if he's giving me runs.
yeah. See, that's a very risky shot there by Keon Utley. It bounced and turning away from him. So, and then the fielders are backward square on the boundary. So, but as we know, the pressure is on, and that's what happened when the pressure is on.
Better, much better there by Utley. Just getting away from the heat, so to speak.
Yeah.
End of the over at the end of 8, is it? 22 without loss. No. I said you want. Apparently, it's a size though. Yeah. And look what I'll put in a request.
So there's a change in bowler. Amari Goodrich is into the attack from the northern end.
Without loss. Here's Goodrich. Oh, again, that one. You can see Utley looking to force it through the offside. He's very aware There's a ring of fielders on the offside, no one outside the 30-yard circle. Just trying to get it through there.
Yeah, very, very nice action. First time I'm seeing Amari, and this action looks pretty strong, pretty upright.
Very strong shoulders as well. Wide. So I think you'll just want to settle. Just settle. Take a page out of the book of Jordan and just look to bowl within your means, and then you can extend.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It looks like a more attacking bowler, and certainly trying to go across Keon Utley here.
I say good morning to Darren Michael Bravo. Just sent me a message here. He said it's good to hear the little master on air. So I want to tell him it's Adrian Barrett is also here.
Yeah.
I was now telling him I want to hear him as well.
Yeah, it's nice to hear from Darren. Darren is someone I played with from under 13, from inception, from North Zone under 13, all the way up even from in Queen's Park Cricket Club when I would have started playing at that very junior level around 9 years. And if I'm not mistaken, Darren was the captain last year and won this tournament. Yeah.
I'll tell you something. I was very, very impressed with his captaincy.
Yeah.
Very impressed with his captaincy. One hopes that he can come back out, and still he has so much to lend to cricket. I always tell people, Darren Bravo, you can take him to the ugliest cricket ground, and he'll beautify it for you with his batting.
Oh yeah.
Such class.
Yeah, definitely. Remember we used to call him Baby Lara when he was growing up.
Yes.
Yeah, that nice backlift and cover drive.
Oh.
Yeah, reminds me of the great Sir Brian Charles Lara.
Driving down the ground again, stopped by Kudrich. I would say good morning to Beetle again, and just to inform Beetle that Tony Gray was coming from the same Santa Cruz area this morning, and Gray reported there was a traffic that held him for 3 hours. So Darren, if you were going home, Tony Gray said that there's a huge traffic pile up.
Yeah, lots of traffic coming out of Santa Cruz.
This time, looking to bludgeon this more than anything else. And Webster is one of those players you can't keep quiet for long, but he has to temper that aggression a bit here.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. He needs to get it going because he's 9 off of 27, so it's natural. It's going to
But I think in the absence of those boundaries, because the track is a bit tacky in the early exchanges, in the absence of those boundaries, he can just probably look to rotate the strike.
That's right. Yeah.
There are bonus points for that you can hit certain marks for. We'll bring that up to date for you just now. Trinidad and Tobago at the end of 9:24 without loss. Just to bring you up to date with the new bonus point system, and Trinidad and Tobago you could safely say, unless someone hits 36 in this over, they can't get a batting bonus point for the first 10 overs because the parameters have been set. You get to 60 runs, and you could lose even up to 2 wickets, you get a batting point. Should you lose 3 wickets, then you have to score 80 in the first 10 to get that batting point. And as the day go along, we will expound on it more, but it's a nice initiative by the director of cricket, Miles Bascom, and it's something that the guys would have put a lot of study on it. I was speaking to Richard Berridge about it. You know Richard Berridge
Yes.
prides himself to be a musician. Yeah, but that's a story for another day. But a lot of discussion has been centered around it, and it's something that they've looked at internationally, so that when our teams or players then reach to that level, they're more accurate with what's going on. Um, so they're looking to hit certain targets. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's an interesting initiative because what it does is that the points obviously would make it better to implement because the points goes obviously towards the entire tournament. And what that does now, it really brings some interest into those middle overs, the first part, the first power play, the second power play, and all those specific targets and points will bring some level of interest because there's like little games within the game.
Yes, I like how you put that. Little games in between the games. Govaya continues to be good here.
Yeah, so the coaches are always involved there. The captain and even the baton, whoever is batting, has to be on point because these little points is definitely going to add up at the end.
Yeah, definitely so. At the end of it all, the standard of play would also increase, it will improve. Guys will be switched on
Yeah, that's right.
for the entire period. At the end of 10, we are going to take a short break. When we come back, you'll be joined by the former West Indies fast bowler, Anthony Hollis-Gray, and the former Trinidad and Tobago under-19 fast bowler, Liam Mamcha. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
So we're back here at the Super50 World Field. Joining me is former West Indies fast bowler Tony Gray, and it's been a good start from CCC. Pretty consistent in the way that they've gone about their lines and lengths, and Trinidad and Tobago just looking to see of that bit of early moisture that we saw.
It's good bowling, good tight bowling. And you're right, Liam, it's good morning to you, good morning to our listeners and viewers. It's been a struggle for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Excellent work for the combined campuses and colleges in this power play, or just finished power play, first 10 overs. Been very frugal, and it's not been a pitch that has been quick, but it has offered some spin for the spinners.
Yeah, there's a lot of the new things that we see in this tournament in terms of bonus points, and Trinidad and Tobago would have missed out on one CCC as well, but I think they'll still be happy with this start. And I think we saw in the rules that if Trinidad and Tobago were to get to 60 for 2 or less, they would have gotten a batting point, but based on the conditions, it's not always as easy. And CCC would have been looking for early wickets, and 3 wickets would have been a bowling point for them. So no bonus points just yet. It's just been good cricket all around. Trinidad and Tobago seeing off that bit of early pressure.
Yeah, I think that as relates to the bonus points, you have to be strategic. I mean, you have to understand your batting strengths and your bowling strengths, because you have bonus points for batting and bowling. and you have to go about it in a strategic manner. The pitch would not always offer you the opportunity to be fluent, so you have to be strategic. And I think that Red Force have been strategic. We expect them to perhaps look to accelerate in these overs to come.
And I think with the two batsmen that they've got out there, Keon Utley and Tion Webster, they know that once they get set, they have the ability to flip the switch and press on the accelerator a bit. So I don't think they'll be too worried at this stage. It's early days in the competition as well, the very first game. A bit of maybe under preparation of the wicket as well. So you could just, it's about being smart and understanding what you need to do as a team to benefit you going forward. But I'll tell you something, bonus points are going to play a big role at the end of this tournament.
For sure. That's well bowled by Goodrich. Goodrich is a strong bowler. Love his action. He did well in the 4-day regional competition, and he's a wonderful low-order batsman. I think this CCC team, Liam, is a very strong one. It's a well-balanced team, and they've picked a team selectors not to develop anybody, but to win the tournament.
Yeah, and it shows that there's good young talent as well, and they're being nurtured by the likes of. That's a wonderful shot from Webster, and it's gone all the way over long off boundary for 6. What a shot that was from Tion Webster.
It's brilliant, brilliant. Anything in his arc like that, he has the ability to hit over the top, over the infield, and that was the fuller leg delivery. Of course, he's not going to get the ball to move off the seam, and he's bowling a slow ball too. You can see him rolling his fingers over the ball, but that was well hit by Tion Webster. He's an aggressive type player. He's been there for a while, and you expect him to look to accelerate now.
And I think where Goodrich went wrong there was with his length. Good idea to bowl the slow ball. You saw Webster drive out a couple early in the over. Tried to slow it up a bit, but just that length too full. Webster got enough time to pick his spot and hit it all the way over long off for 6.
You talked about the pitch conditions. It's not a fast pitch by any means. I talked about the ball spinning prodigiously. We've seen a lot of spin. Not been easy for both batsmen. It's a sluggish type pitch, so you have to get into rhythm first and then look to be expressive.
And he was also speaking about the likes of the advantage of having Shamar Brooks in the team and Akim Jordan, Karen Powell. All of these guys would have played for the West Indies for quite some time, and just them being around this young group of exciting cricketers, it's such a good idea. And they're able to bring their experience to the young guys, show them the rights and wrongs of what's expected at the higher level. So it's always a good initiative to have those guest players into the team. And you guys like Goodrich and even...
Yeah, I think it's important. I think that when you're looking to build a team and build young players, you want to have that senior team player around to give them that experience, to lend assistance to them in different aspects of the game. This is well played. You're looking for the single, but it's also important that the senior players come out with the type of exuberance and the type of gusto and motivation and professionalism, just to transfer that type of approach to younger players.
Yeah, definitely. And there's so much young players on this team that are going to benefit from that. Akim Jordan is still in and around the West Indies setup. He's just recently been out of the team for a bit, but there's no reason for him to be completely out. You see, Graves now is replacing Govaya, another off spinner coming from that end. Govaya was good in his first 5, just going for 10 runs. And you mentioned there's a bit of turn in the wicket. A left-hander's out there, so it's always good to have that off-spinning option. And Graves has been doing well for the CCC team since last year, Super 50. Went into the 4, he had a pretty decent tournament, and he's back in now, so he's no stranger to this competition.
Yes, and he does have a really good bowling action. He's fluent in his approach. and he would not be disaccustomed to this venue. He's played a lot of cricket here just recently, the last season, the 40th season, so he would be accustomed to this venue.
Yeah, I like the way that Trinidad and Tobago have gone about it, though. Webster just creeping along now. He's 17 of 34, Otley 13 of 36. And another thing they're going to have to look at and be careful with is that dot ball percentage, because there's also a batting points available for that. And I think that was probably, to me, the best of the point system, and the benefits of that going forward is going to be huge.
Yeah, I think so. I think that it's process oriented. I think that the CWI board has done well here, because you want to see batsmen rotating strike. It has been a problem in the recent past. We saw that in the most emphatic way in Sri Lanka when we toured there, just recently ended. We were struggling with rotating strike.
Yeah, and I think that's been one of the biggest problems in West Indies cricket in all forms of the game, even Test cricket, where you have to spend a bit more time. But I think it's definitely an issue, and it's good that the guys in charge of West Indies cricket are seeing that, and they're looking at ways of improving the cricket and not trying to make the same mistakes over and over again. It's a great initiative, and you and I both were in a meeting with Miles Bascom recently, and he did say that it's a skill set that players have to develop. It's not going to happen overnight, but it steps in the right direction, and that's so important.
It's a short delivery from Goodrich. It's a wide delivery too, signaled by the umpire, but Goodrich trying the short delivery. It's not the type of delivery that you want to see a lot on this pitch, because it's not really conducive to pace and bonks, really. They're too pace type of pitch, and you want to see him mix it up a bit, but still bowl in the right areas. Into the turf, 3/4 length deliveries is ideal.
Yeah, most definitely, especially with that inconsistent bounce that you mentioned, inconsistent piece of the wicket as well. You saw a couple of times Webster and Otley driving, and driving a bit uppishly. Brings that fielder there, Akshar Prasad, at short cover, brings him into play.
Coming back to the point about bonus points, I think it's important that you have batsmen at this level get in the habits of rotating strike, looking to be positive, because the intent is also very important. Good shot. That's well controlled by Webster, hitting down on the ball. Some bounce there, so well controlled. And I like the fact that Webster has controlled his mind too, because he can be ultra aggressive sometimes, but he has to evaluate, like everybody else, the pitch conditions, and it's not a pitch that you can play through the line of the ball. You got to be very careful. So the first 10 overs they were subdued, and now looking to be a little bit more positive.
And I think that's a part of Webster's game that we've seen develop, especially over the past 4-day season. That's a really good shot from Keon Otley. Just pulled off a length, and a couple bounces into the boundary for 4, but a much welcome boundary for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
You look at him, he was not moving his feet at all, and just pulling the ball. It's good control in playing that pull shot. Good hand-eye coordination being shown there by Keon Otley. He's a very good opening batsman. Just recently played for the West Indies team. Of course, he's about 34 years old. Coached him when he was about 14 for Presal Cricket Club. A really good, talented batsman.
Yeah, definitely. And you could see that, the West Indies are going to go maybe in a younger direction with that one-day team. And it is a good thing. You see Alec Athanaze getting an extended run on the team. But also Evan Lewis back into the team now. It makes it harder for guys like Otley to get back into the setup. He had a great season last year. Scored a bulk of runs, and even in the 4-day competition earlier this year, he had a lot of runs. So he's been knocking on the door. He's been getting opportunities here and there, but never really getting that extended run that we see the likes of Anthony's getting now, and you have to think it's maybe because of his age. And
Yeah, and your opinion about Antonez opening the innings, I think that, he has this ability to use the pace of the ball, the new ball, that sort of thing. But to me, I think that he opens the face of the bat too much, and that's why he's not scored the bulk of runs that his talent suggests. So I think that he should be batting down the order, and when I say down the order, well, bowled by Goodrich, good Yorker, strong young man. I mean that he should be batting at 4 or 5.
yeah, I agree. I think as well, you look at the way that he plays spin, and he plays spin so well. He's able to play the sweeps and reverse sweeps on turning wickets. He's a player that could go to the subcontinent and score runs in the middle order. So yeah, I think that maybe suits him a bit better. And well, we saw Evan Lewis get back into the squad, score 100 on his first game back. So I think he's gonna have his place for quite some time. And Brandon King is also there. So I think that should be the opening partnership. And then we have this regional Super 50 going on now. Let's see who could break into the team. A couple of good performances, and you just never know.
That's right. That's the great opportunity now for players to put up their hands and tell the West Indies selector that I'm here. I've scored a lot of runs or taken a lot of wickets, been consistent. Would be 2 runs. We'll have to wait and see what the umpire signals here. But not a good delivery from the bowler, Graves. It's normally very consistent. He has the propensity to bowl different types of deliveries and still not angling the ball away from the left-hander. You will want to do that, bowl that middle stump line and just bring the man and slip into play.
Yeah, we saw Govaya do that well earlier on. His consistency was something to note. We did an interview with him before the game, just coming off his very first CPL, where his team was victorious at the end. And he said that he just needs to look to do the right things for a long period of time in this longer format, and that's what he's going to look to do throughout this tournament. And I think we saw that from the way that he went about his first 5 overs.
And that's important, and we've seen that internationally. I mean, we can play the T20 game. The last won-day game against Sri Lanka because it was truncated. It seemed that our players were more accustomed playing that type of cricket, the T20 cricket. And we dominated the proceedings against Sri Lanka. Appeal there by Graves. Ball that was angled into the right-handed batsman and didn't play it at all. A lot of turn there. Kept low, but a lot of turn there from Graves.
Yeah, he's extracting every bit of turn out of this wicket. And Webster's going to have to be a bit careful. He does have the tendency to play a bit lazy sometimes, and that usually gives up his wicket. And I think maybe it's a lack of focus at times, or just losing that extra focus. But I think that's something that we also saw him improve a bit on during the regional 40. He scored a couple centuries. And I think looking forward to this new Tion Webster in this Super 50.
It's well played. Good use of the feet. Now, he talked about his attitude towards developing his game and his temperament because he's got the skill sets. But more importantly, Darren Bravo is not here this year. So somebody has to take the responsibility of scoring runs because Darren Bravo last year was the most productive batsman in the tournament.
Yeah, and then also Nicholas Puran came in. He played about 3 games and he was in great form. And they've also lost Sunil Narayan. Not much of his batting was required last year, but you look at around the team, there's so much players who've been knocking on the door and not getting the opportunities just because, you got the likes of Bravo, you got Narayan, Akilusi and these guys. I thought Kari Payer was a bit unlucky last year to not get as much game time. But now Akil not in the squad, so Kari's going to get his opportunity as the vice captain as well.
So that's going to be drinks. It's Trinidad and Tobago 49 without loss at the end of 14. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back.
Well, it seems some good things are happening in and around Trinidad and Tobago's cricket. We're just before the start of the match, Red Force versus CCC. It's the first game of this Super 50. Joining me is a former Trinidad and Tobago middle order batsman, likes to call himself an all-rounder, Rajendra Mangali, who has now joined the staff as a mentor. Charlie, good morning. I'm sure you're looking forward to the season.
Good morning, definitely, yes. It will be a good season.
And tell us your role.
My role for now is just mentorship in the sense of teaching the guys about the mind, play with the disciplines and everything towards getting the right hand.
And there are two mentors now, as Charlie was saying earlier on. The other one is?
Shooting, all right?
He should know a bit about cricket.
Definitely, he's a professional.
What has been Narayan's input so far?
Well, the team right now is very vast.
Pull out his strike. Pull out his strike. Well, Charlie Mangali is on board. I'll tell you something for those of you who don't know. One of the most successful players in domestic cricket before he went to the national team. He played for Carney Wanderers and they won a number of titles. They were the most winningest team, if I can use that word, around that period. And he's looking to bring that winning mindset to the Red Force.
We're back from drinks here. Trinidad and Tobago 49 without loss after 14. And a new bowler into the attack. And this is a bowler that I have a lot of time for. It's Abhijay Mansingh. We're looking for a leg spinner into the West Indies team. And you always get a bit excited when you see a new one into the scene. Mansingh, I thought he was good last year. Bit expensive at times, but you got to expect that with your leggies.
Yeah, I think that he's an attacking bowler. Obviously, he's looking for wickets, but this is a containing type game, and the process is to create pressure. And Mansingh has that ability to get wickets with his wonderful bowling action.
He's played a bit of cricket as well in and out of the States. He's been in Canada, played in the Global T20, so I think all of that is going to add to his game. Different experiences, different conditions, different players he's been playing against as well. He could just get better from it.
And that's a good delivery again. So he's hit the lengths quite well. The first ball was a bit full, got away with it. Brilliant feeling in that extra cover area. But he's an attacking bowler, and you want your leggies to look to get wickets. The mindset, Abdul Qadir, Shane Warne, is to get wickets.
Yeah, they're always aggressive type bowlers. You hardly ever see a defensive leggy. I think one of the only ones I could remember at the top of my head at this point was Samuel Badri, and he still picked up wickets in the power play.
That's amazing. I think that a lot of batsmen were looking for turn against Samuel Badri, but he skidded on a lot of deliveries.
And that's what we like to see early on. A googly early on to the left-hander in his first over shows that he's confident, he's ready to try it early on, and that's going to put a bit of thought in the mind of Keon Otley. And I like that option though from Otley. Missed out on this occasion, but the ball is turning, you pull out the broom. Always has to rule.
Yeah, he's looking to play that slog sweep shot with a full length delivery. He should have been looking to hit down the track. There's a man at the long off position, but you can get the singles, perhaps get the twos.
Good length again from Mansingh, and that is a good over, a maiden over in the end. At the end of 15, 49 without loss. You just get the feeling that Trinidad and Tobago need to start to turn it up a bit.
Well, they would have discussed that at the water break. They need to really and truly look for twos and ones and look to even score off the good deliveries. They were slightly ultra defensive in the first power play. Now they have to express themselves. But you look at wrist spinners throughout time. I think that in this era, in a general sense, Liam, you've seen a lot more wrist spinners having control. Because of the T20 game, it's imperative that you have control of the wrist spinner. Have control as any bowler at all, but more control being shown by the wrist spinners in this era before you were born.
It's great to continue, and a good start again to Webster. But you look at that Trinidad and Tobago lineup, you got Jangu still to come, Joshua De Silva, the skipper. These are two guys that also take a bit of time to get in. Once they get set, they do have the ability to press the trigger a bit more. But they do take a bit of time, and you just get the feeling now we're into the 16th over. There's still a lot of time left in the game. But if Django comes out now and doesn't really get going in his first 15-20 deliveries, you could feel there's no need for it, but you feel like Trinidad and Tobago, they might feel a bit of panic. Because they know the CCC team is not to be slept on. They have a really good batting lineup, some aggressive players, some players like Shamar Brooks, who's full of experience. We know Karen Powell is going to go after it at the top of the order. So they need to really, I think they need to get going here. It's just after the water break though, so the water break tends to bring wickets. Just need to slow down for that 2 or 3 overs and then get themselves going again.
Yeah, the good thing about this foundation laid by these two batsmen is that you can be flexible with your batting order, because you have somebody like Terence Hines who can score very quickly, and he can play all types of shots all around the ground. So the foundation is being laid by these two opening batsmen, and then there can be somewhat of a flexibility as relates to change in the batting lineup.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of left-handers and right-handers in there as well. So depending on who's bowling at the point in time, if a wicket falls now, depending on who's out, you could either send Django in if Otley gets out to keep that left and right. If Tion Webster gets out, the Silver might come in. It's a good versatile batting lineup, and I think that's something that Trinidad and Tobago have had for quite some time. Batsmen could bat at pretty much any stage of the innings.
It's great to be situational as a player in a 50-over game, but you look at the general scores in international cricket, Liam, you want to get to 300 or more. In my day, it would have been 240, and especially when you played for the West Indies team, that would have been defendable. But you want to get to 320, and 320 in international one-day cricket now is not really a strong score. A team can get that.
Yeah, the chasing team is not going to feel too threatened anymore. And I think that's the disappointing thing early on. Mansingh appeals for LBW here, and maybe just going down the leg side. Let's have a look at this again. Well, did it hit him outside off?
I think it was a well-flighted delivery to begin with, and Otley playing across the line of the ball. He's favouring that sweep shot, and a good appeal because that might have perhaps pitched outside the off stump. So, no replays here to determine if a batsman is out or not.
Otley's looking for two here.
Yep.
And gets there comfortably.
Yeah, it's a risky shot. I'm thinking that Otley has shown that he has the habit of playing across the line of the ball. When the ball is pitched up, he should be looking to play down the wicket. And he got 2 runs to relieve the pressure there. That's safer shot on the up. Waiting for that delivery and just punching it for 1 run. So rotational strike being very evident here.
And I think if you have to nitpick at what Trinidad and Tobago's batting has maybe done slightly wrong, is I think there's been a bit too many dot balls. But now you see after the water break, a bit more hustle in the way that they're going about the run between the wickets. And that's probably a message coming in from the dugout. Webster 20 or 44, that's just a lot of dot balls, as well as the 24-56.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be about skill, using the depths of the crease as the batsman, coming down the wicket to meet the spinners, rotating the strike off the front foot and back foot. It has to be about skill. That's a good shot. That's a wonderful shot. That's 6 runs. Slog sweep.
A pretty big one as well, almost into the car park. And this classic Tion Webster, he loves that shot. Just a bit of width on offer.
Yeah, Mansingh is trying to get wickets. He's trying to turn the ball. He's flighting up a lot of deliveries, and Tion Webster likes it in that area. A slog sweep type shot. That's where he's very strong. That's a better length from Mansingh. So he's gone for 9 runs in his 2 over. Not too bad as a wrist spinner, especially in the early parts of his bowling. He wants to settle down again and create more and more pressure. So 60 without loss is not a bad return. I think they should be looking for, this is perhaps a 240 pitch. Could be competitive, Liam.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's only going to get better throughout the day. It may flatten out a bit. It's dry though. That's what's going to work for. So we see Greaves continues. Score moves on now, 61. We'll go back to that last over from Mansingh though. I don't mind that flighted delivery that got hit for 6. I think that's what Mansingh wants. Not to be hit for 6, but he wants the batsman to go after him a bit and make the mistake.
That's a very good point, because I was thinking just now that they should try to stop the singles to put ample pressure on the batsmen. And if you create that pressure, they can get themselves out. So I think that they have too much of freedom in getting the singles, taking the pressure off themselves, and that has to be looked at by the fielding team.
Webster 26 of 47. Gets back nicely there. And a bit of miscommunication between him and Otley. But safe either way. Still got Akshaya Prasad as well, who's going to come in later on and bowl his left-hand orthodox.
Yeah, this is a wonderful side. You look at it, there are a lot of options for Brooks to use out there. A lot of spin, some pace. Excellent for a captain.
You look at the guys that were left out of the 11 today. Jonathan Drakes, who's a really good player. You feel a bit unlucky to be left out, but it just shows you how strong the team is. So there's no Jonathan Drakes in today, no Johan Jeremiah, who had a really good year. And that's the first wicket. Webster is unhappy after a great start. He goes with a soft dismissal, hit straight to Akshaya Prasad there at short cover, and Mario Graves gets the breakthrough for CCC.
Yeah, he was looking to play off the back foot. You'll see the replay here now. It's a shortish delivery, and he was giving himself some room outside the line of the leg stump to play through the offside, but hit it uppishly and was easily caught in that short cover area. So he's got to be very disappointed with himself. He laid somewhat of a foundation and was looking to accelerate, but a poor shot by him. And this is the thing that you mentioned just now about T.N. Webster. Wonderfully skilled player, good all-round player, but his temperament sometimes can get the better of him.
Well, that brings Amir Jangu to the middle. He's in at number 3. And Amir Jangu is having a wonderful year for Trinidad and Tobago. He had a really good first-class season, ended the season averaging 100. And he's been playing in and around Trinidad and Tobago. Scored, I believe, 2 centuries this season for Queen's Park. He's played in the Dream 11 T10. He's known as Mr. Dream 11 in Trinidad and Tobago. And he's been scoring a bulk of runs. I think he was the top scorer again this year. So he's been in great form. Anyway, you see Amir Jangu's name is just runs next to it. So he's going to look to dig in here and get a big score for Trinidad and Tobago. And he's going to have a challenge with Mario Graves out there. He's bowling well.
Yeah, I mean, Amir Jangu got a double century here against CCC in the first class game. And he was explosive, but very situational in that, he was at times, very careful because the bowlers were bowling well at times. And then when he got the opportunity to accelerate, he did it well. Now, he scored a century here, and you mentioned that he'd been very productive. I think that he's matured a lot as a player. I think that obviously he's got the skills as a batsman, and a wicketkeeper too. He's an efficient wicketkeeper. And I thought, looking at him from the last 4-day competition, he's really matured nicely.
Yeah, and I think
you look at the bowling stats here. Jordan has been very frugal. Govaya has been very good too. He's just gone for 2 runs and over. And Graves also very good. So the bowlers generally have done a wonderful job here. 61 for the loss of 1 wicket after 18 overs. Not too bad.
We're going to see Mansingh back though. 2 left-handers at the crease. I would have brought back Govaya immediately. The wicket turning the way it is. You get your 2 off-spinners in at your 2 left-handed batsmen. And Mikael Govaya has a great record against Amir Jangu locally. He gets him out everywhere. So he would be itching to go at Jangu. But Mansingh shows the ability to bowl the googly as well. So that's going to play in the mind of Jangu and Otley. That's a good bit of captaincy from Brooks in that respect.
You want your wrist spinner to settle down, so he's bowled 2 overs previously. He's in his second delivery, so you want him to settle down and bowl those googlies. There you go. Excellent delivery. A little wide of the off stump, but some turn away from the left-hander there. Very intelligent young man, Mansingh.
Yeah, he's been in and around the CCC side for 2 seasons now, and he's become a bit of a veteran on the team. He's still young, just about 25 or 26 years old, but he's someone that the guys look up to because he's been experienced. He's played first-class cricket for Jamaica as well. He's been part of the West Indies A team, so he's in and around cricket. Now that's a brilliant delivery. What has that missed?
That's an excellent delivery from him. A faster delivery. You could see him change in his pace, but without any discernible change in his action. A wonderful delivery that went on, perhaps slightly away from the left-hander. So Otley was moving, but he was moving too slowly. So excellent change of pace, and that's what you want to see, the control variation from your wrist spinner.
And that one he's left, and it's hit him on the pad. And made an over again from Mansingh. What a start to his third over. What a third over he had. We were speaking about 2 left-handers out there. You might have won to bring on the off spinner, but Mansingh has proved us wrong.
Yeah, I think that Brooks is allowing him to settle down. You want your wrist spinner to settle down, and he's settled down quite nicely. He has the ability to bowl the googlies very frequently when he wants to, and we've seen it in that over. So very, very good over. So he's got 1 over being scored off of him. His first over was a maiden. His last over, the third over, was also a maiden.
Django on the back foot early, and that's going to get Romario Greaves excited. You always want left-handers playing you on your back foot when you're off spinner. And just a note, we're into the 20th over now, and that ball there was dot ball number 87.
Wow.
And that is something that Trinidad and Tobago have to be concerned about. Well, Django looking to slog sweep this one down to deep mid-wicket. Just gets one. Kamil Puran is out there.
Yeah, that was not a bad shot by Django at all, but there's a hint that he's getting a little bit frustrated. He might be a little concerned about the state of the pitch, the ball turning away from him. So it's a good release shot by him.
I think it's a case where Django wants to take the attack to the CCC team. He doesn't want them to get on top of him early on. He wants to strike the iron first. And maybe that could be the spark that Trinidad and Tobago need to just kick on another level. And if Django's going along well, it frees up Otley a bit. Doesn't feel like he's under as much pressure with the new batsman coming in.
Wonderfully flighted delivery. They're looking to turn the ball. They're looking to flight the ball a little bit more. They're showing they're positive out there, the spinners, and they bowl into their field. You talk about the dot deliveries, Liam. Yeah, it could be concerning not just for the Red Force team, but for all teams in the Caribbean, because that has been a problem for most teams. Slower delivery from Justin Graves or Romario Graves. That's spun away from the left-hander and Keon Otley.
It's an out-of-character Otley innings. This is not the way that he bats. We know that. And yes, it was a bit tough earlier on. Still a bit tough now, but being the senior batter out there, he needs to get a look on. So that's the end of over number 20. We're going to have a change here in it's Adrian Barrett and Bill Mamchan are going to replace Tony Green and myself.
Well, we're back here, 64 for 1. Django is going deep into his crease. Just to maneuver the angle. Gets one, as I say. Good morning again, once again, to Adrian Barrett.
Yes, you see here, the game, CCC are really applying the pressure here, really making use of the bounce and turn on this wicket here this morning. And as we would have known, the dry conditions would definitely assist these spinners.
In the sweep outside the off stump. And just getting that left leg, pushing that right leg out, sorry. Looking to sweep. Otley has struggled in the mean here.
Yeah, it's interesting conditions here, and you know, rotation of the strike is definitely something that, you know, a lot of our West Indian batsmen, you know, even when I used to play too, it was always a concern, you know. So it's not easy rotating the strike on conditions like this. I could tell you that, because you don't want to be trying to force or push the guy single and your edge get hit off or you pop the ball. So it's not easy. You have to give credit where credit is due.
Driving down the ground, that will help. That's 6. 100 in the end there by Otley.
Definitely would relieve some of the pressure here.
Yep.
On Otley. Yeah, a good shot from him.
Look at that. Lovely shot.
Yeah, straight back.
Well, prior to that, there were 90 dot balls up to that point. Still,
Yeah.
he relieves the pressure with a 6.
Yes. And Mansingh back there hitting his target there, just outside that off stump. What I've noticed, he's a leg spinner turning the ball. Naturally it would turn in, but he's actually angling it across the left hander, which has key on thinking which one is actually going to turn back.
End of the over, is it? Yeah, end of another quick over. 21 gone, 71 for 1. We've had 92 dot balls.
Yeah, lots of dot balls.
Well, as you know, Adrian, there's also bonus points where dot balls are concerned. Once you reach the back end of the innings and you can keep your dot balls under 50%, then you get a bonus point there as well.
Yeah, so good strategy there by Cricket West Indies to implement that.
I think it's actually 2. Just verify that.
Yeah, 2 points.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely something for the coaches to keep in mind when they are doing their drills before these games.
Django, another player who has enjoyed this ground. There goes an aircraft.
Yeah.
Adrian Barrett will tell you the exact make and model. He's a man who's always on a plane. Can't keep up with him.
Looks like a Caribbean Airlines. pretty close to the airport here.
Oh, beaten. Beautiful delivery.
Lovely bounce and turn there by Greaves. Oh, Graves?
Graves, yes.
Graves, yeah. And he comes from that angle too, so it's angling in, and then it hits and spins away. So wrong the wicket to the left-hander. As an off-spinner, naturally as a batsman, you're thinking to play, because it's coming into the angle of you, and when it hits and spins away, it could pose a challenge.
But like you, Django would say this is probably his favorite ground as well, because he did get a double century in the first class tournament here, and so it will bring fond memories.
Yeah, definitely so. It's always nice when you have like a favorite ground, because I had even teams I played against, I would score runs, and even grounds. And I mean, I missed out on a double 100 here some years ago.
Is Brisbane a favorite of yours?
Yes, definitely.
Must be.
Definitely, yes. Definitely, yeah. And I love fast. I mean, I grew up, my dad, when he used to coach me, I batted on a lot of concrete. So I love pace bowling. I love the ball coming on. So Brisbane is like a concrete strip with cracks on it.
I like that.
Yes, so it's
Concrete strip
always
with
coming onto the bat, and I love to play through the line of the ball. So, yeah.
Oh, that would have been a very testing match, coming up against the likes of, was it Glenn McGrath, these guys?
No, that
was
it
after
was
that?
just after that era,
Mhm.
so it would have been the era with Mitchell Johnson,
Mhm.
Peter Siddle, Hilton House, Shane Watson, and Nathan Horace. That was the actual bowling attack. Yeah, so Mitchell Johnson was.
Quite prominent. Yeah. Johnson is one of those fiery.
Yeah, he was around 27, 28, so
Yep.
he was definitely peaking and at that time. Yeah.
I'm sure he would have had some choice words for you as well. Who's this young man who's beating my ball? Because that century was almost a runner ball.
Yes.
Short, pulled away, and Django hits this
Yeah.
into the lone tent down on the eastern side of the ground for 6.
Yeah. Wow, that's really a good shot. And against the breeze too.
Yep.
Making use of that turn into him, latches on quickly.
There he was. Quick bat speed out of here. But still, in between these big shots, there's the absence of running in between the track. They're not rotating as they should.
Yeah, definitely an area for all batsmen in the Caribbean to work on.
Well, Django pulls away. Actually, construction going on. Well, they're actually dismantling a very huge stage here at the UWE cricket facility. So ever so often it has interrupted play. If you hear a loud thud in the background, that's also just 3 feet away from us. They're packing lumber.
Yeah.
But we motor through. 78 for 1. This is over number 23. Django has come on nicely over the last couple seasons, and you'll want to continue in that vein.
Yeah, definitely some form this year, really. And that double century will definitely lift his confidence, and it's just a matter of him continuing in that form. Because as batsmen, we need to be consistent, and that's the main thing. I think that the selectors would be looking at that aspect of it. I remember when I started playing back when I was 16.
Mm-hmm.
Before I played for West Indies, I debuted at 19.
Mhm.
But before I played for West Indies, I scored heavily in 3 seasons before I actually debuted.
Right.
So it wasn't like, I played 1 season and you do good and you play for West Indies. No, it was actually 3 seasons I scored. It's probably, I averaged like close to 50 and
Mhm.
some seasons 50 in those 3 years before I actually made my debut. So that consistency is important. I know sometimes they don't actually have the time to look at a player for
Mhm.
that amount of years, 3
Yeah,
years.
definitely not now
Yeah.
because of what's available in the cupboard.
That's it, yeah. So, some guys are going to get the opportunity. I saw there was this young guy who played, I believe, in Sri Lanka. He made his debut at 17.
Mm-hmm. Joel Andrew.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah, I think he was like the youngest
Mhm.
or something, joined
Right.
the youngest.
Well, our guy Liam here always boasts that earlier this year when Trinidad and Tobago played Leeward Islands, he had Joel Andrew in his first over.
Ah,
So he cherishes that.
yeah, definitely. He has a West Indian batsman in the bag.
Yes.
Mhm.
They're very close friends. They've
One-
been since then. 83 for 1 after 23. I want to say a very good. They also to our cameraman, Matthew Hayden Rajaram. His dad named him after Matthew Hayden.
Hayden. Yeah.
Yes.
The guy, Matthew Hayden, who broke Brian Lara 375
Yes.
back in 2003.
But the funny thing is that his dad named him after Matthew Hayden prior to that.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, probably during lunch, Adrian, you can ask him the cameraman, his high score.
I look forward to that answer.
This time it's a loud appeal, only by the bowler.
Yeah. Something hit the pad or something there.
Driving, runs here. Square drive for 2.
two runs. Yeah, we haven't seen much twos.
No, we
Yeah, in
haven't.
this innings. Yeah, so it's nice to see double digits there.
You think Adrian, after being sent in, looking at the track this morning, you look at the color of the track and you could have quickly tell there was moisture. Do you think that both opening batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago, Webster and Otley, went in with a bit of a negative mind frame?
I would say, the pitch from looking at it, the pitch from actually seeing before the game, actually looking at the pitch, and even while they were batting, it really it was difficult.
Mm-hmm.
The pitch really it had something in it. It had a little bit of moisture to the top, so I wouldn't come down on them too much because the conditions really was difficult for stroke play. And as I say, sometimes trying to look for singles could actually cost you a wicket because you tend to feel for the ball because you just go in half-hearted. So it's one of those things where you have to make up your mind that when you get a loose one, you have to capitalize on it. You get any kind of room, you go at it. You know, that is how we normally would go at it in the power play.
Mm-hmm. Well, he is looking to sweep. I like the urgency that Django has brought to the play. 18 of 19, but you can see Django looking to score,
Yeah.
looking for the single, looking to get the twos.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's probably what Trinidad and Tobago needs at this
Yeah.
point in time.
Yeah, he looks like a very busy player. A bit of Michael Hussey.
Mhm.
When he comes in, he's always looking to score. He's always on the attack, and I'm pretty sure. I think Amir mentioned that he looks up to Nicholas Puran.
Mhm.
I think Nicholas gives him some advice and mentorship, and we know Nicholas when he comes in.
Yep.
How it goes. So
I was reading recently. I was reading on social media, and someone was saying, "Imagine Puran at one end and Barrett at the other.
yeah.
That would have been mayhem, I tell you."
Yeah, we actually did play together. We played together in the CPL.
Uh-huh.
That would have been the inaugural tournament with Red
Mhm.
Steel.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is when Puran actually made his 50, I think it was his debut. He made a 50 against Guyana in Guyana.
Right.
Yeah, I actually played in that tournament. So we did play together, not much,
Mhm.
but we did play together. But he was even exciting to watch back then. I remember when I came back to play for Clark Road, back in, that would have been probably like 2012 or so, when I came back and played for Clark Road against the T and Tech side club cricket. And Puran was like a 12th man. And I remember seeing him for the first time. He was a 15-year-old, and just the way the guy walks, he walks like a cricketer. And fielding, he didn't
Yeah.
even bat. I haven't seen him bat yet.
Yeah.
But he just looked like a cricketer. Yeah.
It's, of course, a pleasure to look at.
Yeah.
Puran, another central man coming through the fold. Of course, his cousin Mark Dial, not in the final 11 today for the Red Force,
Yeah.
but I'm sure he'll be looking forward to his chance.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, could imagine a difficult decision to pick the starting 11 because
Yep.
yeah, you have a lot of players who not that much experience. So everyone wants opportunity to play.
Obviously.
You have Jason Mohammed, you have Joshua De Silva, and it's really you have some inexperience around that. So it's everyone looking for opportunity right now to play for Trinidad and Tobago.
I'll tell you something though, tracks like these, with a bit of assistance for the bowlers early on, Jason Mohammed thrives on tracks like these. I well remember that century. Don't know if you played in that game when the finals of the 50 over tournament. It was against Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval. I think Trinidad made 160 odd and he got 100. And then Guyana responded with about 60 all out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It showed that he can bat through
Oh, yeah.
difficult periods.
Yeah, Jason is definitely a very good player of spin. Even from the school days when he played for Barrapo,
Mhm.
I played for Presentation College Chaguanas, and we had the likes of Ansel Bagan and Kavish Kanta Singh.
Mhm.
Those were the two bowlers on our team, and they would destroy batting lineups in the school cricket circuit. And I remember there was this one time Jason Mohammed, he actually scored a double century against us in school cricket. I think it was a semi-final for the league part of the championship. Yeah, and he scored a double century against and the ball was spinning.
Well, that tells
Yeah.
you. That tells you.
So
That's a man himself. He works very hard at his game. I know that once there's something in his setup that he's not happy with, he goes in front of a mirror and he will spend hours.
yeah, he really loves to bat. Jason loves to bat. He could bat all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, really loves to bat. And spin, he's a really good player of spin. And in fact, he's one of the, from my time seeing him bat, he actually is one of the players that bats Sunil Ryan really well.
Wow.
And there's so many people around the world that
Can't
fear
bat him.
Sunil.
Yeah.
And Jason actually, I remember one time Sunil mentioned that Jason is one of the toughest batters to bowl at back in the day. I don't know what it is now, but it was like that back then. And Sunil was, he was still Sunil Ryan back then.
Yeah. Well, padded up down there is Jason Shadow Mohammed. He'll be coming in pretty soon. Played away. Just using the pace nicely. Runs here for Utley. 4 of them.
Yeah. Well played, using the pace of the ball.
It's allowing it to come on to him. On tracks like these, you tend to play as late as possible if you can.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, back foot is usually the best option on these spinning, bouncing pitches because you have a bit more time, unless you're batting against someone like the likes of Samuel Badri, who's quick into you, and it's difficult to play on the back foot against someone like him. But once it's flighted and it's usual speed as a spinner, it's easier to play on the back foot.
Graves. This is what Django has brought to the play. Early call.
Yes, really similar to the likes of Dinesh Ramdan also. Excellent rotator of the strike.
Dinesh shot a Ramdan.
Yeah, very quick in between the wickets. When you're batting with Dinesh, you have to be ready to run. You have to be. Yeah, you need to be fit when you're batting with Dinesh.
These days he's playing a lot of golf, I was told.
Yeah, not much running in golf, right?
No. And he actually captain Woodland. He has had a pet project, which is to take Woodland cricket forward. Sweeping nicely into the gap. That's 4.
Yeah. Really nice shot. Allowing the ball
Django
to come on to him.
But in fact, it was Otley, was it? In fact, all of a sudden, Trinidad and Tobago, in fact, it's Django. Yes. All of a sudden, Trinidad and Tobago starting to look fine here. They're picking up the scoring rate, 96 for 1.
Yeah. It's coming up to 4 runs and over now.
Anthony Hollis Gray, who has an ODI econ rate, I think it's around 3 for over.
Oh, wow.
Probably he was on early on and he probably tied down Trinidad and Tobago, but since Barrett has come back in, it's free scoring here. 96 for 1. In fact, that's 100. The 100 is up. 100 for 1 after 26. And normally, well, everything has changed these days with batting and projections, hasn't it? I know long time, the old adage was you reach the score after 30 overs, you double it.
Yeah.
In a 50 over game, you think, and gives you an idea as to the final score. But what Trinidad and Tobago has here is a good foundation.
Yeah, they definitely do. So even though the run rate might not be what they would want at this time, we see the projected score is 193.
Which to me is rubbish.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't ever go with that.
It's not what. Yeah, exactly. So it's just if things continue at this rate, that's where you're going to end up. But definitely they would be eyeing over 250. I know that for sure, close to 300, because that would put them in a better position with their bowling lineup, with the likes of Kari Pierre and Yannick Arai on this pitch. Would definitely be a handful, especially with Kari being a a genuine leg spinner.
Well, at the toss, you said it's delivery, probably just missing a leg stump. Let's have a look at that. So you can see some confidence coming into the play of Otley there.
Yeah, he looks like his role could be to bat through the innings. So sometimes we're commentating here, but we don't sometimes fully understand the rules of these guys. So sometimes someone has to anchor the innings, and Keon maybe have that assignment,
Yep.
especially with this stat.
There's a busybody Django coming back for two. Excellent running by Amir Django. I tell you, Corner's been out there in this heat earlier than Django. And he will feel it. He's down on all fours there. He will feel it.
Yeah, it's definitely hot out there.
Yeah, it's hot. It's been hot these days, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's hot.
Recently, we did broadcast out of Atlanta. It's amazing weather there. In the morning when you arrive at the ground, all you see is white because of the dew.
Right.
6 fields on the same venue, and all you see is white. About 10 o'clock, you see the grass. And it's very cool and nice. Even on mornings, it gets down to, let's say, around 10, 11 degrees. And then all of a sudden, by about 1 o'clock, it goes up to 34.
Yeah, that's something we're not used to here in Trinidad. That
Definitely.
drastic
Not
change in
definitely not.
temperature.
And now that the world has gotten hotter, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely we are experiencing climate change. There's no doubt about it.
Well, recently I had an audience with one of the scientists attached to NASA, and he was telling me there is good news and bad news. He said the good news is that the ozone layer, there have been significant strides in protecting the ozone layer, and the depletion rate has drastically dropped. So I said, that's good news. What's the bad news? He said, the bad news is that it will take hundreds of years to build back
Yeah.
to where it was.
Yeah, definitely we are seeing the impact of
Industrialization. Yeah, industrialization.
Yes, we definitely see the impact here. And as you mentioned, hundreds of years. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you plan to be wrong, Adrian, but if you're wrong, you will let me know.
Well played into the offside there by Django. His scoring rate at 100, strike rate at the moment. So
Oh, back to him. Did he put it down? Yeah, it seems so.
yeah. Seems like a drop catch.
Let's have a look
We'll
here
see.
now. Oh. Well, it definitely didn't struck it back with any sort of velocity.
Yeah.
I think it was just that the fingers, it probably just struck the fingers.
Yeah.
Graves himself was probably surprised that the ball was coming towards him.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. So sometimes when a bowler delivers, they may not anticipate the pace that the ball is coming to them. So he could have think it's coming faster, where in
Yep.
fact, yeah, and that sometimes could throw off. But it should have been taken. Definitely should have been taken. A lost opportunity there for CCC. Yeah, and being able to get a set batsman in this situation is very important, because you want to get a new batsman into the crease starting all over on a pitch like this. It will be difficult for any batsman starting an innings.
106 for one. Otley on 40 of 83. Django there. Well, the new flagman, sadly, the second flagman in Trinidad has passed on as well. There's a third, and he just hung his flag there and walked away. I'll let him know that his predecessors walked the ground with their flags, but probably the temperature was a bit kinder than Adrian.
Yeah, definitely. We have some really stalwart supporters for Trinidad and Tobago cricket team over the years, and even West Indies team. We see them, even though if there's 10 people at the ground, they will be there. Yeah.
But how, as a player, did that impact you? Seeing that level of support, did it make a difference?
Of course. No matter how many people come to the ground, you have to give your best as a player.
Swept away powerfully. This was finding its way into the boundary for 4.
Yeah.
Good shot there, and Django again. In fact, it's Otley scores a.
Yeah, Robin salted the wounds there after that drop catch.
Yes.
Yeah. As I was mentioning before, as that drop catch opportunity, really it will impact. It could impact the game because we would have been getting a new batsman coming in and having to get set on this pitch is very difficult.
And this is why it's important for CCC to get that breakthrough now.
That's right. Yeah, a nice little partnership is building here right now.
110 for 1. And Keon Otley 44. Django 27. I keep saying you can't undervalue the contribution of Django since he went out there. I think Otley has fed off that as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're batting well together. Sometimes you look at some batsmen and they have good camaraderie, communication, and you're seeing partnership now of 50 runs of 66 balls, which is not bad.
Look at that compared to what we had earlier on.
Yeah.
Again, on the leg side, he accesses it nicely. Django will be pushing here, but only one.
Only one.
Who in your time was someone that you had that sort of chemistry with?
I would say Lendl, myself and Lendl Simmons. We had a really good communication in terms of, in fact, we didn't have to even say much because we knew what was happening. We were both right-hand batsmen, and it was very easy to communicate with each other in terms of what the bowlers were trying to do, how they're trying to get us out, how they're trying to contain us. So myself and Lendl had really good partnerships for 40 cricket. Even Gibran Mohammed too. We had some good partnerships. But I would say Lendl.
Did Jibby bat so long?
Yeah, he helped. We got off to some good starts. We had some good 50-run partnerships and so on. And then we had the likes of Darren Ganga. I had good partnerships with Darren Ganga, Darren Bravo. I bat well with Darren also. Yeah, because we played a lot of cricket together.
Yeah,
a lot of cricket from under 13, under 15, under 19, the Trinidad to even the senior West Indies team. We played cricket together. So
wow.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Graves. Django initially looking to go down the ground. You can see him changing very late.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Graves, his figures. You take that any day. 29, one for
brilliant.
29.
Brilliant bowling.
Good with the fielding.
Yeah. We see Shamar Brooks, the captain of the CCC team, someone who would have captained me when I played for the West Indies under 19 team in Malaysia in 2008. So it's nice to see him here. Very experienced captain, I can tell you that. Very, very experienced. Yeah.
Well, I think that is why they have put him with the students.
Yeah.
So you can lend that
That's right.
experience.
Yeah, it's like a mentorship role, similar to when Floyd Reefer played for the CCC. He played that role, and Shamar definitely is a very experienced. As I mentioned, he captained the West Indies under 19 team in 2008. which
Yeah.
was some good years ago.
Very attractive player to look at.
Yeah. Pretty batsman. Cover drives.
Yeah. Lovely indeed.
Yeah, loves to stand and play on the up. Yeah, would love to see how he bats on a pitch like this. It would really call for some good batsmanship on his part.
Oh, he's given it away, hasn't he?
Yeah.
After all the hard work, Utley has played a schoolboy shot, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that there is an unfortunate dismissal there by Utley.
Yep. And it's really, really sad that he has to go just shy of his half century. 45 of 88. He leaves a disappointed man. Django is still there, and it's possible now that Jason Mohammed might come a calling. As we're looking down there, he's having a drink. It's a water break, by the way, and it's probably a good time for us to take a break. When we come back, there will be a change in the commentary with you stay on, Adrian Barrett. We'll be joined by your former coach at the under-19 level, the former West Indies fast bowler, and the most successful under-19 and youth coach Trinidad and Tobago has ever had, Anthony Hollis Gray. Just don't ask him to drive.
Well, we're here with Terence Sainz, Trinidad and Tobago all-rounder. Terry, fresh off West Indies tour, you didn't get to make your debut just yet, but I'm sure you would have learned a lot of things. What are you looking to bring in from that tour into the Super 50 for the Red Force?
Oh yeah, obviously you didn't get a debut, but the positivity and just showing that I've been there and I understand the role I had to play this role in Trinidad. So that's positivity.
You had a brilliant season last year with the ball in hand, and when you were given the opportunity with the bat as well. What are some of the things you're looking to improve on for yourself and for your team going forward in this tournament?
Obviously, a little more consistent for me because I didn't have a perfect start to the tournament last year, so this year more positivity.
Well, we want to wish you all the best for the rest of the tournament.
We're back here at Spec. This is known as Spec, Trinidad. It's East Trinidad, and we're looking at the game Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the CCC team. Obviously, the CCC team won the toss and they elected to field first. Red Force, I wouldn't say they're struggling. They're trying to lay a foundation, and they're 113 for the loss of 2 wickets after 29.5 overs. And let me just say, welcome to Adrian Barrett again. I coached you when you were about 14 years old. It was a privilege working with you. Very coachable individual, nice individual. How are you, Adrian?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. It's nice to be here. Nice to see you after all these years. And you're still looking well.
Yeah, thank you.
I must commend you.
I will pay you after. delivery again. So the bowling has been very good. Frugal at times, they've gotten 2 wickets, and any time there has been a momentum shift where the batting is concerned, they've been able to, the CCC team, get a wicket, and over 30 being completed. So it's a good effort from the CCC team.
Yeah, definitely speaking. And it just as TNT Red Force was able to develop a partnership there, just over 15 runs, they were able to break it. And just before Utley out, he got a chance. And, you know, that would have been a really good opportunity to really continue that partnership.
Yeah. So flighted delivery again. And what I like about the spinners, and we've seen 4 spinners, is that they've not been afraid to flight the ball because there's some ample turn there for the spinners.
Yeah, definitely so. When the pitch is spinning like that, you could afford to flight it, to slow it down, because you know you get, oh, yeah.
That's an excellent delivery, and he's out.
Yeah.
Akshaya Prasad, very good delivery from him, a faster delivery. It was a straighter delivery, and I think that it was Django looking for turn, and there was no turn.
Yeah.
So straight on, and the umpire decided to send him. So after the break, the second water break, we now have Django falling. So it's not a good sign for Trinidad and Tobago, losing a batsman before the break and then right after the break.
Yeah, and he also was set also. So it really, so we have 2 new batsmen into the crease now, you know, with no runs on the board as batsmen. So the game basically starts over again.
Yeah, well said. I think that, you know, they have to be situational now, the batting team, and try to rebuild the innings. And we're looking at this pitch, Adrian. It's a 240 pitch. Think it's a 240 pitch.
Yeah,
but they'll have to get that.
Yeah.
Now, I think that when you look at them playing against the spinners, a lot of them playing off the back foot. They're not coming forward to negate the spin.
Yeah, it's interesting when you're batting spin on a pitch like this, especially when it's bouncing and turning. It's usually better to play off the back foot, but once they apply some pace onto it, like in this situation there, we see the ball running straight on. The straight balls becomes very dangerous when the pitch is turning.
Yeah.
Because everyone is looking for it left or right, and it comes straight into your pad. And I think that would have happened to Django there. As you mentioned, straight, and it just continued on.
Yeah, and I think that batsmen should look to push back the spinners and try to get out there when the ball is flighted, so that they bowl off the pitch rather than look to turn the ball.
That's right.
So it's a cat and mouse game against the spinners.
Of course, yeah. Once you see it up there, you have to have some intent.
That's
of course,
right.
Yeah, you need to.
So 113 for the loss of 3 wickets. 30.2 overs gone. That's just a 50 over game. No signs of rain about. It's a wonderful day. Sunny. There's a breeze coming from the easterly direction. And it's a wonderful atmosphere here at the UE Spec. It's always been a good ground for scoring runs, Adrian.
Oh yes. Yeah, I as I mentioned, I scored my highest first class score here. Yeah, about probably 15 years ago against the Leeward Islands. 192.
Okay.
Yeah, so this ground, you see the nice turtle back.
That's right.
It's flat, as you could see. And I mean, there's some spin now, but back when I made that 100, it was like a road.
Flat,
yeah. You don't want to be a bowler that day. You could have closed your eye and bat.
So Akshaya Prasad has bowled 3.4 overs. He's just gone for 10 runs and gotten a wicket. So the potency of the spinners on the CCC side being shown consistently here today.
Yeah, definitely. The captain, Shamar Brooks, he definitely understands the situation here, and he's fully aware of the spin and bounce of the pitch, and he isn't afraid to keep the spinners on.
It's like Sri Lanka, like playing in Sri Lanka. We saw what happened with the West Indies team. It's a great thing that they bounced back in the last one-day game.
Yeah.
A truncated game of just 23 overs.
Yeah.
Look at that delivery.
Brilliant 100 there by Evan Lewis in that game with an injury.
Yep.
Yeah, And Shufin Rutherford, yeah, also playing that very good supporting role, getting a half century.
Yeah, look at that delivery. Akshay Prasad angling that one into, I would think, middle leg and turning away
Yeah,
from the right hander. Excellent delivery.
yeah. Very difficult as a batsman when the bowler angles it into the right hand and it spins away. Yeah, you naturally want to play with that angle.
Makes it very difficult, the lengths and lines that these bowlers are bowling.
Yeah.
Sometimes you look at somebody like Akil Hussain, for example, and Gudakesh Moti, they seem to not give the ball too much of flight for the batsman
Yeah.
to get out of it,
Yeah.
and you always at sea when they pitch in the right
Yeah,
areas.
yeah, it's always difficult, especially Akil Hussain with that arm ball. It actually seems
Yeah.
your right hand and it actually seems into you. And it definitely poses a threat. And same with Moti. You know, that arm ball becomes such a difficult thing with the new ball.
That's right. And there are different degrees of movement through the air. Sometimes it is prodigious, sometimes it just moves through the air. So a batsman will have to be accustomed not just to the inward movement if you're a right-handed batsman, but obviously the sea movement and the different degrees of movement.
That's right. Yeah, definitely. Something that Akil has been working on for years, that arm ball.
It's like the delivery from Govaya. So Govaya comes back on. And another good delivery from him, pitching in the right area. You look at how they've been able to approach things, the CCC team, and I think that they've done the homework, obviously. Pedro Collins and company are very good at you know, analyzing things and setting the game plan to each individual batsman. You see the ball turning again, just getting one run.
Definitely so. That experience comes in really good. And as I mentioned before, Shamar Brooks is a very experienced captain. He would have captained myself and Darren Bravo and even Kyron Powell in the Under-19 World Cup in Malaysia. So he has been around the cricketing circuit a while, and especially in regional cricket. Yeah.
I don't think that he's been able to maximize his ability as a batsman. He's a silky type player, eye-catching type batsman. And I wanted him at University of Trinidad and Tobago because I was so impressed with him when he was a bit younger. But it's nice to know that he is here still playing at the highest level of regional cricket and making a contribution not just with bat and as a captain, but obviously lending some assistance to the younger ones.
Yeah, it's very good that he's following in the footsteps of guys like Floyd Reefer and Ryan Austin and these guys who would have played that similar mentorship role in when I played regional cricket against the CCC.
It's good working of the ball. They have to look to, I won't say recuperate the innings, but it's important that Joshua De Silva is captain of this Red Force team. He wants to score at least a big 50 to give his team a total that can be defendable.
Yeah, definitely so. These are, I would say, probably the two most experienced guys batting here, Jason Mohammed and Joshua De Silva. So I think a lot will depend on both of them here right now, especially in these middle overs, because this is where you could either win the game or lose the game. So the two most experienced batsmen in this situation, this is what you need right now.
Well, Liam made a point, and a very valid point, that it's important to know that these two batsmen need to settle on first before scoring runs. But you look at the match summary, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 115 for the loss of 3 wickets, 32 overs gone, so just 18 overs to go. And I think that Pedro Collins, the coach of the CCC team, would be very happy with what has transpired. They would want to negate run scoring in these final overs, but it's not been good at all for the Red Force team, and they've lost some 3 very important batsmen.
Yeah, definitely so. And you know, for the CCC to be playing in somewhat our backyard in Trinidad and Tobago, it definitely would, you know, it would make them smile at this time.
Your thoughts about Joshua De Silva and his batting?
Yeah, Joshua is a really good batsman. I see from what I'm saw of him on the international stage, he's very composed, Um, he knows that that front foot sometimes can get in the way because it was shown in international cricket. But I'm definitely sure that he will be working on it because even as a batsman myself, usually that front foot, if it goes across too early, it always creates that problem, and it's especially when it's planted. But he knows he would be aware of it. He's an international cricketer, and he would know what he needs to work on. But he's very composed. He has a nice setup. Looks technical. Looks solid.
Yeah, I'm always looking for the back foot movement, the initial back foot movement first. And this is an excellent delivery, excellent delivery. Well, we'll have to wait and see. But the Bills is off, so we'll see that again. A flighted delivery that spun away from him. Good wicket keeping, and an appeal from the wicket keeper and bowler too. And the umpire saying that the back foot was planted.
Yeah.
So excellent delivery again, flighted delivery that spun sharply away from him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's good to see the spinners looking to flight the ball and bring the batsmen on their front foot.
Yeah, definitely.
I always think that the sweep shot is the get away shot from pressure. Some people play the reverse sweep shot, and some people play the conventional sweep shot to get away from pressure. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it is a what I mean. It's a really it is an attacking shot. There's no doubt about it. They have some guys like Brian Larry used to actually play it as a defensive shot and score runs off of it.
Why?
Yeah, because he used to actually use the pace and just nudge it around. And Brian did that a lot. That sweep shot helped him to actually change the field setting. Because once you play a couple sweep shots, the field have to change. And Brian was very good at that. So if you play it well, it's a good shot to have in your repertoire to actually throw off the captain, the bowler, where the field change. If you do it once, you do it twice. Well, in this modern day reverse sweep, it changed the whole dynamics of your field placement.
Yeah, it's an excellent point because against a spinner, it's really about manipulation of the strike and changing the field and being tactical out there, the batsman. And you talk about the great Brian Charles Lara, he had every single thing.
Yeah.
And sometimes we've not learned from the greats. We like the fact that they can play shots, but we don't learn from how they went through the process of building an innings and that sort of thing.
That's right. Yeah, I remember when after Brian would have broke his hand after he retired, he played a couple first-class games for Trinidad. Not sure if you remember.
Yeah.
And after he broke his, but before he broke his hand, he scored a. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a poor shot, a poor delivery. It was a short delivery, and Joshua De Silva would be unhappy with that one. He's saying something to the umpire, but let's see it again. Pulling long in that delivery and releasing the ball very short and at square leg.
Yeah, excellent catch.
Excellent.
Low.
And the catching has been good.
Yeah.
The ground feeling has been good. And really a poor shot. Joshua De Silva, we talked about his ability to score runs. He's had a century at test match level against England in the Caribbean. A wonderful century.
Yeah.
And he's walking back. He is not going to be happy with that shot. And it's a disappointment to see him walk back that soon.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate dismissal there by him, being a short delivery and just having that one guy there at short, I would say short fine leg, short just behind square.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely would be, he would be disappointed about that.
Yeah, it's and you want at this point in time, going towards the final overs. This is the mid part of the innings.
Yeah.
You want to see an acceleration, and you don't want to lose too many wickets. Now we had to get to the point system just now. They have to be very careful of that. It can be a factor later on in the tournament.
Of course.
But we've seen some iffy shots being played by the Red Force batsmen.
Yeah, I think points is definitely not on the mind of our batters right now. It's really to get past 200.
Yeah.
That is where we are looking at the moment. So CCC definitely would be saying that they are on top at the moment, considering the overs, as you mentioned, and the score. But with Jason Mohammed, yeah, this is the type of situations that Jason thrive on, and it would be really nice to see him, step up to the plate as he does in these situations and really try to help the younger batsmen to anchor the innings and get past 200.
Yeah, I think his strength is really about analyzing things out there.
Yeah.
Former West Indies captain in one-day internationals. He's captained the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 team in the past. So he's got that ability to measure innings, to understand tactically what the opposition is doing. So he will have to play this crucial role here in rebuilding the innings and giving his team something sizable to defend.
Yeah, definitely. That would be on his mind. I think it will be no surprise to him. He would know in an inexperienced team like this, it's obvious what his role is going to be. And before this tournament, he would have known, he would have been in this situation, if not once, a couple times.
Yeah. Govaya coming wrong the wicket. Look at his bowling analysis at 12 runs off his 6.3 overs. He's gotten a wicket. He's coming wrong the wicket to the left-hander in Jet Goli.
Yeah.
And Jet Goli is a similar type batsman to Jason Mohammed in that they need some time to get into momentum.
Yeah.
But he's an excellent player. He's improved a lot where run scoring is concerned.
Yes.
But Govaya is going to test him coming wrong the wicket.
Sure. And if I'm a left-hand bowler in the CCC team, I would be licking my chops because there are a lot of left-hand batsmen as an off-break bowler. Yeah, so it definitely will pose a challenge for these left-handers.
And we'll wait to see if that came off. The bat. Come on, it's got to be honest there. What you reckon? Is that 4 runs? Or, well, Mansingh is an honest guy, but it looks to me like it went into the ropes, Adrian.
Yeah, well, as far as my both eyes could see, touch rope.
Yeah, touch a rope. Yeah.
But
I don't think
say something.
I don't think that you could fault the player. Sometimes you feel that the ball had not gone onto the rope, so you can't really say for sure that he knew that it went onto the rope.
You being a former UTT coach, me have a bit bias with the university. So I don't know about that.
I'm also a selector, CCC selector. So I have to be non-biased here now. It's about West Indies cricket.
I hope you're taking note of that, if being honest is something.
Adrian Barrett. So the score 120 for the loss of 4. Jet Kohli is going to face Jason Mohammed on 1 off of 6 deliveries.
Safely into the leg side there.
Yeah, but there's a sort of apprehension now from the batsman. I'm not sure if they are not confident enough of getting out to the ball, but you've seen some really iffy type shots. They're not reading the pace of the ball. You can't discount the efforts of the bowling team. I think the spinners have done a remarkable job. Akshaya Prasad, he's gone for 14 in his 5.1 over. So frugal and also wicket taker in Prasad. It's been a wonderful effort from them.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as we know, the 50 over.
He's bowling. He's bowling. He's bowling. I think that again he's playing for turn here, and that ball went on. The arm ball. And look at the jubilation of these CCC fielders. And not a wicket to lose now. They're struggling a bit. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, it spun prodigiously. Pitch on a leg stump. And, I was saying that they're not covering the original line of the ball. They're allowing it to bounce and turn. And that can be harmful on this pitch, Adrian.
Yeah, really good delivery, though. I know that is a really good delivery. Spinning from leg stump to off stump. And with some pace, too. So... Definitely, a very challenging delivery for Jason Mohammed, but at some point we need to get out there when it's flighted.
Yeah, and the thing about Prasad is that he went wide, really extremely wide of the stumps, and angle into Jason Mohammed. Ball pitched on leg stump and then spun prodigiously, hit his off stump. So excellent delivery.
Yeah.
And the fifth wicket going down. And Jason Mohammed, very experienced, the most experienced of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen.
Yeah, definitely. The only guy in the team averaging close to 40 in the setup. So, you really wanted him to get something going in this innings here.
It's always about the first game. How do you get past the first game and be productive, successful in the first game? Because it's not always easy, going through the training sessions, and then you have to come up against a team that you might not consistently know with young, new players. But they've done a wonderful job, the CCC team.
Yeah, definitely so. And from what I'm looking at also, as I was mentioning before, the 50 overs version of the game, it's a tricky version because we are accustomed now with the T20, and then you come into 50 overs, which is a lot of overs. And sometimes the batsmen, you could be a bit hesitant about the approach because when it's T20, we know what needs to happen as a batsman. You bat one dot ball, you know what happens next. But in this form of the game, it really it challenges you now where you have to actually build the innings, and this 50 over version. So this is their first outing here. And the amount of T20 cricket that is playing around now, they now would be in that two minds, as you mentioned, that apprehension, because you don't know if to attack or if to be defensive. And then if you're out playing a defensive shot, your coach may not be happy because it's a lot of overs. So it's really a challenge here, but I hope it's learning on the job because, it's a very tight tournament.
That's an excellent point, and I hope that you don't take over my job at UTT as a coach because that's an excellent point. I don't think that a lot of players, a lot of batsmen in regional cricket know how to go about the 50-over game. They obviously like to express themselves in the T20 format, but the 50-over game requires a little bit more strategy, a little bit more concentration, focus, and a lot of them falter because of it.
Yeah, definitely so. And we know in 4-day, when we have the first-class games, we know how we need to play. It's kind of understood. But 50 overs it is a tricky version, and there's not much 50 overs playing now. When you think about it, it's T20 and Test cricket. So 50 overs is one of those games that we have to pay attention to as batsmen and even as regional coaches.
Yeah, but a lot of overs still to come. I mean, these guys have to approach it like if you're playing Test match cricket,
that's right.
looking for the ones, looking for the twos, really hustling between the wickets. The chemistry has to be good. And this is not good to see because they need to communicate better. Yannick Carrier, or some people would say Carrier, Yannick Carrier, and they really need to be looking for the tools, trying to put pressure on the fielding team in this part of the game to try to rebuild the innings. And they have to be looking for 240 here now.
Yeah, so it's definitely is going to be a challenger for the batsman, and Yannick Carrier is someone I would have played with from the under-19 level, under 15, under-19 level, and when Carrier started playing, he actually started out as a batsman, and he's a leg spinner now, but most persons know him as a leg spinner, but I know his ability to bat. He knows his ability. He actually backs himself as a batsman still, and he would definitely have a role to play here. Batting at 7, he could definitely assist, and also his ability to play spin too. He's a good player of spin. So, and being a spinner also could help him also in negating this pitch and the bowlers.
And what you have to say is that he has been very experienced, and he's been in these situations before. As Govaya bowls, it's a good shot, slightly inside-out shot, getting 2 runs. The outfield is not as fluent as it used to be, because I've been here a couple of times and I've seen as soon as you hit the ball with any degree of power, the ball travels to the boundary very quickly. So it's a slightly heavy outfield, and it's not bad because you don't want the bowlers toiling all the time, Adrian Barrett.
Because in these modern games now, everything goes in favor of the batsman.
Well said. Say it again.
So, so this, we know it's in the rainy season and the grass is always a bit thicker. We know in the dry season here, You can't afford to misfield in this dry season because it goes on this total back outfield here at the UE spec.
Right. Yeah, so two attacking field men behind the bat. One in the, well, two slips in place, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's because they're looking to bowl out the Red Force team if they can get a couple of wickets here now. But as you mentioned, these guys have the experience. They can rebuild the innings. But again, the ball turning prodigiously now. That ball was aimed at the leg stump and spun away from it. Very difficult. This has been an excellent bowling.
And they actually pick up the pace now. The bowlers are actually bowling a bit faster now, so it's even more difficult now because it's spinning and bouncing.
So it's also signs that this pitch is drying out a bit. The conditions here hot and humid, so it's going to turn more. So perhaps 200 runs could be a challenge for the CCC team with the known fact that the Trinidad Red Force team, they have a lot of spinners who can get wickets, Caribbean Company, and even Karaya.
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah, I would really love to see Caribbean Yannick Carey on this, and I wouldn't be shocked if the captain opened with spin for this game, because the CCC did it, and in the start of the innings they opened with spin, so I wouldn't be shocked if Joshua De Silva does the same.
Yeah, one or two misfields, but to no avail, not getting a run. The Red Force batsmen. The pressure has been good in the inner circle. The pressure has been good on the boundaries. Not a lot of boundaries coming. The feeling has been good. The focus has to be maintained. And more dot balls is the aim by the bowlers and the fielders.
Yeah, and what makes it even worse sometimes is that when spinners are bowling, the overs tends to go through quick. So, you know, before you know it, we're going to be in the 40th over here because the spinners, you know, a spinner could sometimes bowl over in 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. So it really moves fast.
Yeah, you tell me about it. When I was bowling fast with Trinidad Tobago, you had the late Ranjin Anand, Ganesh Mahabir, and before you know it, I was into my second over, third over very quickly.
Yeah, I could imagine your level of fitness. Your level of fitness probably need to be on point when you're bowling fast and a spinner is on the other end.
No, what you want to do as a fast bowler when you have spinners is to recuperate during the course of the overs. Walk back slower than normal. If you're bowling with a faster bowler at the other end, you will recuperate during the over that he bowls.
Yeah.
You know,
very good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. As we would say, amble back to your mark.
Yeah, amble back. Take your time.
Set a feel.
Tie your laces. That's well played. Technique against. I actually think that this pitch is good for us when we prepare to go Sri Lanka, India, and these places.
Yeah.
I actually think that we need to play on surfaces a lot more like this. In fact, we have 3 pitches in this tournament, and they should be varied. So this one will turn, and the oval will be a little bit flatter. Brian Lara will be good for batting, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because the entire tournament is playing here, and we already seen here that this is a spinning track, and we're in the first. This is the first game, so definitely, yes, we know what we're gonna see going forward in this tournament here at the UE spec.
Yeah. So the match summary seen Trinidad Big Red Force 132 for the loss of 5 wickets. Keon Otley 45 over 89 deliveries. Amir Django 29 of 42, and Tien Webster getting a start but not carrying on 26 of 50. So a lot of dot balls here in Barrett, and this is what we've tried to negate in West Indies cricket. What do you say to batsmen? If you had a chance to talk to these batsmen, what would you say to them about how to improve, the rotational strike?
Yeah, well, as we know, it's no easy pitch to bat on, and as I mentioned before, looking sometimes for singles on a pitch like this could cost you a wicket also, because you actually just pushing the bat, turning the bat against the turn could cost you a wicket. But as you mentioned before, I think the batsman could have probably come forward a bit more and actually try to push the ball more in the gaps and get closer to the pitch of the ball. So you create less risk and break the wrists. And that is one of the things with our West Indian batsmen. We have to learn to use our wrists. When we look at the Asian players, they are very wristy. The likes of Virat Kohli and like MS Dhoni. They when on contact, the wrist would break, and that puts it into the unconventional space, which we normally, if you hit it conventional, go straight to cover. But by breaking the wrist, it goes into the gap, and that's something our batsmen have to learn to do. And obviously, drills will do that. Game scenarios, as a coach, you would know game scenarios is very important. I know they would have been doing it, but when we come to play, that is where we need to actually put it into practice.
Yeah, what I tell batsmen is that against spin, and especially when the ball is turning, you try to play with the full face of the bat and feel the ball onto the bat and then use your wrist to turn the ball nicely. But you must have a certain degree of fitness level to rotate strike consistently, and also you have to get out to the ball and use the stride forward to negate the spin.
Yeah, that's right.
That's better. That's a good example there.
Yeah.
Excellent example by Yannick Correa, and getting 2 runs in the process, working the ball, coming forward, and just feeling the ball onto his bat and just working the ball for 2 runs. Excellent example there.
Yeah, very good example. And that's the thing about T20 cricket, is that when in the West Indies we focus more on boundary hitting, and sometimes we could neglect those ones and twos, which fills up the scoreboard. So where you hit boundaries, you may get to 160, but with those ones and twos, it gets you to 180, 190. And that's what we see, like Australian and those guys like David Warner and stuff. They don't only go looking for boundaries, they actually run really hard and push for twos, and it tires out also the fielders and creates a whole ripple effect on the bowlers, on everyone on the team, and affects even the batting team when they come in, because your legs are tired.
That's right, and that's what I tell players all of the times. You look at the Australians, they're very quick between the wickets, and that's something that we used to do. I mean, Sir Richie Richardson comes to mind when he batted with Gus Logie. Was real pace between the wickets. You put in real pressure on the fielding side, and you draining their mental capacity, their physical capacity. So when they come to bat, they're tired, and everything works well. So you have to look at every little detail. And this is an era of strategy, and not really about bat and ball. It's about how you go about things. It's about how you put pressure, all types of different pressure on the opposition.
Yeah, and that is so correct. And with an outfield like this that is pretty slow, it's very easy to get twos because the ball is not going as fast. And we see that on the eastern side. It's a pretty big side. So if you just hit the ball gently into that area there between the 30-yard circles, it's a very easy opportunity to get 2 runs.
That's right. It's a good, faster delivery. Look at it. Let's see the example here now. He played that well. Brilliant bit of fielding by the fielder.
3 runs. Nice to see 3 runs.
3 runs. But that was away from any of the fielders. So he had to run about, I would think, about 30 meters to his right to retrieve that ball. So good 3 runs in the process by these 2 batsmen.
Yeah, that's right. Good to see Django getting, sorry, that was Jed Gooley. Yeah, Jed Gooley timing that one really nicely into the leg side. It almost went for 4. I was surprised to see the pace.
And you just mentioned the heaviness of the outfield.
Yeah. So the conditions are actually drying up a bit.
A wide delivery, and that's the other thing about bowling in conditions like this as a spinner, and sometimes as a fast bowler, medium fast bowler, because of the movement and because of the traction, you have to be controlled too. You have to be meticulous and control the deliveries because of that extreme movement of the pitch.
Yeah, you could get carried away. You could actually get greedy as a spinner and thinking you could get a wicket off every ball.
That's right.
Yeah, so you need to be disciplined still. Because between the wickets, they still have to bowl, right? So we need to, the bowlers need to be disciplined still.
seen very evident that he's been good at using the crease. Sometimes he's close to the stump, sometimes he's far away from the stump. He understands the different frames that he releases the ball from. And this has been a fantastic display of left-arm orthodox bowling from Akshaya Prasad. Good again. This time slightly outside the off stump. And he's gotten 2 wickets, so he's been able to maintain pressure on a batsman as experienced as Karaya. Good again. And that's what has to happen now. You got some overs to come. Obviously, you have, after this one, you will have 11 overs to go. And there's a lot of delivery still to score off of. So must not lose a wicket. The important thing, must not lose a wicket here now. That's the end of the over. And the sun is hotter, Adrian.
Yes.
Thank God I'm not out here.
But as a CCC fielder, it wouldn't be a bad day out, because not much running to do as a fielder here. So it's not a bad day to be out on the field, but it is definitely hot.
Yeah, you look at situations where teams would get 320, and it means to say that on a field like this, it means to say that the fielders have to run consistently to try to get back the ball, throw the ball, stop the boundary. So it's not easy in conditions such as this one, although you might say it is near perfect because there's a breeze that is coming from the easterly direction. So it's a cooling effect for the players out there.
And in some cases, when there's sixes, you have to be retrieving the ball. So that's a bit of tiredness also.
Right. But the point that you've made about, batsmen have to rotate, strike, and put pressure on the field inside. And, this era is about fitness is a valid point that, we don't seem to understand. And boundary hitting is good. It's good for the fans.
Of course.
But remember, there are other aspects of batsmanship. You want to rotate, strike, and really and truly run hard to put pressure on the field inside.
And that really fills up the scoreboard, because when you look at an over, sometimes someone may hit 2 boundaries and 8 runs. But let's say you score 2 twos and a single. You see the score now moves to 13 in the over. So the same over with the 2 boundaries with 4 dot balls moves with 2 twos and a single. You have 13 runs off the over. So it fills up the scoreboard, it fills up the run rate, and really helps the batting team.
Good flight to delivery. I'm thinking that Jet Cooley must change his mindset somewhat, all right? He's been there for 21 deliveries, and he wants to, when the ball is flighted, to try to bat the ball, put it on the ground. He doesn't want to get caught out, but he wants to look for those runs. He's got to be looking for 2 there. Again, he's got to run faster between the wickets. Karaya, we know, is extremely fit, and obviously has really and truly been a professional for a long time, and a professional-minded player too, because he's one that is very disciplined. Love working with him, very coachable.
Definitely so. Karaya is a very hard worker when it comes to his game.
It's well played.
He loves he loves the game of cricket. So
look at those little dab shots that he plays. He's so good at using the face of the bat. And, putting pressure on the bowlers too, because he can score off of good deliveries too.
That's right. He's very hard worker, as you mentioned. He's very fit. I remember when we used to do the beep test, he used to score really high in that beep test, as you mentioned it.
And what about you?
I was somewhere in between. It wasn't the Olympics I'm going for. Karaya was really he was naturally really fit. Because there's some guys who naturally have that gift of being fit. I mean, you as a former player would know that there's some guys who just naturally have a bigger lung capacity. They have slow twitch muscles which give them more endurance. So, it all really depends on you as an individual. But fitness is very important in the modern game with these 1s and 2s that we are missing. yeah, we need to rotate the strike.
Yeah, and even the longer version of the white ball game, but you look at T20 also, because of the intensity level, you have to be really fit.
Yeah, 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 definitely so. Yeah, because it's a very compact game. Yeah, it's very, very compact, and yeah, a lot is happening. I remember Brian Lara mentioned when he came to play a game with us some time ago in T20, and he said that T20 is a very difficult game to play. Like, you have no time. You come into bat, and as you bat one or two dot balls, you have to go.
Yeah.
And that is not easy. And he mentioned that to Paula. He said, what you guys are doing, it's crazy to come out there and start to hit from ball one.
Yeah, spare thought for the captains in
Yeah.
the T20 scenario. They have to be thinking all of the times. They have to be critical thinkers. They are running all over the place. They have to make changes, tactical changes. It's not easy in the T20 game as a captain.
No, not at all. Not with someone like, let's say, Nicholas Puran, who comes in. Yeah, he has you thinking, from ball one.
Very good delivery from Posada. Again, a straighter delivery, a faster delivery. Again, slightly wide of the stumps. And it looks close to me, Adrian Barrett.
Yeah, pretty close. Maybe the umpire was thinking it had a bit of spin on it, maybe missing the leg, but from our angle, it looked good.
It looked like it was hitting at least leg stump.
Yeah, close call.
Very impressive again. 8.1 overs gone, but he's delivered. And again, he's going wide. And the ability to angle the ball into the left-hander, even if you go wide. Sometimes he's angling the ball away from the left-hander. So I'm seeing some really good control variation. Left-arm spin. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. A wonderful shot.
Yeah.
That's an excellent shot by Yannick Correa. He's very adept at playing the sweep shot. And he did it in the middle of the bat. Again, good technique being shown.
Yeah.
And looking at the ball long enough, placing it on the ground. It wasn't aerial at all.
Very good shot.
And finding the gap nicely. Square of the wicket on the onside.
Yeah, very good, as you mentioned. Very good play of that sweep shot. From ever since, he has always played that shot really well. Almost second nature.
Yep.
It didn't look like, sometimes you see someone playing the sweep shot and it looked forced. It just looked like, it looked like a forward defense.
What would you know about a forward defense? You used to score very quickly.
Yeah, well, ever so often I'll defend one. Yeah.
Made a century against Australia in Australia. First test match, Adrian Barrett. And I cried. Having coached you and, seeing players go forward and doing so well internationally is a great thing. Good feeling, pick up with one hand.
Yeah.
And it looks like Jordan.
Yeah.
It's good feeling.
It was also nice to work it under you as a player at the under 19 level. Yourself and Roland Sampard being the manager. Yeah. We had some really good times. That tour of St. Vincent, and when we won the double. Yeah, and you guys as a management team really motivated us, really inspired us, because we had a really good team, the likes of Sunil Narayan, Jason Mohammed, William Perkins. We had a really, really good team. Kavish Kanta Singh. Yeah, so Dainty Lok Singh. Yeah, these guys were really good. I think Jiwan Ramrup too was on that team. So yeah, it was nice playing under you. And the inspiration by yourself would have, definitely helped me.
Keep going, I'll give you some money after. So it's 152 for the loss of 5 wickets. 41 overs gone, and it's a recuperation effort by the Red Force team. Yannick Correa and then Jet Cooley doing a good enough job here. They've set a batting foundation as relates to the partnership. Jet Cooley 12 of 25 deliveries, and Yannick Correa 15 of 21 deliveries, so he's been slightly better at rotation of strike and picking up the bar deliveries.
Yeah.
So they need to carry on. They want to be there until perhaps the last 3 overs, 2
Yeah,
overs at
yeah,
least.
definitely so. Yeah, definitely so. 9 more overs, and yeah, they have a start. And as I would have mentioned before, the guys who get a start in this game, they need to carry on because it's
Mhm.
not easy to come in and hit from ball one. So you want to give the likes of Terrence Hines and these guys something. You don't want them coming in, I mean, too early, but at least in a position where they could go from ball one. Because we need to consolidate. But then at the back end now, maybe the last five, we need to have some wickets in hand to go and get us over that 220 mark, as you mentioned.
Yeah, Terrence Hines, Carrick Pear can hit the ball a long way. So it's their comfort zone, having played a lot of T20 cricket. There
Yeah.
you go again. Correa has that ability to notch the ball around,
Hmm.
which can be extremely frustrating for any
Yeah.
fielding team. That
Yeah.
ball was wide of the off stump, and just getting back the ball, slightly opening the face of the
Yeah.
bat and getting 2 runs in the process. He's
Yeah.
not really quick between the wickets. He tries his best to be quick between the wickets,
Yeah.
but nevertheless, he's always a batsman who could place the ball in the gaps.
Yeah. Definitely so. A valuable 2 runs here by Yannick Araya, and he has good endurance. Yeah. Very good endurance.
What
Very
about
good
his
endurance.
speed?
Yeah, well, he tries. He tries his best.
Yeah, this is somebody that, I think that sometimes the coach, you need to say, all right, relax a little bit, Correa, because you are absolutely putting everything into the practice sessions.
Yeah.
It's good to see that he has been elevated to play international cricket. A short delivery, that one was pulled. Good bit of feeling. No, it was well stopped there. So a short delivery, and this is where the batting team has to be very extreme
Yeah.
and severe on the short deliveries, because they're not getting a lot of bad deliveries, and just
Yeah.
getting how much 2 runs in that, but
Yeah.
good bit of fielding at the wideish long on area.
Yeah. I think the consensus now from the Trinidad Red Force team would be to capitalize on any loose deliveries now, because we are reaching that point now where the overs, we're coming close to that completion period. So definitely, and the projection is 188 right now, and it may not be enough. I mean, the wicket is turning, but 188 is still have a chance there for the CCC to score at a comfortable rate.
Yeah, what needs to happen is that they must start Red Force the fielding with scoreboard pressure. So the more runs they get, the more scoreboard pressure
Yeah.
exists.
Yeah, that's right.
That's well played, using the pace nicely, getting the runs. Like the rotation, the strike, we mention it time and time again. And it's not just about the skill, it's not just about the fitness, it's about the chemistry between both batsmen.
That's
It's
right.
about the talking and communication and the discussing about how they're going to go about
Yeah.
things. It's about thinking about, listen, this fielder is weaker, he throws with his left hand.
Yeah.
The specifics about, rotation and strike out there, but it's a water break, the last water break. And this has not been a bad score at all. 156 with the last loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah.
41.4 overs gone. And there's a break. And conditions here are so hot that you really need to rehydrate Adrian Barrett.
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah. So hydration is so important, because sometimes when you're playing and you're not hydrating properly, like with your different energy drinks, you could tend to catch cramps, you could get tired. So I'm pretty sure the coaching staff or the physio or whoever is there would be telling them that hydration is really important out there right now.
And it gives, the teams, both teams, the fielding team and the batting team, a chance to perhaps reassess things out there and talk about tactical changes.
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah, this break here would be crucial. Hopefully it goes in favor of the Red Force team, because in the past, with the couple breaks we had, we lost a couple wickets. So hopefully this period here could be a time where the Red Force could actually take the game back and capitalize now and really try to get over that 220 score.
Yeah, look at it. The names of the bowlers from CCC have shown unequivocally that they have been frugal, they've been very good. The economy rates have been amazing. 3.50, 2.50, 5.67, 3 runs and over, 5.40, 3.11, 5 runs and over. Now, in my day, below 4 runs and over would have been good, right? But now you can accept 6 runs and over in one-day internationals.
7
7 runs and over.
7 and T20.
So you look at that. That has projected how well they've done as a bowling unit, not just as a team, but as a bowling unit. And really wonderful fielding too that has accommodated this type of results.
Yeah, I think even if I was playing on this pitch, I would have wanted to bowl some spin too. So
well, let's not go that far. I'm trying to remember you as a spin bowler, right? And I used to tell Roland Sampert, take him off. Because first of all, I'm not sure it was you were bowling legal deliveries. I'm not sure you were straightening your arm. But,
probably Darren Bravo, his action. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
It's always
my
good.
action was okay.
Yeah. Well, all right. We're not sure about that, but it's a good thing here that you have retired now, and as relates to the bowling. But I miss you as a player, Adrian Barrett. Miss your ability, your seriousness, the way you went about structuring innings. The fact that Lara spoke highly about your talents, your God-given talent. I know that you're a Christian man now. Really into the Bible and spiritual things, which is good. You've been a very good example to young people in general, and not just cricketers, not just sportsmen. A very good example as a human being.
Yeah, well, thank you very much.
You ought to pay me now. So, resume here. It's a good delivery again. So what you're seeing now is the batting team after resumption of play after the water break.
Yeah.
They will have to refocus here now.
Mm-hmm.
And the bowlers will have to continue the very good work that they have given their team.
That's looked like a really good show there.
Yeah, I think that was close. We'll have to wait and see what's happening here. I think, as you mentioned, the umpire might have it in his mind that the ball is turning, but that was a faster, straighter delivery. I think that he has to take that sort of thing into account, and that would have been out, in my opinion. So I don't think it was the right decision by the umpire. He was walking in front of his stumps and playing away from the ball. So playing a cross-batted shot to a ball that was pitched, I would think, middle and off.
Yeah, I think that would have been Carrier. I think he got away with that one there. Yeah.
Yeah, sustained pressure by Passad, and he's obviously going to bowl out his 10 overs, 9.3, 28 runs against his bowling and 2 wickets. Wonderful control. And when you have a bowler like him, if you have a bowler not performing well on the day, you can turn to him because he's really primarily a batsman who can bowl a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. So when I was looking at the CCC team, I was looking at the spinners, and I was looking at who bowls part-time. And I know that part-time spinners will play a role here at this game because on paper, there wasn't much spinners, but those part-time spinners comes into play in these situations with a pitch turning. So even me would have gotten an over in a situation like this with some off break.
Short delivery, wide delivery, and getting a single. Yeah, so 158 for the loss of 5, and you're looking at they've got to get to 210, 220 at least. Yeah, so I think that you might see a batting change. Terence Hines might come after.
Yeah.
just to change the momentum of the game. And he has the ability to hit the ball. He's recently been selected for the West Indies team in T20 cricket. Went to Sri Lanka. An excellent all-round player.
Yes.
Not to be too overdone by his talent. He plays to the situation of the game. He listens very well, you know.
Yeah.
And he's a good player and could even improve.
Yeah. Definitely so. Yeah, he's a very good death bowler. I haven't seen much of in you know, regular setting because of the T20 type bowling where you have to bowl in the death, you have to bowl full. But yeah.
Shakari Paris, he's on the bowling now. 1.1 over. And look at him. Look, he's going to play across the line of the ball. He's looking to be aggressive here now, Jet Kohli. It's not one of his approaches to batting, but he has to be aggressive here now because of the situation of the game.
Yeah, yeah, definitely so. I think, yeah, the fact of getting yourself in now is kind of past the conversation now.
That's right.
Yeah, you definitely need to up the ante, as they say, and get past that 4 runs and over mark.
Yeah, Paris has this type run-up where he hides the ball behind his back and not wanting the batsman to see what he wants to deliver, and the same way how Sunil Ryan would have done it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too when I saw him when he was running in. I don't know about the results, but the action.
That's a good delivery. It's so good to have these batsmen who can bowl 1 or 2 deliveries, or 1 or 2 overs. I mean, in the T20 game, for example, when things are not going well, and you can bring on somebody just to change the style of bowling against the opposition.
Yeah, that's right. Even I think England, they bring on Joe Root sometimes. And yeah, a lot of times he would break a partnership, you know, change the momentum as you mentioned.
That's right.
You know.
I think when you look at these 2 batsmen, they will have to look at the degree of turn that he's getting. They have to target him and be a little bit more aggressive to him. He's not going to turn the ball as the other spinners.
Exactly.
So you can afford to come down the wicket and hit over the top with the full face of the bat because he's not getting the degree of turn.
That's right. And he being a part-time spinner, you have to capitalize.
You got to target somebody now.
Yeah, you definitely have to look at who we're going to target.
So 6 more overs to go, 162 for the loss of 5 wickets. And you want to see acceleration here now.
Yeah, we are going to see a change in momentum here now. Yeah.
You hope so.
Yeah, have to, have to.
Yeah, and it's not about being risky here now. It's not about taking risks because you've been there for a while. The both batsmen have settled along, so they know what the pitch is offering. They know what the spinners are doing. So Correa has been there for 30 deliveries. He scored 20 runs. And Jet Kohli has been there for 34 deliveries. So it's not about risky batting here now. It's about knowledge batting. It's about wisdom batting. It's about trying to put pressure on the bowler now. And Jordan has come back. He's obviously going to offer a little bit more pace to work with so they can be aggressive against him. They need to be.
Yeah. So maybe let's hope it's a 200 pitch, and that should hopefully be enough for the Red Force bowlers to defend, because it's not easy. But I mean, we are sitting out here and being out there to bat on a pitch like that, it really calls for sometimes for one batsman to bat through the innings, because not everyone is going to get a start. And I mean, we had a few starts, but someone should have, in this situation, should have put up their hand and say, I'm batting through.
Well, you want one batsman to bat through the course, or 2 batsmen at the top of the order, the first 5 batsmen, rather than the number 7, the number 8 batsman. That's good bowling from Jordan. Bowling into the turf and getting bonks. Could only get 1 run there. And Jordan has been known to be a wicket taker. Remember, Red Force in the past, I think it was 2019, when CCC won, he was the main destroyer. He got 9 wickets in an inning or something like that. So he's got the propensity to bowl the wicket-taking deliveries. Doesn't have the extreme pace, but still he's a wicket taker.
Yeah, and I think on a pitch like this, where you know what I mean, the pace don't matter that much, where you could actually, because from what I'm seeing there, the pitch there is actually looking like it's slowing up a bit now. As the ball is getting older now,
And
it's
softer.
gripping.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually gripping now on the pitch. It's holding in the pitch now because you're actually seeing the batsman finding it difficult to play through the line. So in a situation like this, it's good to lose the ball as a batsman and get a ball change and get the ball to come on.
Wow.
Yeah, you see it happen a lot in the modern game where the ball sometimes.
Oh boy, this could be close. He's
Nah,
out. Oh, he's not.
Yeah, keeper some fumble it.
Come on. That was not good running between the wickets, and obviously Jet Gooley looking for that second run, and Correa saying no. Fielder into the ball very quickly. Not a bad throw. I think the wicketkeeper should have done better there. Didn't collect the ball at all, and Jet Gooley getting back. But seemed despondent at the moment, and he shouldn't be because he's still there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's lucky to be still there.
Yeah. I think the from what I saw, the ball came in a bit half volley on the keeper, so it was a kind of awkward length, but nevertheless a missed opportunity for a set batsman.
Gotta be looking for those twos. Gotta be understanding of how well the shot was weighted.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could see Jordan rolling his fingers. That's
Yeah.
a wide delivery, an illegal delivery. But he's going to try to mix it up, understanding that this pitch is not a pacey pitch at all. I think that at this point in time, because of the soft nature of the ball, got to be batting outside the crease.
Yeah.
Jordan is not extremely fast. He's not going to hit anybody with short deliveries. So come outside of the crease and change the length of the bowler.
Yeah, this is a T20 situation here, where you have to change the entire style of batting, and really you have to actually put power on the ball because the pitch doesn't have much of it. So it really will call for being innovative. It may even being, stepping out the crease, even giving yourself room on the leg side to hit over the offside. You have to do something different here in the situation, and that is where the likes of Terence Hines would come in here now. I think we need him in here right now. Not much overs again. 5 off after this.
Yeah, well played. Off the twos, looking for... that's excellent fielding. Is that Powell? Oh, it's somebody younger. So excellent fielding. The focus has been good by the CCC team. They've not wilted at all. They've been there. They've been aggressive in the field. They've really supported their bowlers. They've gotten back the ball into the keeper or the bowler very quickly.
Yeah.
It's another thing. It's not just about getting to the ball quickly, but the ability to throw the ball so that it negates or creates doubt in the batsman's mind to go for a second or third run.
That's right, yeah. So it's a psychological thing when even when there is not a run being taken or extra run, getting the ball in quick always keeps the batsman thinking that we have to be careful about running an extra run or running this run. And the CCC team from over the years has always been good at their fielding. Something about the culture, they always focus a lot on fitness and fielding, and we are really seeing it here in terms of the catches and stuff. We had a couple drop catches, but generally speaking, it has been good.
That's a good shot, but straight to the fielder. And again, not getting any runs with that hard-hitting shot.
Yeah.
So, Correa.
Big gap. There's a big gap there between long on and deep backward square. So if he had just beat the fielder left or right, was 4 runs.
It's about playing the ball late or playing it earlier to put the ball in the gaps, and he's good at that. But again, the bowlers have been good. That last delivery, slow delivery, flight to delivery. Nice mix-up of pace.
Yeah.
And again, trying to give himself some room again. So I just think I like the fact of coming down the wicket to hit a bowler like Paris, because he's not turning the ball.
Yeah. See the deep mid-wicket going and play now. because he's seen the intent of Carrier where he's trying to go.
Slog sweep the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see the frustration here on Carrier. Yeah. It's not easy, but yeah, the intent has to be there.
Well, ball. A delivery was faster, but it kept low also.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's two levels of adjustment that Carrier needed to make there.
Yeah.
I needed to look at the turning ball away from him, but look at the lack of bounce too.
Yeah.
So he didn't make the adjustment, missed it completely.
Yeah. That is why those opportunity to score, you have to capitalize on it on this pitch. As we saw earlier with that short ball that got hit the mid-wicket. Yeah, it's definitely a missed opportunity there in this over here to score a boundary.
Yeah, it's 170, loss of 5, 46 overs. So 4 more overs to go, Adrian Barrett. How do you read it?
Yeah, well, it's only one thing. They have to try to go at 10 over here now. You have to. So that will take them to about 210. Yeah, and if not 12 over. So it has to have one message now, and it's a matter of going. You don't need to be reckless and just get ball out for 190, but at the same time, you have to capitalize on those opportunities to score, because out of 6 balls, you are going to get an opportunity to score.
I see something like that delivery, that was a full-on delivery, and you know that Jordan is going to look to bowl 1 or 2 Yorkers.
Yeah.
So to me, I think that the batsmen have to be looking to bat deep into the crease to try to hit over the top. But if you stay on your crease, then you are giving the bowler an insight to know to bowl at what target you are the target. So there's no movement, there's no lateral movement, there's no movement forward, there's no movement backward, and you just bowling other bowler at the target.
Yeah.
That's a good delivery. Again, he's got the ability to get the ball to move off the seam. I've seen him bowl in the past, especially in the 40 game, some really wonderful wicket-taking deliveries. He's a very good bowler, thinking bowler. He knows his strength. He's not going to bowl fast here. He's not going to try to bowl fast. He's got to bowl 1 or 2 Yorkers, a heavy ball, mix it up a bit. That's a good Yorker again.
I think the conversation has to be that they are comfortable with 200. Yeah, they have to be, because the intent to score big is not there. So they're probably looking at the conditions and thinking, with 200 on this pitch, it's probably enough. So let's hope that really is enough on this pitch.
Is it the right approach at this point in time with 4.3 overs to go, or 3.3 overs to go? You have to be going at every ball.
Yeah, definitely so.
200 runs is not good enough.
No, but yeah.
So only singles here now. Now you don't want to discount the efforts of the bowlers. They've been bowling well, but you got to be looking to hit over the top. You're not putting pressure on the bowlers.
Yeah, and it's not a big ground, especially straight back. It's very short straight back. Like where we are sitting right now, this is probably the shortest part of the ground. So as a left-hander, you actually, with the bowler bowling across the left-hander, it's very easy to make some room and hit over long off. Yeah. Safely.
That's 2 runs. Should be 2. That's a good throw. Excellent throw. Now the other thing is that you've only hit in this innings thus far 7 boundaries and about 3 or 4 fours or 6s. So you need to really and truly try to clear the boundary.
Yeah.
And the only way, in my opinion, you can do that is to get to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah.
So you look at Jet Cooley, for example. He's feeling the effects of a hot day. And that's the only thing with him. He has had some problems with his fitness in the past. That's better. Get down there.
Yeah, we see the intent now. Yeah, this 50 overs cricket fitness is very, very important. Very important. So coming out from playing a lot of T20 cricket, you're not used to batting this length of time, so it could pose a challenge for batsmen.
So how important is the longer version of the game, the 4-day game in regional cricket, for example, to improve our fielders and bowlers and batsmen in all
Yeah.
other formats of the game, the T20 format, the one-day games?
Yeah, it's very important because when we look at the great T20, some of the great T20 players, we look at the likes of Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson, and these guys. These guys are excellent test cricketers. So we really see the importance of test cricket that plays 4-day cricket in the Caribbean.
It's a good shot. That's an excellent shot. That's what I mean. Short delivery, slightly turning away from him, but he had the leverage in playing that one, and he hit it in the middle of the bat for 6 runs. That's what you need to do. You need to put some pressure on the bowlers with that short delivery. It was spinning away from him slightly, but he's a big guy. He's got the leverage,
Yeah.
and he lifted over a wideish long on area for 6.
Excellent shot there by Jed Gooley, and that's the intent. So you get the opportunity to score in the situation. You have to capitalize on it because we see what happened next. You know, they're going to actually try to keep it tight. So it's important to score when you get that opportunity in the situation.
That's a good shot.
4 runs.
Good shot. And this is what I mean about being situational. Again, he's got to score, and he's scoring quite well. He's got a 6 test now. He's hit a boundary now with a shortish delivery. But look at that, in the middle of the bat again. And it looks like 6. Is it 6 or 4? 4.
Okay, yeah, it looked like 6 there.
But a flat 4.
Yeah.
Again.
Oh, good fielding there by Brooks. Yeah, excellent fielder, Shamar Brooks.
It's gone to 186 with 2 overs after this one. 2.3 overs to go. Come on, get down the wicket there. Misfielding. So you can see that there's signs that the fielding side is getting a little tired after those boundaries.
Yeah.
And that's what you talk about, Adrian. You spoke about that earlier on, that when you put some pressure, you have the opposition making mistakes.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Because it affects the entire team, because when the plans are not working, when you're scoring as a batting team, and the plans are not working, that's 2 runs there. Yeah, it really affects the team. Because they have to, it keeps changing up the plans. The bowler start doubting himself, the captain start doubting the bowler, so it really affects the entire team.
And talk about the psychological impact. You look at Jet Cooley, for example, he's hit some boundaries there. He's on his hunches here. He's a bit tired, obviously, but you look at the psychological impact on the fielding team. If you hit some boundaries, sometimes your captain, the opposing captain, doesn't know what to do or what tactical changes to make. So you got to be looking to put some pressure on the fielding side. Jordan is going to continue here. He's bowled pretty well. So mix it up a bit. And the effort to keep the ball close to the batsman, not going down the leg side or bowling wide of the stumps. But to bowl that middle stump line has been quite evident in the way he has approached his bowling.
Definitely so. Definitely so. And I'm now looking at the dot balls here and seeing go via 42 dot balls while he was bowling. Out of 60 deliveries. Yeah, he bowled 40. Out of 10 overs, he bowled 42 dot balls. So you could actually say he would have played a big part in the innings here against the Trinidad Red Force.
Yeah, very frugal. That first delivery from Jordan. Again, if you're playing on a pitch that is inconsistent with pace and to a certain degree bounce, as a batsman you have to look at the ball closer and wait for it a little bit more. But Jet Cooley swinging across the line at the ball. That's better. Come on, you got to be pushing it there.
That's 1 run there.
Yeah, but even if that's 1 run there, because if you run quickly between the wickets, you're going to put pressure on the fielder. He can slip and fall, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I believe batsmen should be running the first one very hard to create some mistakes in the fielding side. It's a good shot. Oh, that's excellent.
Wow.
That's
A
excellent.
brilliant run out there. That's Brooks?
Yeah, that's Brooks.
Brooks. Yeah, Brooks is excellent fielder.
Yeah, it's
Aiming
good.
at one stump.
We aiming at one time, from the angle that he threw that ball, but that was excellent. He took his time.
Yeah.
That was not a bad shot at all by Karaya. Was straight to Brooks, and he was aiming at one stump and hit it. So very good feeling by Captain Brooks. He's showing the example out there, and it's not a time that you want to lose Karaya. Although you have somebody like it looks like. Is it Terrence Hines?
Terrence Hines.
Yeah, Terrence Hines coming into bat, and we know that he can hit a long ball. And the projected score now goes to 197, so close to 200 runs here. And you mentioned that you feel that the Red Force team was aiming initially, or as the game progressively went on, that they looked at 200 runs because of the state of the pitch.
Yeah. I think they would have probably wanted over 250. I think they would have been thinking that. But after the game started, as they lose wickets and you see the conditions of the pitch, you have to negate the conditions and sometimes readjust. Cricket is a game like that. You have to keep adjusting. As a misfield there.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see from the CCC team. That was not a hard...
But that's the pressure you were talking about.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's not a hard ball to retrieve at all. Stop and then throw.
Yeah.
So getting a second run. And, this game could be close because we talked about the CCC batting. It's a strong one on paper. And every run here counts.
Yeah. With Kyron Powell and Shama Brooks, two experienced batsmen.
But you have young Paris too.
Yeah.
A very good player. We've seen him in the CPL do some really good hitting. You talked about his perhaps lack of the ability to rotate strike, but we have somebody on the ground now. It looks like Passad is feeling the effect. He went down, didn't show signs of injury here now, but he's in some discomfort, some pain. And you look at him, he's probably talking about, he's pointing to his groin area. So, the problem with groin strains, not too easy to rectify quickly.
Let's hope it's nothing too serious because we just at the beginning of the tournament.
So the medical staff of one of them came out and looking at him. There's some real concerns here for the fielding side because he is also a middle order batsman who is very efficient, especially in the one-day game. Guyanese born Passad. Now he's getting up, so it's good signs. And she will take him over the ropes, and she will have a further inspection of this discomfort and injury. So, right. Being looked after. The game has to continue. So you expect somebody to come on as emergency fielder. So it's nice to see lunch coming, Adrian Barrett. I remember you as a player, and during the lunch break, look for you, but you were always close to the lunch table.
I had an appetite back then, but
happy slack.
Happy slack, but can't do that again with age, right? You have
What age? How old are you, Adrian?
Well, 34, but
34. You say age.
As you cross 30, your metabolism tends to slow down. So you need to run more and eat less.
So Jordan will continue. That's out. A really good delivery from Jordan. A flighted delivery. I will say a flighted delivery that dipped very low. And Jet Kohli missing that ball completely. You see, it dipped on him. And with a flighted slow delivery.
It was.
You're talking about a faster bowler. And you normally say a slower delivery. But it was a flighted delivery that dipped.
Definitely. Got outfoxed there by the pace of the ball by Jordan.
And it's a good thing to bowl a slower delivery at this point in time. The Yorkers have to come into play, and the slower deliveries also. So it's a 192 for the loss of 7. And this man, Carey Pear, can also hit a long ball. And it's good to have these two guys now, but, you know, to have new batsmen at the crease. At this point in time, they wouldn't have time to develop any degree of momentum, so they have to use the long handle.
Again, we see another breaking partnership here, again with the Red Force team. Two
So
batsmen now, no runs on the board. So it's really a situation here where they have to go to get as much as they could. We see in the stretcher here taken up.
Yeah, it's not good signs for CCC and cricket fans in general to see that's happening. A young player, a very talented young player.
Just
full
wide of the
delivery
bowler.
there. And Jordan just trying to get to that one. It was away from him. A difficult opportunity to take that catch. But a good over from Jordan. And the last over
now.
coming just now. But we look at Akshaya Prasad again. He's in some pain. And when you see additional medical staff come out there, you know it's something serious.
Yeah. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. But he's getting the necessary treatment here at the UE spec by the medical staff.
So, last over. And it will be bowled by, it looks like there, Goodrich. Big, strong Goodrich. And he's going to come from the southern end to finish off this innings by the Red Force team. And the projected score, 197. Current run rate, 3.94, which is not good at all.
Yeah. So I guess the Red Force would just be looking to probably get it looks like about 205 now. That's probably what, that is what they would be looking at.
Well, 3 wickets in hand, so it's something to work with.
Yeah.
Oh, that's well bowled. Well bowled by Goodrich. Very good delivery, fast delivery. It looked like a bottom edge to me. Carey Pear swinging across the line of the ball. Of course, he's got to look for runs now, and with aggressive shot, but a very good delivery, a short delivery into the turf, a slow delivery inside edge onto the stump. So, good slow delivery into the turf, and when you bowl the slow deliveries, you don't want them to be too full. That's the right and ideal type of length and line, slightly away from Pear. So he's waiting out there. I'm not sure what is waiting for. The umpires are conferring here now, having a discussion. You notice anything?
No, I'm not sure how they're checking the no balls. How are they checking the no balls in this tournament?
Well, I'm not sure either. We'll have to hear that from Virud Mamchan.
I know in the international
you have
formats,
the replays
they
and that
use,
sort of thing.
the third umpire
Third
now
umpire.
does the no ball for the umpires, the on-field umpires. So not sure what's happening. But
No, I think it's a good thing because you know you're under pressure, the umpire, to see the delivery, LBW decisions, for example, and you really need some help. So I think you know in the last couple of years, the ICC has decided to use the television umpire to help with that sort of thing.
That's right.
I think it's a good start. You know, and more things that could help to make the game a fairer one.
Yeah, definitely so, because when the umpire needs to look at that line for the no ball, their eyes come off the pads or the wicket.
That's right.
And that sometimes, that split second, you know, could affect the umpire. So
Especially
that gives them that opportunity to focus solely on the pads and what's happening at the time.
Yeah, especially if you're bowling at 90 miles an hour. Brett Lee, the late Malcolm Marshall. It doesn't give the umpire much time to see, you know, what is going on with the front foot, and then to see what is going on when the ball is delivered.
So Anderson Phillip is in now. So he know what he needs to do.
Yes.
So And again, that's what I mentioned. It's not easy for batsmen to come in and hit from ball one on this pitch, and we see it happen here with Carripier. It's difficult. Bottom edge onto the stumps, very difficult to hit the ball from ball one on this pitch. You definitely need a start.
Further delay here at Spec, and this is East Trinidad, a very good venue for cricket. Not a lot of people here at this venue at this point in time, but you expect them to be here later.
Yeah.
It's still a work day. It's a Tuesday afternoon, so more and more people will come after. We here at the university too, so you expect students to come and take a look at the game. And it's a well-organized tournament. It has always been a well-organized tournament, Adrian Barrett.
Yes, it has been.
And it's the highest level of one-day cricket in the Caribbean, so the best players available here. And it's a wonderful thing to see into the future when you're looking at these young players. We know what the older players have given West Indies cricket, the Sharma Brooks and the Pollards and these guys, but you want to see the younger player with a hope of looking positively into the future.
Of course, and that is why these tournaments are so important, because when we look at the franchise tournaments like the CPL, where it's really designed more so for winning, where teams have to play 4 foreign players, and that compromises sometimes the development of players. So this, as Kyron Pollard mentioned, with our T20 domestic tournament, is so important. So it's nice now for players here getting this opportunity here in the Super 50 now, with some of the international guys being away and not available. Everyone has the opportunity now to stake a claim, especially with the England series coming up very soon, which starts in Antigua. And also there's another series against Bangladesh. So this is really a good opportunity here now, and even for the 2027 World Cup. So the selectors would be looking at it, and all these players would really be vying for a spot for that tournament.
Yeah, what I like about this situation is that players will be playing consistent cricket, the intensity of the game. So if they are to make that transition to the senior team, shot, that's a good shot. That's not a good shot. It's in the air for a long while. This could be out, and well judged catch. Excellent catch. It was in the air for a long time, and it had to be, the fielder had to get close to the line of the ball, the drop-in zone, and he did a wonderful job with both hands catching it. I would think about 2 feet off the ground. So excellent catch. And again, Philip, as you mentioned, it's going to be very difficult for batsmen to come and just from ball one strike the ball and strike the ball well.
Yeah, very good catch there by the fielder. That ball there, going against the breeze, so it's always holding back from going towards the fielder. So he really judged that well. He had a lot of ground to cover too. Yeah, and it's 12:30, so we have that midday sun with that sunlight in the middle of the sky. So it's excellent catch by him.
Yeah, so 4 more deliveries to go, 4 more legal deliveries to go to complete the innings. And you have Brian Charles, the off spinner, who's been recently elevated to international cricket. He was in the squad. And this is a good short delivery, faster delivery, a lot of bunks in that one, and just working the ball for that 1 run. So with the last wicket here, and looking for the singles, Adrian Barrett, rather than they have to risk it.
Yeah,
You've got to get a boundary here or 2.
Yeah, they look at 200.
Yeah, got to get to 200. It would be the psychological edge they will have if they get to 200. So 6 runs needed to get to that score of 200.
Brian Charles and Terrence Hines.
Playing a little too early there. Again, it's about Braun here now, but he's got to look at it a little bit more. He's got to be technically sound. A lot of batsmen, they play across the line of the ball, miss the ball completely because they don't look at the ball long enough. Andre Russell, for example, I saw an improvement of his batting ability because he decided to look at the ball long enough to put back the ball, and we know that he was physically equipped to hit the ball for sixes.
Definitely.
You see, again, into the turf by Goodrich, slow delivery, and again Terence Hines swinging across the line at the ball. So it's not good batting. He's not been able to assess what the ball is doing and what the pitch is about.
Yeah, very, very difficult situation to come in here because you have no time really to play yourself in. And, you know, the bowler he's already in flow. But as a batsman, it's really difficult here in this situation.
That's a easy catch
So,
presented
yeah.
from Terence Hines. He had to go for that one, but it was excellent bowling this last over from Goodrich. Decided to bowl a Yorker. It didn't come out of the Yorker, but it was a full delivery and a simple catch at that long on area by, it looked like, Powell. So the end of the innings, 194 for the loss of 9 wickets in 50 overs, and really and truly not what the Red Force would have wanted at the start of the day's play.
Yeah, definitely so. We know the conditions were difficult, but I still believe they could have probably get around 240 on this pitch. If at certain opportunities where we had those partnerships, if those partnerships had carried on a bit more, even 1 or 2 of those batsmen had stayed through and gotten maybe a big 50, we would have gotten close to 240, 250.
Yeah, and you're right. And seeing that when you look at the scorecard, for example, Otley got to 45 in 89 deliveries, just 4 boundaries, 1 6, and he would have wanted to carry on a little longer. Tion Webster also got a good start of 26 of 50 deliveries. Amir Django, 29 of 42. So you wanted somebody in the first 3 to go on and bat deep into the innings, but none of them did. And it was a struggle after that. Jet Cooley played well for his 37 of 50 deliveries. And Yannick Karaya came in there and got 28 of 43. So not a totally bad effort given the fact that the pitch is assisting the spinners especially and the seamers who can, bowl different types of deliveries. Not an easy pitch to bat on, but you wanted at least 230, 240 to be a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, and I thought Keon batted really well to start with, but I thought his approach where he could have probably tried to bat through the innings, but a difficult pitch, but definitely something they would look at to see which guy in that lineup they would be playing the anchor inning in this team.
Well, thank you very much, Adrian Barrett. We will take a break now. It will be at least about 40-minute break, and we'll come back to see the combined campuses and colleges try to get to this score of 195 to win this first 50-over regional game. So thank you, everybody, but we'll be back shortly.
Well, welcome back, and we're here about to see the chase, and Trinidad and Tobago setting a target of 195. Now, it may not seem a big score, and it is not, but given the nature of the track and what we have seen today, we could still have an exciting game, according to Anthony Gray earlier on. As I say, a very good afternoon to Adrian Barrett.
Good afternoon, Vinod. Nice to be here after that good lunch.
Well, you know, I'm glad that you enjoyed the lunch, and I'm also glad that you reached the lunch table before Hollis.
Just needed a little pepper sauce, that's all.
We should sort that out. We definitely will sort that out. So at the moment,
I appreciate that.
195, Adrian. You think there is some excitement here, or you think
Yeah.
that the students could roll this over easy?
Nah, I think we are going to see some excitement here because after the first maybe 2 or 3 overs, or maybe from the next end, we would be seeing spin very soon. And that is when it's going to start to get interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Bill, you got any interview, Narayan? Yeah, you were making the point, I was asking, is there excitement here? Kamil Puran is in, young, raw, unadulterated, if I may say so, and the experience season.
Yeah.
Kieran Powell in there with him.
Yes, Kamil Puran. I think he scored a double hundred this year in our domestic club cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. So he has some confidence here, and this opportunity here to play for the colleges team will definitely be a stepping stone for him.
Yeah, he
To
did.
make a name for himself.
He did go on to make the Red Force team as well, but didn't really do much with his limited introduction. But you can forgive him for that. Not everyone is Adrian Barrett to score a Test century on debut and an ODI century on debut as well.
Thanks very much. I'm reminded about that 100 almost every day when I meet someone.
I think that it came at a time when West Indies was struggling, and I think giving back to Australia was something that I think people really remember and appreciate. It left a mark on plenty of people.
Yeah. I never thought. I always wanted to score Test 100 on debut, but I never believed it would have been against Australia.
Yes.
That was the asterisk.
Yeah. Everyone was up
Australia.
that night. I think everyone and their grandparents were up that night watching.
Yeah.
Tony Gray will also remind us, and I did see Tony Gray decimate Australia at the Queen's Park Oval in a limited overs game, 6 for 51.
Wow. Yeah.
Yep.
I probably wasn't even born yet when that happened.
I believe it was 1991.
Oh, okay.
Was it 1991? Yes, Tony.
I was
1991.
1 year old.
1 year old.
1 year old, yeah.
I'll tell you something, looking back at that game, as this is played away down to third man, the caliber of players who would have passed in that rush was Alan Border, Dean Jones, Jeff Marsh, David Boone, really good players.
Yeah. And Australia as a fast bowler is a nice place to bowl as a fast bowler.
Well, Tony did that at the Queen's Park Oval, which back then was known for spin.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Makes it even better, doesn't it?
Yes. And Australia is known for playing fast bowling good.
Yep.
So I guess
Tony was on song that day. Here is Philip. He would like to emulate that.
Good pace so far. I'm seeing the ball sliding on really nicely.
End of the first over. Not a bad over at all from Anderson Phillip. It's 4 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago flag there, fluttering in the wind.
Good weather so far. Looks like we're not going to get any rain today.
Well, let's hope. I know you're praying, man. Let's hope that the good Lord answers your prayer, because we have a good game in the making here, given the prowess of the Red Force bowling attack.
Yeah, decided to open with Terrence Hines. Bit of a surprise, but I guess Joshua De Silva is thinking different.
Yeah, I thought he might have tinkered with going with Carrie Pear or one of the other slower bowlers. At least
Oh, it is Brian Charles opening the bowling.
down the leg side.
So yes, we actually guessed it right. He opened with a spinner. Yeah, for one moment there, it looked like Terrence Hines.
Yes, he does look like Terrence Hines from here, doesn't he? It's a bad delivery. Lucky there to get away with just a single.
Yeah, see the CCC button trying to rotate the strike. They know how important it is on this pitch to score, to try to score off of deliveries, because they don't want the pressure to build too much here on this pitch, because it's not a pitch where you could just capitalize on boundaries. You have to rotate the strike and wait for that opportunity.
It's a good delivery. Just able to squeeze it away there, Powell.
Yeah. Good flighted delivery here by Brian Charles, someone who I played school cricket with while in Presentation College Shogunas. Yeah, and even Kamil Puran, he had just came into Presentation College Shogunas when I was probably in upper 6.
Right.
Yeah, so it's nice to see these guys at this level here.
Trinidad and Tobago was served well. Trinidad and Tobago's cricket by Presentation College Shogunas. Not the same these days. Over the last few years, they have not really featured that much.
Yeah, this year actually they won the league championship, which was nice to see, because I think the last time we probably would have won was when I was there.
Wow.
At the college. So it would have been about 15 years ago. So it was nice to see that they won the championship this year.
So you would have been under the hand of Cowlessa.
Yeah, that's right.
Cow,
Yeah,
good old Cow.
Yeah, the famous Lalman Cowlessa.
Yes. There's a story I remember. We were broadcasting West Indies women against South Africa women at the Brandlar Cricket Academy. It was an evening match. And as the game ended, I was walking across in the car park. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery there by Brian Charles. Nearly yorked him. So,
I guess it. Oh,
Buys.
buys. Okay.
Yep. Everyone was beaten there.
Interesting. A lot of turn. Probably.
Not a bad over at all at the end of it. 9 without loss. Yeah. So, Cowlessa, as I entered the northern side of the car park, I saw Cow in a white wagon. And he was asleep. So I went close to the van. I knocked on the door. I said, Cow, wake up, man. He said, yes. I came to see the game. I said, it's over.
Yeah. A very, very unique coach, I must tell you. He has his own style, his own method, and he used to get the job done.
Yeah, definitely. It's Anderson Phillip, fresh from out of England, and that's well bowled, right on spot.
He looks in very good shape right now.
Seems
The
to
run
be
up looks
running
good.
Yep,
Yeah,
running
run
in
up looks
very,
good.
very hard.
Yeah. Guess it's a very good opportunity this tournament here, because we have a one-day series coming up against England pretty soon. So it's ripe. This tournament is ripe for opportunities.
Yes.
For the next batch of West Indies players who may break into the team.
And what we have seen in recent times is that the selectors are repaying players for domestic performances.
Yeah. Horses for courses.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once you're doing well and the opportunity is there for your selection, they are giving you the chance now.
Driving.
Yeah.
Sam is in the air. And the catch
Go on.
taken.
Yeah.
Otley plucks that one out. That's the end of Kyron Powell, and he's looking suspiciously at the track, as if to suggest that popped on him. Let's have a look.
Yeah. That I believe he just went through the line there and maybe held up a bit in the pitch. Yeah, but that's a really big wicket there for the TNT Red Force.
Yes, that's
He
the
would be-
end of Powell.
Yeah, and he is the most experienced batsman in that side.
If you look at that replay, you would see that the ball probably did hold up a bit on him,
Yeah.
as the bat also turned in his hands. His head was in the air, so it went airborne, and
Yeah.
Keon Otley very calmly ran across to take the catch.
Yeah, see that the pitch, as you would have saw in Red Force first innings when they were batting, the pitch wasn't that conducive to be playing through the line, and we are seeing evidence of it here now in the second over in this innings here.
But you said that it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult in the afternoon. It's already proving to be difficult. And the spinners haven't really come into their own just yet. You've just seen one over from Charles, where you conceded just 3 runs.
Yeah, yeah. So it's not good news here for the CCC batting lineup at all. Losing their first wicket in the third over. Yeah.
Shakib Paris, the man in now. So, does Kamil Puran, who's free-spirited, change his approach after that early dismissal of Powell?
Definitely, because you don't want a situation that looked like 4 runs.
That's wide.
Four wides.
Yep.
Ooh.
So that's 5 will go into the books.
Wow.
You were making the point, Adrian?
Yeah, so you don't want to be, I think it's important for him to also apply himself, because you don't want a situation where you're batting 2 for not much. So it's important for him now, whether he's free-spirited or not, there's some sort of consolidation needs to happen, because if another wicket falls here, this will be a very troubling situation for CCC. So he would have to play that role, and then again, you're not going at a very big score, which could have you in a very tentative frame of mind as a batsman, whether to go or not to go. So
Yeah, they always say 125, 135 in a T20 match is difficult to chase. And I always feel, I don't know if it's because the West Indies lost the World Cup final, chasing 186, I believe.
Yeah.
I always think 180 to 200 in a 50-over game somehow always gives trouble.
yeah, it does, because you always think you have enough time.
Yeah.
So as a batting unit, sometimes you could say, well, we could absorb some balls, we could absorb some overs, because we have time in the game, and sometimes that could put you in a situation where you're not scoring, and then 2-3 wickets fall, and the game is right back into the bowling team.
Yes, Philip. Driving.
Yeah,
The big man, Paris,
yeah,
meets mid-off.
yeah, that one looked like he takes some piece of it off of it. Yeah, because he's definitely noticing what the pitcher is doing. He would have been sitting there while Red Force was batting, and he will already been deciding. And even with the experience of Riyad Emirates being there and Kelvin Williams, they would have already been planning how to bowl on this pitch. What you need to do, you need to vary your pace. You don't need to really attack the batsman. You just need to be disciplined.
Here he is. Outside the off stump. Out to go by. So Paris will want to, as you say, absorb a few deliveries, see how it's playing. They don't need to really go far to really understand what's happening. They were on the field to see what would have happened with Red Force and their batting. Their much touted batting lineup.
Yeah, definitely.
But take nothing away from this man, Anderson. He has been good.
Yeah. He's definitely bowling to his plans. A bit of an inside edge there.
Confirmed there by the umpire.
Yeah.
And I think that brings us to the end of the over. 14 for 1. That stint in England would have done him well. It always does.
Yes.
I always say in the glory days of West Indies cricket, every member of that all-conquering team was heavily involved in English cricket.
Yeah. Yes. Definitely. And you see the difference when our players were not as involved. There was a period of time when our players were not in England, and it definitely showed in our cricket. But you would have known in the Gordon Greenwich days and even before, most of those guys, Brian Lara, played in the county cricket circuit or even the club cricket level.
Anthony Gray, he played for Surrey.
Yeah.
Took a bag full of wickets for Surrey.
Yeah.
Or beaten.
Yeah.
This time that one there from Charles just drifting past the outside edge.
Yeah, not much turn on that one. Using the shine on the new ball to just let it go past the bat.
This one comes the other way. Probably struck marginally outside the line of the off stump. Let's have a look. We're not directly behind.
Yeah, but Brian Charles already using the conditions really well. He's spinning some and he's allowing some to go through. So he have the batsman thinking.
But recently he got selected for the West Indies team, so he will want to continue to press with England coming.
Yes. Yeah, that would be a nice series. You could actually see the construction work. If you look, you'll see the construction work behind us.
So you can hear what we was speaking about this morning. You were hearing it for the entire morning. Now you can actually see it.
Yeah. Bounce and turn.
Saturated turn there.
Yeah. With the new ball, only how many of us? We're in the fourth over and we already seen.
Well, signal wide.
Yeah.
Turn.
Yeah, so he
much.
Have to adjust his length, his line and length definitely there now. Well played by Puran.
Kamil Puran doesn't like to be bogged down. A small man, but he hits the ball a mile. Remind me of my good friend sitting next to me. Small man.
Yeah.
But they send the ball a mile. Another wide there.
Yeah, it's all in the timing. All in the timing and the skills. That's where the power comes from. He looks comfortable. Puran doesn't look like he is in too much difficulty at the moment. So he's actually getting himself in there. So that would help him to get that start. And as we see in this game, once you get a start, you have to carry on. So someone in the top order here in the CCC, for them to even have a chance, they would need to bat through. Someone would need to put up their hand and bat through this innings. So we have a bowling change now. Carey Pierce into the attack. I'm not surprised at all by this.
Yeah, Carey coming in early normally bowls the new ball very well.
Yes. So Joshua De Silva on the attack already. really trying to make early inroads into the CCC, not allowing any partnership to build in this CCC batting lineup.
Cut away runs here. Probably too close to cut. Silva was anxious.
Yeah, but 2 vital runs in the end to add to this total here, 18 for 1. Every run here is going to count in this situation.
No peel there from Pierre.
Very experienced bowler, Gary Pierre, especially in the CPL. He has been around a long time. He's even played for the West Indies too. I think he has like 30 odd ODIs. So he's a very serious campaigner in this 50 overs version of the game.
Yeah. As you said before, a lot of experience. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. I like how he's not, he's giving the ball air.
We're accustomed to see him dart it in, in the shorter format.
Yeah, it's nice to see him give it some air.
And he's getting purchased as well.
Yeah.
So that'll encourage him. Ooh. Ooh. So wicket is turning square.
Yeah.
Look at that. Bongs and two.
It looks like we're in Rawalpindi here.
Yeah, it's really spinning.
In Pakistan.
You would have encountered some turning tracks in India as well.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of turning tracks in India. But still the pitches, I think when I played back in 2011. Sachin was playing his last Test series.
Yep.
In that series in India, and the pitches were really designed for him also because it was, they wanted him to score. I think it's 100 international 100. So the pitches, he did. He actually did. Yeah, he actually did. I think Ravi Rampal had stopped him in one of the games. He made 96. Ravi got him out. Yeah, but he eventually got that 100. Yeah. The great man Sachin Tendulkar.
Yep. We're okay in case you're hearing the noise. It's a construction that you're seeing at the back.
So we have, looks like Anderson now.
Anderson has actually switched ends.
Yeah.
He's coming up from the far end.
Yeah. So a changing direction. I guess Gary Pierre feels more comfortable bowling from this northern end, or Anderson feels comfortable from that end. Yeah, maybe he's trying to use his swing away from because we have a very strong breeze here.
Yeah, it's
surprisingly, I'm surprised that there's a strong breeze here.
And let's look at the players' clothing, and you can see it's coming very strongly from the east.
Many flags.
Yep.
Trees, you're seeing it. Yeah, it's nice to get some breeze these days.
The official scorer at the far end is trying to readjust. But that's definitely not Brian Charles. A little bit quick for being Brian Charles. Philip.
Oh, well bowled. So one thing they are doing good, they are rotating the strike despite not scoring boundaries, and that's always so important. So at least the run rate is still on par.
Well, Trinidad had an opening stand, I think it was 67. So they'll take heart from the fact that Otley and Webster didn't really
go berserk.
Yeah,
They played situational cricket. Even Django when he came in.
yeah. Yeah, I think they didn't make use of those stats. Those stats that they got was crucial because getting a start on this pitch is not easy. And I think that's where the Red Force team would have faltered is that no one really got over 50.
Mhm.
But we are yet to see how the CCC are going to respond on the same pitch because we know the pitch is difficult, but we'll see how they fare on this pitch. Shot.
Over pitch. Driving
Yeah,
beautifully.
beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot. Just transferring the weight nicely and into the
Yeah.
boundary for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Paris. It's nice to see a cover drive. Yeah. One of the most beautiful shots in the cricket books.
Yep.
Yeah, nice to see one go for 4.
So here the UE Faculty of Sport. And this is the first of 9 games to be played here.
Yeah, pretty tight schedule. Yeah,
Yep.
pretty tight schedule. Some games will be playing simultaneously on the same day.
Outside the off stump. Just pulling it back a bit, pushing it wide.
Yeah. Not and the good thing about this for the CCC batsmen is that they are not going to be feeling like they're under pressure because of the run rate that they need to score at. So if they just stay around 4 runs and over, or 4.5, they would never really feel like they're under pressure once they keep wickets, and that's the comfortable thing about chasing that score.
I think also one of the approaches they could take is let's bat out the overs. If you bat out 50 overs, you're definitely going to get
4 runs.
through the
Beautiful shot.
offside.
Yeah.
If you bat out 50 overs, you're definitely going to get past 195.
Yeah.
Look at that
exactly.
shot.
Yeah,
Again.
beautiful shot. Yeah. The exquisite shot through the covers there by Paris.
Stunning. You really look good.
Yeah. 26 for 1.
Well, we've had 6 overs bowled. I think the official scorer is trying to sort it out. Yes, it's sorted
Right,
out.
good.
30 for 1.
Nice.
Current run rate 5. Trinidad would know that to win this game, they can't defend. You have to bowl
Yeah.
out the students.
Yeah. I agree with that. And they're going at 5 runs and over, so they are above where they need to be. So wickets is important. So Carriper knows the role he have to play here in this innings.
Ken, good line.
Yeah.
It's getting the ball to bite off the track.
And it's important for bowlers to bowl in pairs. So you have to keep it tight on both ends, so you keep the pressure. But anytime runs is scoring from one end, and you don't have to take unnecessary risk against carry play. And I think we want the batsman to be taking a risk against carry play if you are a Red Force fan.
Mm-hmm. Pear tries the arm ball now.
3 dots in the over so far. So expect something to happen, as David Williams always say. When you get enough dot balls, sometimes you will see the coaches have a sort of a board on their hand where they're actually making notes. And while they're scoring, they're actually scoring. And they could tell you a wicket is going to fall here. David Williams used to look at it and he say, 1 dot ball, 2 dot ball, 3 dot ball, we'll be right there. And he say, look, a wicket is going to fall just now.
All mind games.
Yeah. Cause Dot ball builds pressure.
Yeah. What is happening here?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if it leads the wicket for Trinidad.
That's looks like a maiden over.
Yeah. Maiden over.
Yeah.
Over number 7.
A rare thing these days.
Yeah, it's very rare. To even get a maiden in the test match is rare.
Yeah, especially if Australia is playing.
Yeah. Australia or England.
Yeah. You're not going to see any ashes.
Definitely. They're playing what is called baseball now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But my opinion on that is baseball is really calypso cricket that was played by the West Indies team all the time, all through the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah, that aggressive style.
Yep.
Yeah. So we have is that Terrence? Actually Terrence Hines now
Yep.
is into the attack.
Hines is going to come in from the southern end or the highway end.
So he would be looking to exploit that wind that is blowing across the right-hander. As Terrence Hines is very good at getting it to leave the right-hand batsman. So he would be looking at using that. No slip in place, but a good single there.
A weighted shot.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
knew that. You know, on the rushing fielder would have had to take some time to get to it. It wasn't pushed firmly.
Yeah, I know that we haven't seen much batsmen get caught in slip today, but I would have had a slip in place. Especially knowing that we're trying to get wickets, I would have had at least one slip there.
Oh, Puran plays a nothing shot, really.
Yeah, because you're still trying to get wickets. Defending runs is important, but you have to get wickets. So you have to strike that balance right now while the ball is new.
Hines. Much better there from Puran. It's allowing it to come on to him, pushing it square.
Allowing the ball to come onto the bat, and that is what would have happened with Kieran Powell, my former teammate. Yeah, that one he tried to play through the line and it looked like it held up a bit in the pitch. So if Puran could learn from that and realize that he has to allow the ball to come onto the bat or get his front foot out and cover the bounce of the ball.
Worked away. Easy batting. Very strong wind has picked up here.
Yeah. Kamil Puran has batted 21 balls, so he is somewhat getting set at the moment here now. So Paris 19 balls for his 13 runs. So both batsmen understanding their role and that they need to build a partnership and rotate the strike when they can. That would really help their scoring rate to take over. And cricket is a game now you have to learn really quick.
Yep.
You don't have to, you can't wait too long to learn. So they would have seen the singles, not scoring singles, the problems it would have had. And that's a good shot over cover.
Great
Good
effort
work.
out there.
Yeah, good work there. Is that Pierre?
Yep.
Carry Pierre.
One of the best
Okay.
fielders
Yeah.
in the region.
Yeah,
Harry
yeah.
Pierre.
Very, very good fieldsman.
Look at that. Over the infield.
Yeah, good shot there by Puran. 2 runs, 3 runs. What did they? How many? 2 runs. Oh, thought they could have gotten 3 there.
Well, Carry Pair
Carry pair.
took
That's
after
the
that.
factor.
Yep,
Carry pair factor.
that's the factor. Carry Pair cheesed that down like a doubles on a Saturday morning. He was able to pull it back in.
Yeah. You don't want to really test Carry pair hands when he's throwing it back into the keeper. Yeah.
Speaking of doubles, I see you're a serious doubles man. You had a triple yesterday.
Yeah, we actually, that was actually homemade.
Serious?
Yeah, both me and my wife, we made doubles. We started actually during the COVID-19 pandemic, the lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
So remember all food,
Yeah.
all food on a whole restaurants had closed and roadside food. So we started went on YouTube and we actually found a couple recipes and we came up with our own version where we actually have whole wheat barras.
Wow.
Yeah, so I do the chana and my wife will do the bara.
It looked good.
Like
Look
the
very
fried
good.
dough for our viewers in the Caribbean.
Uh-huh.
They will know about doubles,
Doubles
but,
everywhere,
but the flour part is called the bara,
Yes.
the bread, you know. So yeah,
It looked good. I thought it was commercial.
there was someone told me I could actually go into business. I could sell doubles. Yeah, actually posted on my Facebook. So
Yes,
probably
I
that's
saw
where
it.
you saw it.
Yeah. And all the condiments as well.
Yeah, everything. The cucumber, the sweet sauce. Yeah. Oof.
Oh, again,
not done.
good delivery.
Yeah.
Bounce and turn. Too much turn. And as they always say, sometimes the batsman is not in good enough form to nick those.
Yeah, I don't think much players around the world could even play that delivery.
Tumbling stop there by Karaya. Fighting for the force.
Yeah, it reminds me of the delivery that Jason Mohammed got out with. I don't know if you saw it. It was an excellent delivery. It almost pitched outside leg and hit the top off stump.
Yep.
And it was angling into him. Yeah, really good delivery there.
Well, backing away, it's a funny looking shot. Woolley saves it. They come back for 2. It's a funny looking shot there.
Yeah.
If I can just see
It
that
was
again.
Irish, yeah.
Just pulling away. So looking to make room on the offside. Look at it.
Oh, yeah.
Pear kept the same line he has been keeping all the time. Well, our scorer seems to have fell asleep after lunch. It's now 9:38 for 1.
Yeah, had too much of a lunch.
Too much of that lunch that Adrian Barrett spoke about.
Yeah. Compliments to the cook, whoever prepared the meal for the Super50 clash, the CG Super50 clash, CCC versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the UE Speckins in Augustine.
Hines to continue his second over. His first over went for 6. Brand reaches for this one. That's 4 runs.
Yeah.
Beating Shaw third man.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand really plan really, but yeah, as well I see the sweeper is out on the offside and he brought in the third man, so not sure what the intent is. How they're planning to actually out him.
They would know a lot about Puran because he plays here, of course. He's a Trinidadian, plays in the domestic league against all these guys.
Yeah.
Don't know if they think that they can push it wide and have him look to loft it.
To the sweeper.
And the sweeper comes into effect.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
Better. Much better.
Yeah. Still think they should have that slip. Always believe when you're trying to get wickets, they have to have that attacking, that slip in place. Even if it's not a normal first slip, but a wide-ish first slip.
It's a bit fuller.
short third man moves around to his right pretty quickly.
Yeah. Keon Utley there at short third man. Yeah. Former presentation college Agonas guy also.
Mm-hmm.
Yannick also. Yannick his brother.
Utley, yeah. I say good afternoon to his dad, a friend of mine's, Bede Utley.
Bede Utley.
That's the man.
Yeah.
Became friends in our days at the Inland Revenue.
Yeah. Yeah, remember when he used to coach his two sons in the Esmeralda Sports Club in Enterprise.
Speaking about that,
Yeah.
let's say good afternoon to Rafi Ali. Good old Rafi.
Yeah. Rafi Ali, the president of Esmeralda Sports Club here in Trinidad and Tobago.
For life.
For life. One of the local club teams here.
These guys, they give their service to cricket.
Yeah,
You know, it's good to pay respect to them. You know.
And I also played for Esmeralda Sports Club too.
Right.
When I was 13 years, I played a season with the Esmeralda Sports Club. Yeah. So actually, my dad used to bowl me a lot. There's the nets there. That is why I actually started. My cricket journey was in the Esmeralda Sports Club in Enterprise. Yeah. That concrete pitch I was talking about, that concrete strip. Yeah.
You know, Avide Samaru, good buddy. Avi, his dad also did some work with him in his formative years, and they live in Chukwuonas, but that's what Endeavour on the main road.
Yeah, Avide Samaru Park.
Yep.
Yeah.
But Avi's house is right on the main road, and of course they didn't have the Avide Samaru Park then.
Right.
And his dad used to bowl him on the road, and have him bowl on the road, but very early in the morning before the traffic started. So it's 10 gone, the latest score here, 43 for 1. Adrian Barrett and I will take a short break, and Liam Mamchan and of course Anthony Gray comes a calling.
Welcome back here at the Frank Royal Field, Trinidad and Tobago. Looking for wickets, and you got to say it's a much better for start from CCC than we saw from Trinidad earlier on.
Yeah, Liam, it's a much better start, as you mentioned, in the power play, the first power play. The Red Force saw 27 runs. It's now 43 for the loss of this one. So a good enough start by the CCC team, chasing 195 to win.
Yeah,
So
there's no real need for any big risk at this stage of the game. You've seen it's a difficult track to bat on, and once you get set, you have to get set to get a score on this. We saw Jet Goody and Yannick Carrier earlier on. They had to dig deep to get a couple of late runs for Trinidad and Tobago. So I think Kamil Puran and Paris maybe taking pattern from them.
Yes, they're set already, and we were discussing when we were not on that Puran is an excellent player. He's a little bit more balanced now. He was ultra aggressive a couple of years ago, but he's a lot more balanced now, and a very intelligent young player.
Yeah, you've seen in recent times the opportunities he's gotten at the regional 4-day level. I think that really developed his game well. You know, in the local circuit, he's a bit of a fast bowling bully. You can't bowl to Kamil Puran and Trinidad and Tobago, but I think the 4-day did him a lot of good in terms of his technique and his understanding of building an innings and structuring the way that he has to play.
Yeah, it's always about the way you structure your innings, but you have to understand your strengths and weaknesses. And he was ultra aggressive years ago, and that led to his downfall. But he's got some very good scores in recent times in local cricket, and you would want him to transfer that productivity to this 50-over tournament, because he's one of the deciding factors. If the CCC team is to do well, he's an opening batsman with class. He's got the ability to get runs, and if he can get a couple of good scores, a couple of centuries, some 50s, it'll be good for the CCC. Condition still good. It's still good for the spinners because the surface has dried out a bit now, and because of the hot atmospheric conditions, it is expected to turn a little bit more.
And turning a bit more could be problems for CCC. We saw spin be the detriment of the Red Force innings earlier on. And Terence Hines breaking up the pitch a bit. Didn't see much of that in the game so far. Terence Hines showing he's got a bit of pace on him.
Yeah, he bowls a heavy ball. The thing with him is that he's predominantly an outswing bowler. Can bowl a very good Yorker. And he's a tricky type bowler because you don't get that consistent pace from him. He's played a lot of T20 cricket. And as we discussed, with Pollard in the T20 scenario, he's learned a lot from Sunil Ryan and these guys at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. It's a faster delivery from him, kept a bit low, but a faster delivery. That's opportunity with that pace on the ball to score runs. And you want the batsman, as we suggested, to feel the ball on the bat and open the face of the bat. Has to run it down to third man to get that one run.
Yeah, that's a good point. We saw when he was bowling earlier on inside the power play, he had a deep cover and a deep square leg and a couple of runs leaked down to that third man region. Now see Isaiah Raja's on the field as a sub and he's down at third man.
Yeah, you've got to be looking to play that a little bit finer. It was a good delivery on the line of the middle stump, but lateral movements at the crease will give him the leverage and the movement to play the ball down to fine leg. So all these little details of batsmanship will come into play, or should come into play.
Says Hines again. Good delivery, and that's that outside edge we were talking about. He's continuing to get the ball moving away from the right-hander.
Yeah, it's a key part of the game. There's no slips in place, and I'm not sure if this is the right thing now, the right tactical move, because Hines is definitely an outswing bowler. With that semi-wrong number action, he gets close to the stumps, and no slips in place is easy for Paris to just open the face of the bat and run down to third man, and he achieved 4 runs. So that's good batting.
Another thing too, you're defending 195. You've not got a lot of runs to play with, so having a slip there, you need to be on the attack. You need wickets. I don't think the Red Force would be able to bowl 50 overs and defend this 195 runs with the start that TCC got off too. So I think you got to have a slip there. You got to be on the attack, always, looking for wickets. And I think they're missing a trick here. And with 2 right-handers out there, it shouldn't be long before we see the leg spinner come in, Yannick Karaya.
Yeah, and the thing with a fast bowler, medium fast bowler without a slip bowling outswing, you really have to have a slip in place to negate the batsman from going for that shot, that run down to third man shot. You really want a slip in place for him to look to play straighter and not get that single or that 4.
That one not getting up as much, but some good heat on it still.
Yeah, I think that with Terence Hines, he tries a lot of short delivery just to keep the batsman honest and in their crease. But the thing with him, he doesn't have the pace, but still he can bowl a heavy delivery. So it's not bad thinking at all, and the execution was good enough there.
He's got the field for it. There's a fine leg and a deep backward square. Here he is again. And this time pitched up again, and It's too easy there for Kamal Puran, just opening the face down to Raja, third man, and it's just easy singles. And you see, if you put a slip in there now, he's going to be a bit tentative playing that shot down to third man. He's not going to be as confident, he's not going to be as free flowing down there, and then you have the opportunity to bowl a couple of dot deliveries and really, pull the plug a bit on the CCC batting lineup.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. The game is about the tactical moves that captains make just to negate batsmen from scoring for runs. But there's a water break, the first water break, and this has been a good score at the moment for CCC, chasing 195 to win this encounter, this first game, and now 48 for the loss of 1 after 12 overs. So good batting, as I said before, and we saw it in the first half of the game. They have to refocus after they come, but Anderson Phillips has not been all that good. Of course, this is the first game, and you don't expect bowlers to come into the game with full momentum, and he struggled with his momentum. Brian Charles has been good and frugal with just going for 3 runs and over in his 2 overs. And Carey Pear, he's going to be. So it's a good bowling unit. And it takes a lot of batting to get to the score, but they've got a good start, the CCC team.
Yeah, definitely. And with that, we're going to take a short break for drinks, and we'll be right back after this.
We're here with CPL champion and first-time Super 50 participant Mikel Govaya. Mikel, into your first tournament, fresh off winning your first ever CPL that you participated in. What's so many things you're looking to bring into that from that experience into the Super 50?
For me, I am basically looking on doing these simpler things for a longer period of time and being a little more consistent in the Super 50 for sure.
And, coming up against what would be your home team, a lot of guys that you played cricket with and cricket against. What's some of the advantages that you would have going into this game, and also may have some disadvantages considering you played against these guys before?
Well, simply because of how much cricket we played club season and whatnot. Obviously, some of the guys know me, but to my advantage, I know some of the guys as well. So at the end of the day, who comes and play the better cricket will win today, I think.
Good luck and have a good tournament.
And we're back here, 49 for 1 at the end of 12. Paris, 21 of 31. And I really like the way that Shaq Paris has gone about his innings. He came in, he's played some good shots. He's picked some good gaps when Anderson Phillip was bowling. He was driving the ball nicely through the covers. He's really looked in full control. Carey Pear, though, what a spell he's having. Just 4 runs in his 4 overs, 22 dot deliveries.
That's amazing. He's really a consistent type bowler. Knows his game inside out. Not afraid to flag the ball. It's a good shot, but well fielded. Yeah, one of the things about Carey Pear, he's improved immensely in his batting also, and we know that he's a brilliant fielder. I think that he's ideally suited for the T20 game and not too bad in the 50 game.
Yeah, definitely. I think what he does well is he's consistent, and he's not got all the variations in the world like his spin twin Nakil Hussain, but he's really consistent and can put the ball on a spot for you all day. Would give you that 10 overs in a 50 over game for maybe 30 runs or less. And I think there's a place for any type of bowler that can do that in any West Indies team.
Yeah, he doesn't over-try, doesn't overthink the game. He's a professional, and that's what makes him very consistent, because he's got the skill, but the temperament is also there.
Looking around at this Red Force team that they play in 11, 8 of these guys would have represented the West Indies at some point in time. Amir Django would have been part of the West Indies A team just recently against South Africa. The only two guys out of that playing 11 who haven't really gotten into that setup yet is Jed Gully, who's pretty close to me, and Tion Webster as well. And I think he's also not far off a West Indies call-up soon, or even on the A-team call-up. Seen Jed Gully score a lot of runs in the region of 40, and he's going to be looking to have a good 50 over tournament as well. But it shows you the experience around and the ability of all these Red Force players. So it's not going to be easy for CCC to get this 195.
Yeah, but Jet Cooley, he was a part of the 2016 World Cup Under-19 winning team. So he's come from a culture of winning, and obviously he's been around the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup for quite some time now. And as we mentioned last year, he had a good 4-day season. I just think that he has to work on his fitness. His bowling will come in handy. And in situations, we saw it today, when his team requires him to go out there and bat for long and sort of build partnerships at the end, he can do that. So he can be situational. So I think that he's a talented player, and because he's taken a while to get into stride, where playing at the highest level is concerned, but because of the influx of talent of the Red Force team, he had it hard in the recent past coming into the team, but he's now made his mark, and he's continued to get better and better.
I mean, you look at this Red Force team over the past few years, you've got guys like Brian Charles, who's really now getting into the white ball game. He had to wait pretty much until Sunil Narayan left the game to get his opportunity, and it would happen to a lot of guys. You see Jed Gully now getting his chance because Darren Bravo is no longer part of the team. You had to wait your turn because, as you rightfully said, the influx of talent here in Trinidad and Tobago with these players.
Yeah, this is a good shot by Paris, getting forward and getting out and driving that one for a single. Now you look at the field placing, there's a leg slip in place, and that's because of the tremendous turn that Brian Charles is getting. So they're attacking the on side or the leg side, and this is a good shot. Looking for 2 runs, getting 1 run. And I've been impressed with this partnership. Shows that these young players are not going to be dependent on the senior players. They would want to put up their hands and build a partnership.
I think you and Paul could learn a thing or two of the way Paris has gone about it.
Yeah, that was not a good shot at all, because he didn't spend enough time on the wicket, and obviously played a little too early, tried to hit over the top, and found himself wanting. I noticed something about Brian Charles, a good appeal there. He is ringing the ball, he's working his fingers on the ball and really ringing it. It's a good flight to delivery. But coming forward, and the umpire deciding that it was not out, so good delivery. And he had to work harder coming around the wicket as an off-break bowler, and he's working really hard to get that ball in the right areas.
He is a hard worker, and he's been improving leaps and bounds over the past few seasons. Finally got his opportunity just recently, called up to the West Indies test team against South Africa. Didn't get a game, but valuable experience for him, and it seems to be a trend in recent time with these Trinbagonian players. Terence Hines, now we see Brian Charles as well, both recently called up to the squad and didn't get an opportunity just yet. What will be disappointing is if they get dropped the next series without getting the chance. That's what's going to be disappointing.
Yes, part and parcel of international cricket because you have a certain degree of players, but they have the same level of talent, so it makes it very difficult for the selectors to make, or the selector to make a decision. So you will find these things happening very often. It's a good over by him, and just going for 10 runs. So excellent bowling, and they would want to not just attack from both ends, but be frugal from both ends, and they're doing a good job. You could have a good, strong bowling unit, but if they're not working together, it doesn't say much.
Yeah, that is true. Bowling in partnerships is such a big part of professional cricket. You usually see what the bowler on one end, 6 overs, 6 mediums, no wicket, and then the guy on the other end, 6 overs, 5 for 40. It's about building the pressure on one end, and the other end is where the wickets are going to fall. And Trinidad and Tobago building pressure from both ends at this point in time with Pay and Brian Charles.
That's a good shot. Good shot. Good movement away from the ball, giving himself some room outside the line of the leg stump, and Des angling the bat to put the ball on the ground. He's not going hard at the ball outside the off stump, so good shot.
And I had a look at Paris during the CPL. He would have represented the Trinidad Knight Riders, and I thought he was going to be a really good 50 over player because he tends to start off his innings a bit slow, but does also have the ability to catch up. He hits a long ball. I believe he hit either the biggest or the second biggest six in the CPL this year, but he has the ability to turn it up. He can hit a long ball, but his temperament in terms of spending time at the crease and playing some good shots, not be in trouble too early. I think if there's one thing he'd want to improve on is his rotation of the strike, and he's looked good today so far.
Yeah, he's not looked bad at all. He's got to utilize that physicality that he has. He's about 6'1", 6'2". He's got to get out to the spinners. He's got to drive the ball in such an aggressive way once he gets to the pitch of the ball. Make a statement, a mental statement that he's come to really score runs. But he's got a good start, 24 of 35 deliveries. And as you mentioned, he's got to accumulate runs by the ones and twos, not only the boundaries. It's a good turner. Ball is really ripping. And Gary Peard cannot really be described as a big turner of the ball, but he's getting one or two deliveries to rip away from the right-handers. Excellent over. 54 for the loss of 1 after 15.
6 overs for Gary Peard now, just 5 runs conceded, no wicket yet. But he's doing his job, and he's doing what he's been known to do for Trinidad and Tobago for so many years now. He's been in and out of the team because of Akil Hussain and his likeness, but Akil's not around. He's gotten a big role as well. He's vice captain of the team, and he's leading by example here. Just want to add a few wickets to that wicket column now.
This is good batting. Good batting. Working the ball off the front foot, coming forward, utilizing that height, and then working the ball around and manipulating the field. And I think that if you get close and closer to the score with wickets intact, it might encourage the bowlers to bowl those boundary deliveries because they have to be a little bit more attacking. It's a good shot again. So you've seen the batsmen, both of them, very good at picking up the ones and the twos. Look more comfortable now against the spin of Charles.
15 or 52 for Kamil Puran. Still like to see him rotate the strike a bit more.
It's excellent batting. Looking for 2. Really fast between the sticks. And that's a good bit of feeling. Or it's a good effort by Raja, but not being able to stop that ball from going into the boundary. Excellent shot, a paddle sweep shot, and just using the pace of the ball. Look at him. Good try by Raja, but to no avail. Excellent batting. We talk about the sweep shots. Brian Lara. And we had a discussion early on, Adrian Barrett and myself, and we were talking about Brian Lara and the sweep shots, the conventional sweep shot. He played it from different angles, eh?
Yeah. An appeal for LBW, a bit of a half appeal from Joshua De Silva. And Charles running in to take what looked like a return catch, but let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, really ringing that ball coming round the wicket. Hardly likely we'll get the LBW decision coming round the wicket. You really have to have that ball straightening from the off stump. That's a comical bit of football being played by Joshua De Silva, not getting wrong. That's to tell you how much the ball is turning, because it didn't give him a chance to get around there, so he had to play a Ronaldo type shot with the foot.
Well, credit to him there, because I think if he missed that one, that was going down to the boundary. Raja is pretty square there, deep square leg. There's no real chance for him if that got past the Silva. Looking for a Man United contract.
Again, the ball is turning significantly. So, has to be, and you look at Joshua De Silva, he's the skipper of this Red Force side. He's really remonstrating to the bowler that he has to pitch it outside the off stump, because he's pitching it middle on the leg and it's angling down the leg side a little bit more, which makes it very difficult for the wicketkeeper to get to the ball. So he's got to pitch it outside the off stump with a degree of turn that he's getting.
And I think there's the opportunity to get that magic ball. Pitches outside the off stump and spins through the gate. This is going to be a chase for Karaya. He's not going to be able to fetch it, and it goes into the boundary for 4.
That's a wonderful shot. Wonderful shot. The ability to hit down on the ball and to put the ball in the gap and using the pace of the ball, but understanding that this outfield is also drier now, so the ball sped away to the boundary for 4. So excellent shot by the tall and elegant Paris.
Well, he's been in Trinidad and Tobago playing a lot of cricket recently. He played for CCC, for Victoria, in the local circuit. And now representing CCC. A good effort there from Charles. And he's usually a superb athlete, especially fielding off his own bowling. Let's have a look at this again. Fingertips away. And Paris, he moves on now to 34-40. And I think that ability, that opportunity got to come to Trinidad and Tobago and play a lot of club cricket is gonna benefit him, especially in the Super 50. It's not going to be conditions that he's too foreign to.
That's an excellent point. Excellent point, because I've said it before. The islanders, people who don't get the opportunity to play a lot of spin bowlers to this degree, should come to Trinidad and to play against some of the best spinners in the Caribbean, and that will develop the game. So it's about what you need as a player to develop your game, and it's good that Paris has played club cricket in Trinidad. That previous delivery, he had to wait on the ball a little bit more, because he sometimes can play with a heavy hand and he can play too early. So good batting at the moment. He scored well, 34 for 40 deliveries. And Yannick Correa has been brought on with his right arm wrist spin. Most deliveries you expect to go away from the right-handers.
Yeah, they're going to need him today. He had a brilliant Super 50 last year. Picked up back-to-back fifers, as well as scored quite a lot of runs. And what a start from him. Right on spot. And this is going to be the real test here. Paris versus Correa. The leg spinner going to turn the ball sharply away from him. Correa is a big turn of the ball. And what I like about Correa is the pace that he operates at. He slows them up. He can turn the ball at pace. So it's going to be interesting to see how Paris deals with this. And with that long reach, he does have the ability to step along down the pitch and try to negate that turn.
Yes, just to not just use the pace of the ball, but to use the angle. Once he gets close to the ball, he can open the face using the angle of the deliveries.
delivery again.
It's a good flight to delivery outside the line of the off stump. A little wideish of Paris. He was going for that expansive drive. Missed it completely. So Correa will try again, not just to negate the batsman, but to get this wicket. It's a good ball. Well played. Full face of the bat down the track, getting the 1 run. The field, obviously, after the first power play, is much more relaxed now, so there's a lot of gaps out there to score from.
Pooran 15 of 52. Do you think he's gonna look to accelerate now with the leg spinner? Do you think Kamil Pooran is gonna look to take on the leg spinner?
Yeah, he's good at playing leg spin. He uses the depths of the crease quite well. He looks at the ball closely. I've been very impressed with him. Although he's not been as his fluent best, we know he can be a lot more aggressive. But he's not batting badly at all. He understands that Paris is scoring a little faster than him, and he's decided to stay at the wicket and bat for long.
Oh, could be a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, I think that it's a cue for Correa to bowl against Paris. He's flighted some delivery outside the off stump, completely missed it by Paris. Doesn't seem to be able to follow the ball, the trajectory of the ball. His head is up in the air playing that shot, and he misses that ball, or he got an outside edge. So got to be careful. He's got to follow the ball, the line of the ball, the flight of the ball, and watch that ball onto his bat.
Looks like it's going to be a change in bowling, is it? Looks like it's going to be Jason Mohammed from the
southern end.
From the southern end. The man with the golden arm, Jason Mohammed, he always seems to come on and pick up a wicket in his first over. And let's see if he can do it again.
Well, the thing about Jason Mohammed is that his type of bowling is a rarity. In practice, batsmen don't get it. He's sluggish through the air. He's consistent, but he doesn't have pace on the ball at all. It's a good man to bring on, but he has to execute. See, when a ball is full like that, it should be driven down the wicket past the bowler. And if you allow those type of deliveries to go a begging, it will give Jason Mohammed a lot more confident.
Let's see how he goes. And that's it. It's slow and it's turning. And let's see how Kamil Pooran deals with this, because he likes pace on the ball. He's an opening batsman who likes to play on the up, likes to go over the top a lot. And how's he going to handle Jason Mohammed, who's just going to throw the ball up there? And if it turns, it turns. If it doesn't, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, you really have to get to the pitch of the ball and try to put the ball on the floor. I mean, a lot of times batsmen want to hit over the top, and they're not really to the pitch of the ball, but it's a safer shot to try to get to the pitch and hit it on the floor. Oh, ball is turning significantly. This is good running, excellent running, fast between the sticks. And a good response from Paris also to respond well to his batting partner's call. It's been excellent. When you look at rotational strike, that is what you want to see. A really extreme aggression between the sticks.
Oh, here is Mohammed again. Hit straight to Django at short fine. Django gets around quickly, so there's not going to be a run.
You've got to get out a little bit more to that ball and try to put it closer to the square leg umpire rather than finer.
And that is a beauty from Jason Mohammed. It's just missing the stump, so that's the end of over number 18. And 75 for 1. Gotta say, CCC still seem to be in full control.
Yeah, and it's not about being risky at this point in time. It's not about looking at the bonus points. Obviously, they will come into play later on, but the first goal is to win the game. And of a score of 195 to get with 9 wickets in hand, they are at an advantageous position at this point in time. It's not about losing wickets. It's not about being risky. It's just about playing it as you see it. And it's been a good start by the CCC team. I think the coaches would be very happy at this point in time, but not complacent. And that's the other thing that you have to tell the batsmen to come to maintain focus in the dressing room. Correa will continue. There's 4 runs coming off his first over. It's a flight to delivery again. And this is the 3rd delivery that Paris has had some trouble connecting. He's opted to flight those deliveries because there's a slip in place. Joshua De Silva not collecting cleanly at all. And it's a ploy to bowl those flighted deliveries up to Paris outside the off stump. Well played. That's better. And that's what I meant by using the pace of the ball, but using the angle of the delivery too. Yep.
Yeah, probably the fielding from Anderson Phillip running in there at backward point. They went for the one-hand pickup and not picking up cleanly with a chance of a run out. Correa's bowled well so far. And Paris, in fact, last Purhan looking to go across the line, but Webster's there at short mid wicket.
Once you get to the pitch of the ball, you could practically do anything with it. You can hit it anywhere, and he's opted for the slog sweep, but he didn't get under the ball. And it's a good option, but poor execution.
And that's it. That's the one they've been looking for. Purhan goes. A good sharp catch from Brian Charles at slip. And the leg spinner gets the job done. Yannick Correa strikes and Purhan goes.
Well, excellent bowling by Yannick Correa. The thing about him is that he's flighting the ball. It doesn't matter, it's Paris. But this time it's Kamil Purhan. Now he's shorter, much shorter than Paris. So coming forward, he had to get long forward. He didn't get long forward at all. And the ball hit the edge of the bat. And it was well taken in that slip area. So good bowling by Yannick Correa. A much needed wicket coming the way of the Red Force, and Kamil Purhan going for not scoring a lot. The other batsman to come here now would be Richards, the Mario Richards. He's a fantastic young player. Bats at the number 4 position. So you have, I think that Brooks will come after the number 5 position. So you have a lot of experience to come. But this guy is an exceptional young talent.
Yeah, he's been a part of this setup for quite some time now. And you want to keep improving, get himself into maybe the West Indies Academy or at least his Barbados team at home. We've seen guys graduate rather quickly from the college team into the Barbados team. We had Karim Allen last year, would have dominated for CCC and ended up in the West Indies Academy later on in the 40 and then now he's into his home team.
Yeah.
So he's been growing leaps and bounds as well. And what a player he is. He's definitely going to be opening the batting for the West Indies in the future.
Yeah, left arm, right arm combination at the wicket at the moment. So I think it's a good thing to have a left-hander now.
I think that might be part of the reason that Shamar Brooks might have held himself back one spot. Don't want Correa to have it too easy out there. That's a brilliant start from Correa.
And you've seen him improve on his ability to bowl the googlies at will too. So that could come into play. There's a man stationed in that slip area waiting for that faulty shot.
Oh, here's Karaya. And a bit too straight this time, and Demario Richards able to put it away down to the short, down to the fine leg boundary, but Anderson Phillip gets around, pick up 2 runs. And I think Paris holds the key here to the CCC innings. Couple quick wickets, and you never know where this game could go.
As you mentioned before, he's got to bat long into the innings. He's gotten a good start, 38 over 47 deliveries, and you want him to carry on to something big here, a big 50 to get his team closer and closer to that score of 195 to win this first game. Winning the first game would mean that the team would be buoyant, very, very confident going into the tournament. But this first game very important for both teams. As Jason Mohammed will continue. Slow delivery, turn, but enough time for the batsman to adjust, get himself inside the line of the ball, and work the ball through the onside. It's good batting. Conditions here continue to be very good at SPEC, East Trinidad, University of the West Indies. Wonderful venue.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of my favorite grounds in Trinidad and Tobago to play at, as Mohammed continues. The evergreen Jason Mohammed got out today quite cheaply, but I still think he has a lot to offer for Trinidad and Tobago cricket. He's probably at the end of his career now, but I think he does have one more good season left in him. What a servant to Trinidad and Tobago cricket he has been over the past decade or so.
Over
more
15
than a
years.
decade, yeah.
Maybe over 50, yeah, over 15 years. Not just on the 19 cricket, but senior team cricket too.
What a delivery that is, Jason Mohammed.
And
He's
the option
heating
to
up.
come wrong the wicket is a good one because the ball is gripping and turning, so the batsman will have to play a dose delivery. Slip still in place. Wow.
Oh my, Jason Mohammed. You could just sense that something's gonna happen here. Trinidad and Tobago, that wicket, they're up for it now, they're looking for more. They smell a bit of blood.
And with the slow, tight deliveries that he consistently bowls, he allows the ball to turn. And one of the great things about this is that he gives the ball enough air too, so it's a slow, tight delivery that he bowls consistently well, and he bowls it in the right area. He allows the pitch to do the work for him, and what a fantastic over.
So that brings us to the end of over number 20. At the end of 20 is 79 for 2. We're back here, and joining me is former West Indies opening batsman Adrian Barrett. A good 10 over spell there for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes. Thanks for having me, Liam. I appreciate it being here with you. Yeah, I really got last over here by Jason Mohammed. In fact, the batsman being done by the spin there on a number of occasions from Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, and it's that slow turn that does for them. Karaya's bowling at a good pace on this end and getting the ball to turn. And Jason Mohammed is just slowing it up, throwing it up in the air for them, and they're just getting forward and getting beaten still.
Yeah, it's as if it have too much turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, beating the bat.
Here is Karaya again. And this innings from Paris has been really well controlled. He's
Yeah.
on to 39.
A lot of spin here for Karaya. I wouldn't mind putting in an extra slip there for Karaya, and even when Jason is bowling to the left-hander, because of that extra slip. We even have that slip a bit finer.
Yeah, definitely, because there's a lot of turn on offer. Just a bit too full there from Karaya, but if you can get him just back a touch and get that ball ripping away.
Because we really need wickets. I don't think we could defend the score per se. We have to get wickets and really bowl out CCC, because they, if I'm not mistaken, they are above the run rate at the moment. So
yeah, they should be comfortably home at this stage, and you're right. The only thing that's gonna win this game for Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time is gonna be wickets.
Yes.
So they got to be on the attack, and you mentioned earlier off air that Terrence Hines should have had another slip in, and had one slip in at least at that point in time, and the very next ball it went down to slip before.
Yeah.
They've got to be on the attack at this stage.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because we have to get wickets. So yes, you want to defend runs, but you have to get wickets, and it's a pitch where attacking is not difficult. You have the upper hand with the kind of bouncer turn here at the moment.
Richard's getting all the way across his stumps there, and just working it into the onside. He gets one. Another good over from Karaya, though.
Yeah, the overs are going quickly now with both spinners on the end. So that is good. If the TNT Red Force team could get in these overs, of course we need wickets, but getting in the overs quickly also will assist in building up that pressure and keep building those dot balls. So we know there's a lot of time still in the game. We know I'm not 114 from 175 balls, so but 140 runs is still a lot on this pitch. But we definitely will need to continue to apply that pressure. And Jason Mohammed here, who's pretty handy with the ball, will certainly be looking to get a breakthrough here.
Yeah, most definitely. Here he is again. An appeal for LBW. Bit of a half appeal, really. Seems to have some bat involved there.
Yeah.
But Jason Mohammed continues to cause problems for the CCC batsmen.
Yeah, not sure if that one went straight on, because that's the danger now. When the ball is spinning so much, those straight deliveries pose a real threat to that LBW, that front foot.
Yeah, well, that's the one that doesn't turn becomes a wicket-taking delivery, just like that
this one here again. Yeah, so Jason understands what's happening here, and it's good to see that he's adapting quickly, because sometimes when it's spinning too much, sometimes it doesn't really help as a bowler.
It's harder to get the outside edge.
Yeah.
Look at that one again. What a delivery!
Yeah, that if I was that slip fielder, I would have been every ball I'm thinking I'm gonna get a catch.
It's that angle again from around the wicket, ball angling into the stump, so you have to play at it.
Yep.
And it's turning away sharply, so this is good from Mohammed. He's putting it in the right area.
Yeah.
And packing that offside field now to build some pressure on Richards.
Yeah, that's right. And so far, the conditions here seem to improve a bit. Even the outfielders, I'm seeing the batsmen just knocking the ball, and it's going pretty fast on the outfield, which is a good advantage for the CCC batsmen, because while the TNT Red Force team was batting, the outfield was holding up a bit. So, it really shows you that the conditions here at the ground is improving as the day goes along. And even the pitch, it seems to be coming on slightly better.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot easier than what Trinidad and Tobago went through early on. Another good over comes to an end from Jason Mohammed. And CCC would be comfortable at this stage, but everybody tells you, you look at your score and you had 2 wickets there, and then tell me if you're really comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so one wicket here could change the whole dynamic of the game. It's important here to get another wicket here, because Paris is pretty set there, 40 from 53 balls. He knows the role he needs to play. He would, I think everyone in the dressing room would be thinking that he's the guy to bat through the innings, because he's already set.
Definitely.
Yeah, the Red Force team would be looking to get to Mario Richards as he's already settling in at the moment. But yeah, we have the TNT Red Force team need to attack the new batsman as much as possible.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you're right. Paris is the wicket to get because he's looked comfortable. The only bowler that's caused some problems for him so far has been Yannick Carrier because of that ball turning so sharply away from his outside edge. But looked pretty comfortable in that shot. Gets a single out to deep cover.
Carrier already 3 overs, 3.1, 11 dot balls there already. So he's really looking to exploit that bounce. I'm yet to see it bounce as much as I thought it would have, because he's a very classical leg spinner, high action, flights the ball. So I was expecting more purchase there, but I guess he's getting into his stride here now.
Here is Karaya into Paris. Short delivery and it was a googly. It was going down leg. Paris would feel like he missed out on that one.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like he read it. Yeah, because he already got into that pull shot mood. But yeah, it spun a lot, which was interesting. The googly really spun a lot.
If you could get that ball outside the off stump, could really get Pirates in some problems here. But no, that's going to play on his mind a bit now that he knows that Karaya has the googly.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, it's always good to have the batsman thinking. You don't want, both batsmen getting set. It's important it is to apply that pressure all the time. Keep maintaining those dot balls. At the moment, they're scoring those singles, which is definitely relieving the pressure off of them.
This is good from Karaya though. Good from Pirates as well. I've been really impressed. He played in that on the 19 World Cup back in 2022. Had a couple of scores later on in the tournament and had a pretty decent CPL as well this year. So you could see that the experience that he's getting from these tournaments is coming into play now.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of the future prospects of West Indies cricket. And I guess in this tournament, as you mentioned, a lot of those guys who would have played at the under-19 level, you see them come through from West Indies, from the domestic under-19 tournament. They eventually get to this level and represent their national senior team in the Caribbean.
You see the West Indies Academy as well in action later on in this tournament. And that's an exciting young team. A lot of good young prospects fresh out of under-19 and a couple of older ones, Joshua Bishop and those guys, Teddy Bishop as well. They've been around for a while now. And that brings us to the end of another Yannick Carrier over. 4 overs, 1 for 12. Anderson Phillip earlier on picked up a wicket as well. He got Karen Powell out. You got the feeling that they need another one. And you look in the dugout there, you can see Darren Bravo sitting on the Rhine. Riyad Emrit, Lender Simmons, Green Bravo was here earlier as well.
Yeah. Nice to see these guys around the cricket. Really. Because the TNT Red Force team, it's a pretty inexperienced team. There's a transition in generations now, where the older guys now are on their way out, basically. You still have Jason Mohammed, who is 38 and is still representing Trinidad Red Force pretty well, and I'm sure the team would really be happy to have his experience still there. And because we could really do with any experience as much as possible. So those guys being around the setup there would really be a good motivation to the younger guys in the TNT Red Force setup.
Yeah, 100%, and it's good to see Sunil Narayan join the coaching staff for the Super 50. Would have played his last game last year in the final, picked up a couple of wickets where they won.
Yeah.
And now part of the coaching staff is such a good initiative from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and also to have the likes of Riyad Amrit around, who's been a stalwart. He would have been around from even your time of playing for Trinidad and Tobago, and played up until a couple of years ago, and ever since he's been always there, always ready to lend a helping hand to Trinidad and Tobago cricket.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot there by Paris. 6 runs. Yeah.
He was just waiting on that one. You could see that he's set, and you can't bowl a bad ball to him at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, he's set at the moment. Easy shot. Yeah. Big hit over long off there by Paris. That would really get him going. His confidence would really benefit from that. That shot over long one.
Does have the ability to hit a long ball, as we spoke about earlier, so you can't afford, especially now that he said you can't afford to bowl any loose delivery at him. He's going to put it away now.
Yeah. I guess he's making use of his height because he has a very long stride. So once Jason misses his length, he would definitely be able to capitalize on it. And a single there to down to long on.
He's leaning closer to 50 now. He moves to 48 of just 61 deliveries. And this is the matchup I want to see. Jason Mohammed to the left-hander, the Mario Richards. He's not been really able to score off of him at all. In fact, he's hardly even getting bat on ball. Jason Mohammed has been bowling so well to him.
Yeah, that's the thing about these left-handers to off-break bowlers here. It's always a challenge when it's spinning across. So yeah, he would be probably looking to wait on someone who's maybe like a Brian Charles or so, where it's spinning back into him. Or Carrie Pierce, sorry. Yeah.
When we look at that bowling lineup, all the spinners getting a fair run out. 4 overs for Mohammed, Karaya and Brian Charles, and 6 overs for Carrie Pierce for just 5 runs. And they've still got more options of spin as well. Jed Gully is still on the field. He is yet to bowl.
Oh yeah.
He bowls some off spin as well.
Right. Oh, I didn't know that.
They've got so many options. Tion Webster as well with his medium pace. He could come in.
Oh.
That's a short ball, and it's going to be
6
put
runs.
away. I mean, Django is a mere spectator at long on.
And that's 50.
What a 50 it is from Shaq Paris.
Yeah. Good innings by him. It's certainly turned out to be a man of the match innings from a batsman perspective, because this pitch, as we have seen, is not easy to bat on, and he's really capitalizing on that start. He's understanding his role to bat through the innings, and we've seen that here, 54 from 62 balls, which is a pretty good run rate on strike rate on this pitch.
Yeah, definitely. What a stop that is from Jason Mohammed, 38 years old and still able to get done like that.
Yeah. Still looking fit there in covers.
What a player he is.
In the covers position, one of the most attacking field placements there, and Jason Mohammed there dive into his right to stop that. That would have probably been 4 if he didn't stop it.
Yeah, definitely. Raja's quick out there, but Paris hit that one really hard. This time down the ground for a single.
Yeah, he's rotating the strike pretty nicely.
He just hit a 6, and we see so many times that batsmen tend to get carried away right after hitting a 6. They want to go again. And Paris showing good temperament, just getting a single down the ground. Yeah, this really been impressed with him.
Yeah, this is really good to see from Paris, especially coming fresh out of the CPL, where the intent is very different in the T20 format, and seeing him play at this pace here, scoring at just under 100 in terms of his strike rate, is really good to see that he's developing his batsmanship.
Yeah, something you want to see more and more of with these young players coming through. And Paris would have spent some time with some of the most experienced players around world cricket in that TPL. He would have played alongside, Karen Pollards, the doing Bravos, Andrew Russell, Sunil Narayan. These guys who have been through it all. They've seen everything there is to see in cricket.
Yeah, that's it. And that's why it's so important to have your experienced guys around, because when there is this transition in power, as they say, or the new generation of players, they are able to benefit from the older guys where before they leave, they get to share their knowledge. Because not all of them are going to come back as members of the coaching staff.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly.
Yeah, some, especially with guys like Bravo and Paula, whenever they decide, if they decide to go into the coaching aspect of things, yeah, as they are already, because Bravo is part of the Night Riders setup,
Pollard is part of the Mumbai Indians
Mumbai
as well.
Indians. So to get them to hang around the Red Force setup wouldn't be that easy because of their international commitments, even as a coach. So it's nice to have these guys around: Darren Bravo, Lendell Simmons, and even Riyad Emirates, Sunil Narain.
Yeah, that one shocked me. That was the most surprising one to see Sunil rock up this morning in his Red Force uniform.
Yeah.
So that's the end of 25 overs at the halfway stage. It's 101 for 2. We're going to take a break for drinks, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. Shakir Paris continues his onslaught, 56 of 65. CCC 94 required in the next half of the innings, 25 overs to get that. Should be a walk in the park.
Yeah, once they continue to keep their wickets in hand, Yeah, it should be pretty easy from here.
Good start from Jason Mohammed after the break.
Yeah, and the Red Force would be thinking differently if they get 2 wickets here quickly, and they get the likes of Shama Brooks, because Shama Brooks is one of the experienced batsmen there, so they will be trying to see if they could get him in this period of time here, to get him during this middle over period here, to get his wicket, which would really push back the CCC team.
Yeah, I think at this stage the ideal situation for Trinidad and Tobago will be to go bang bang, pick
Yeah.
up too quick,
Yeah,
maybe get a third one, and then
Mhm.
start to feed into the lower order.
That's right.
One thing though about the CCC team is that the batting lineup goes to number 11.
Wow.
All the bowlers can bat a
Yeah,
bit, so
yeah,
you got Govai as an all-rounder. You've got Akim Jordan who can bat. Romario Graves is an all-rounder as well.
yeah.
And none of these guys have come into bat yet, so shows you the depth of their batting. And
Yeah.
you got to see with 94 required from 25 overs, it's going to be tough with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but I think Jason Mohammed, if he can pick up, he can be the one to make the difference here.
Yeah, I think Paris is the key factor here. He's the guy, as you mentioned before, that's the wicket. If the Red Force team could get Paris, they would definitely, it would really open up the game here for them. But if Paris continues, yeah, I don't think they'll have much of a chance.
And Mohammed continues to bowl a lot of dot deliveries.
Yeah,
One delivery to go in over number 26, just one of the over again. Mario Richards has really struggled, 6 of 23. He's not
Yeah.
been able to. We've not really seen a confident looking stroke from him,
yeah.
especially when Jason Mohammed is bowling. As there we see again.
And that's the benefit of having to score at that rate, that low run rate, is that he, you know what I mean, he's 6 from 24 balls, but he's not in any danger.
No, not
And
at
that's
all.
the benefit of chasing, you know, under 200.
Yeah, and just one run of that over as well.
Yeah.
You tend to see that sometimes that could put some pressure on a team, but I think they're happy with that at this stage because no wickets are falling.
That's it. So I guess it's all about the CCC batsmen here knowing their role, bat around Paris. So everyone coming in, you know, if they are batting with Paris, is just stay with him at the moment because he's scoring pretty freely. 57 from.
Yeah, it looks like he's battled a different pitch from everyone else because there was no batsman today that looked confident out there
Yeah.
other than Paris and Django as well. Django looked
Yeah.
pretty good when he came
Yeah,
into
yeah,
bat.
yeah. Paris really impressed me because even myself, I would have found it difficult batting on a pitch like this. So it's good to see.
And that should
Oh.
be a
That-
chance. Kyrie Payne is underneath
Yeah,
that.
he-
He's not going to jump
No.
that. And that's the wicket that they
That's the
needed.
big wicket. Yeah.
That is the one, and Adrian
Yeah.
Barrett, you called for it. Shakir Paris is the
Yeah.
man that has to go.
Yeah.
A top edge, it was a poor delivery from all the
Yeah.
good deliveries that Kyrie has bowled today. That one was probably the worst, and it's picked up. He's got a wicket with it.
Yeah, that's what happens sometimes. You know, they saying drunk in honey.
Yeah, that's it.
I think he would have drunk in honey there because everything was in his favor. It's a short delivery, leg break bowler, hitting
Short
with the wind.
boundary.
You know, so yeah, just that unfortunately mistimed it. He top edged it, and yeah, he paid the price for that. A good catch there by Carrier in the end. With that breeze, the ball would have been swirling in the air, but for, with Carrier, his high standards of a outfielder, that's not difficult at all for him.
I think Karaya saw the ball go up in the air. He saw Kyrie Payne. He didn't even bother to look. He started celebrating because Kyrie is such a safe fielder out there.
Yeah.
And, that's been his standard, as you said, for so many years now.
Yeah.
You know, Aki Lucene is another one of them.
Mhm.
And even on this 11 here, you've got Jason Mohammed just showing at 38, he's still able to dive around and
Yeah.
stop the ball. Brian Charles is a top athlete as well.
Mhm.
And I think, fielding is such an important part. And you know, there's bonus points in play for
Yeah.
run-outs in innings as well, directed run-outs and stuff like that. So it just encourages a team to be good in the field.
Yeah, that's some really good points you made there, and we really saw when the CCC team was fielding that they were very attacking on the field. It was very difficult for the Red Force batsmen to even run twos and singles. So they applied that pressure on the TNT Red Force, and that is the edge. That is going forward in this tournament. The teams who would be looking at these games and even playing in these games would know that the feeling and the catching would always makes the difference from the point of actual victories to even winning the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It is Karaya now. Shama Brooks, the new batsman, and what a start from Karaya.
Yeah.
That's exactly how you want to start.
Yeah.
You want to throw them on the back foot early.
Yeah. Anyone who is starting on this pitch, you're gonna have to see some balls. You have to take some balls. You're not gonna come here and just cover drive for 4 first ball. You have to see some balls.
We saw Paris get a boundary of his first delivery, but as I said, I feel like Paris is batting the nets out there. He looked really comfortable.
Yeah.
And Brooks, a man of his experience, would look at this wicket and know what he has to do. You have to dig deep. All the batsmen who played themselves in and got a good start, that's the ones who were able to carry on.
Yeah. And Shama Brooks, I played under 19 cricket with him for West Indies under 19. He was the captain. And he's always such a beautiful batsman to watch. He makes batting look so easy, and he plays spin really well. He's one of the better players of spin bowling in the Barbados setup, even in Barbados itself. And he's always been praised highly for his ability to play both pace and spin.
Yeah, he's been a real regional player that's been, he's been around the circuit for a lot of years. He's been consistent every year, scoring runs for Barbados, and well, now he's into the CCC team from since the regional 4-day earlier this year.
Yeah, and I'm guessing he's playing more. Oh.
And he's bowled them. Karaya strikes, and just as we mentioned, Trinidad and Tobago were looking for wickets. They turned to Karaya, and he's gotten 2 in and over.
This is the breakthrough that the TNT Red Force know that if they get these wickets, these 2 wickets here, it would change the whole dynamics of the game. And it's 103 for 4 from 26.5 overs. So it really puts Trinidad Red Force back into the game right away. In a matter of probably 6 balls, they are back into the game.
And now all the attention is going to turn to Shama Brooks, as he's the experienced one. He's the man that probably holds the keys to the CCC victory now. He's probably, he is the last experienced player on this team other than Hakeem Jordan.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes about it. Still some batting to come. There's Man Singh, there's Akshay Prasad, who I believe is coming out now. Mikel Govaya.
Did he have an injury?
Yeah, he did. He did have an injury, so I was wondering if he'd come back out of bat.
Yeah.
And it seems that he's recovered, and he's going to come in and show some fight. And I think it's important that he comes in now because he's a left-hander. So he replace the Mario Richards. Even though, you always hear about leg spinners can't bowl to left-handers or left-hand orthodox can't bowl to left-handers, but Karaya just got a left-hander out. So
yeah, I guess when it's spinning back in like that, so because from what I'm seeing, there's a lot of rough outside the off stump to the left-handers, which would have been created by the spinners bowling over the wicket on the opposite end, like the likes of Terence Hines. He was bowling from that end, so we could see the rough actually there, and I think that last wicket that fell, I think it went into that rough.
Yeah, would have added to the tune that was already on offer.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy. So here is Karaya. He's on fire now. Trinidad and Tobago, you could just see a bit more pep in them. They're ready for another wicket.
Yep.
Flighted, and he's gone, is he?
Yeah, so he's...
Well.
Karaya is definitely bowling into that rough. Definitely bowling into that rough. When you see the replay here, you'll see that ball landing straight in the rough.
Wow, what a delivery that was from Karaya again. And Trinidad and Tobago up for it now.
Yeah.
It's time for the CCC to reply.
I think if you're a left-hander now, batting on that end to Karaya, you need to watch yourself for that rough.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at that batting lineup. Mikel Govaya, if he plays in Trinidad, he usually bats in the middle order, 6-7, maybe at number 5. He's gonna probably bat at 9, 10, 11 here to show you how deep this batting lineup is.
Yeah. Well, I think to win this game, the CCC batsmen, they would probably need everyone to put up. From what I'm seeing here now, 4 wickets down. Yeah, needing 92 runs. Yeah, they would need everyone here to contribute something.
Yeah, I mean, we just looked at the score at the start of the last over. It was 101 for 2. And now,
Yeah.
now you just all of a sudden 103 for 4.
Yeah.
And everyone turns to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
They are now on top.
Yeah, so I think we'll probably get an attacking feel there, especially to Passad now. Try to get in a slip here now.
Yeah, I think Brian Charles is going to go
Yeah.
in there now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
need
that's
to
a good
get a
option
slip.
because
Yeah.
Mohammed has been unplayable to the Mario Richards earlier on.
Nice. So you need to have those attacking fielders for those opportunities, those little inside edges, outside edges. You want to make sure you have those fielders in place so that even my bat pad too for Jason Mohammed to the right hand, I wouldn't mind putting a bat pad for Shamar Brooks.
Yeah, just to add that bit of pressure, and you see it again there from Mohammed. What a spell he's put down. You know, he's seen as a bowler who, you know, he's a bit of a part-timer, doesn't bowl in every game.
Yeah.
But he's come in today and he's done an excellent job for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
And a lot of the wickets that Karaya got is because of the pressure that Jason Mohammed is building on the other end.
Yeah. Jason, I know that in club cricket, Jason bowls a lot for power gen. So he's no short of overs when it comes to bowling. I know that he bowls a lot at that level. And I'm pretty sure too at the first class level he would have bowled also.
Yeah, definitely. And whenever Trinidad and Tobago need a wicket, they turn to him. And
Yeah.
he's usually, you know, he usually gets that breakthrough.
Yeah, he actually has 26 first class wickets and 34 list A wickets. So
He's got some international
Yeah.
overs, does he? I think he
Yeah.
picked up.
he has 8 international, 1-day international wickets. So yeah, so he's a part-time bowler, but he has some experience behind him in this regard.
And he's also a very economical bowler. He's hard to get away because of how slow he is.
Mm-hmm.
We look at his figures now: 6 overs, none for 14.
Yeah, it's pretty economical. His list A, his 1-day economy for a bowler is 4.5, which is pretty good for a part-time bowler. Yeah, playing a lot of experience, 128 list A matches, 36 1-day internationals, 100 first-class matches. Not much players could say they play 100 first-class matches. So congratulations to Jason Mohammed for a wonderful career to reach 100 first-class games.
And both him and, you know, he was Imran Khan as well before he started being left out of the squad. This one on the back foot.
Yeah.
Imran Khan is another one who probably has every wicket in the Caribbean. at this stage.
Yeah, probably just the Trinidad guys he didn't have because we're playing with him. Yeah, Imran is over 400 first-class wickets. Yeah. I think the record too for the most wickets.
Oh, Karaya.
Yeah.
He's causing some problems for the left-hander here.
Yeah, bowling into that rough. We see that. If you are viewer looking at the pitch right now, you would notice there's a lot of rough outside the off-stump for the left-handers there for Carrier. And Carrier certainly seeing that there's an opportunity there. If you pitch that ball into that rough, that anything could happen. So,
And he comes again. And it was shorter, but punch into the offside. Webster was there at cover. And you need to keep building the dot balls. As much as if they're not taking wickets, they're
Yeah.
going to continue to build the dot balls, and
Yeah.
that's where the wickets are going to come.
yeah.
All of a sudden, you'll see 2 and 3, 4 quickly, just like we saw in the
That's
last
right.
over.
That's right. As I mentioned before, once there's dot balls, wickets follows.
And no one out at the deep square boundary mid wicket is going to have to come around. Jid Gully Does very well.
Yeah,
Covered some good ground there.
yeah, comfortable 2 runs there by Passad.
Oh.
Easy shot, pitching probably around midland leg. So no danger whatsoever in that shot.
Well, we saw Akshaya Prasad pick up an injury earlier. Be interesting to see if that
yeah.
affects him coming into his innings.
Yeah.
It's early on in the tournament. You don't want to get anything serious now and miss any cricket.
He seems to be running pretty comfortable. So maybe it was just something, you know, some discomfort he had. We were thinking it was something like some injury to his leg or something, but it seems like it was just something, some discomfort he had. So he's happy to see that he's out there now.
One delivery to go in this career over. He's looking for wickets. Here he is to Brooks, and Brooks, such an easy on the eye player. Just knocks it down to Django at long on.
Yeah. I think Brooks was, well, you know, Brooks played Test cricket for West Indies, and he would have done pretty well when he played for West Indies, with those Test matches. And I always know him to be a good batsman, but for some reason he always tend to get a soft dismissal.
Yeah, and he always seems to get out in the 30s,
Yeah,
40s. He never really got that big score.
That is it. Yeah.
But you look at the innings, and it's probably the prettiest 30 or 40 you've ever seen. It's just full of, you know, good-looking drives and punches down the ground.
Yeah, definitely.
Mohammed to continue. He's into his 7th over. An extended spell for the old man, Jason Mohammed. He's going to feel it tomorrow.
Yeah, especially when you're a part-timer. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he's happy to contribute in this game because, you know, he didn't really get much of an opportunity. He was really outdone by a great delivery today. Ball pitching probably just outside leg and hitting off stump. So it was a really good delivery that got Jason Mohammed out today, I must say.
It usually takes something like that to get Jason Mohammed out. He's such a class player, and he's such an experienced player.
Yeah, and he doesn't give away his wicket that easy.
Not at all. He's never out. The ball hits his pad, he's never out. I've lived that with Jason Mohammed for the past few years that I've been playing cricket alongside him or against him. There's always the umpire for it.
Yeah. So Shamar Brooks, he does have a Test 100. He has a ODI 100. And 13 Test matches. So
I thought this Test career was cut a bit short. 13, you know, a player of his class who's been dominating at regional level for so long. You would have expected him to play a couple more.
Yeah, 36 years of age. So he definitely is playing a mentorship role now with the CCC side.
He's a good human being as well. I've played a couple of tournaments with and against him, and he's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
This time it's worked down to Raja at short third, and they just hit a single.
Yeah, it's not happy to see him still playing at this level. Yeah, after so many years playing at this level, still competing at the highest level in the region, the CG Super50 tournament here at the UE Spec Trinidad and Tobago in St. Augustine.
At the end of 30, 111 for 4. So we're going to have a double change in the commentary box. We're going to hear from Vinod Mamchan and Anthony Gree.
Thanks a lot to Adrian and Liam. The action continues here. It's Nelson, 111 for 4. As I say, very good afternoon to the former West Indies fast bowler Anthony Gray. Good afternoon, Tony. How are things?
Yeah, good afternoon to Vinod. Good afternoon to our viewers. It's an intriguing game. Would describe it as a game that is in the balance at the moment. Very good cricket being played, very good tactical awareness out there, and the game is really in the balance. 83 to get from 118 deliveries.
Well, Karaya got excited there. He thought that there was an edge to that sweep shot. Let's have a look at that again. And it's difficult for us to tell.
He's been brilliant. Karaya has gotten 3 important wickets. He's bowled 7.3 overs and just gone for 27. So it's been a good all-round bowling display by Yannick Karaya.
There's an appeal there, half appeal. This was a previous delivery, and he thought that there was some glove onto that. I don't think there was any. You're quite right, you know, Tony. 112 for 4 people may be looking on and say, well, it's just 83 runs required. But if you factor 2 wickets in there now, it brings the game right back. So it's in the balance. 2 wickets, 2 quick wickets could put Trinidad in the driver's seat. But a partnership of 20 or let's say around 30 here could also push the students closer to what they want to achieve. Bad delivery though, pulling this one down.
Yeah, I think that obviously with the experience that Sharma Brooks has, he's the captain of this side. He would need to stay there and see his team through. It's a very important partnership. And you look at Prasad, he's also a good batsman, but 2 new batsmen at the crease. They will have to settle down, but Sharma Brooks, with his experience, he's the key for his team if they have to get over the ropes. No pun intended. That's well played.
So it's the end of the over and the end of over number 31. It's 116 for 4. And Karaya continues to do well. Just 2 overs from him again. I can't see him not continuing, looking to push through, get that wicket, push them further back. And Akshaya Prasad is on 6 of 16. A mini partnership so far, Tony, 14 runs.
Yes, and yeah, we're not seeing the partnerships being extended. We've seen a lot of, foundational partnerships, meaning that you have 30-run partnerships, but we've not seen it extended. And this is not only about the CCC team, but the Red Force team earlier today. And you really want to see huge partnerships in a one-day game or a 50-over game.
So Mohammed is going to continue from the far end. And it's difficult to get him away because of the slowness of his deliveries. Look at that. Well, it was right on spot though, Tony. You would have chipped down the track.
Yeah, you look at it, it seems innocuous, and you're not getting to the pitch of the ball. If the ball is in the air, you have to come back at it and come down the track and try to hit over the top. Make a statement, a psychological statement. Wow.
Oh, it's turning square here. Is it safe to say he's ripping it, Tony?
He's ripping it, and the pitch obviously is helping him. It's turning square because he is not one that normally turns the ball a huge degree, but this pitch is really assisting his type of bowling.
I mean, look at his figures. Now none for 17 in his 8 overs. You take that any day.
Yeah, definitely. But the issue, Vinod, about dot bowling has been a huge negative in West Indies cricket.
Yeah, and you were in the meeting recently with Miles Bascom, the cricket director for CWI, and it's good to see these guys moving in that direction, of course, giving bonus points if you can just increase your run rate. But the back end of the innings, if you can keep your dot ball percentage under 50, there's also bonus points available there.
Yeah, they're trying to help in all aspects of the game. Obviously, you have to align with what is happening internationally, and pressure bowling, dot bowling is part of the game, the
Good
international
delivery.
game.
Yeah. A bit high there, Tony.
Yeah, it's a lot of turn. It's very difficult for the umpires to decide on the LBW's decisions with the degree of turn that these bowlers are getting. But that was close. Very good appeal, but
Initially, I thought it was high, but definitely
yeah.
not.
It's
Closer than I thought.
It's again very problematic. The batsman not very adept at playing spin. Jason Mohammed, excellent again. He's completed his 8th over. He's just gone for 17 runs.
Yeah, amazing bowling here from him. You see that in the scorebooks and you say, wow. So Tony made the point earlier on, and you can look at Trinidad and Tobago's batting. They're 45 from Motley, goalie 37, 29 from Django. For Trinidad and Tobago to have gotten a decent score, one of those needed to carry on after being well set.
It's important that you have partnerships in the early part of your batting. We talked about partnerships in the middle parts of the batting. We've seen that with the West Indies team. They seem to be able to play the older ball better at the back end of the innings. But they lose a lot of wickets in the first power play. And then definitely consistently we've seen it that the West Indies teams will have to recuperate the innings. And you want to lead from in front in the one-day international games, and you want to see that being frequently done in the regional 50-over tournament.
You would have played for the West Indies when they were very proficient at the ODI level. You yourself claiming 6 for 51 against Australia, the Queen's Park Oval. Well, what was the mindset back then? You would have been in the dressing rooms with captains Lloyd and, of course, Viv Richards. What was the mindset?
Well, the mindset was always been very positive with our batsmen, for example, the likes of Gordon Greenidge, Sir Vivian Richards, the most honorable Dr. Desmond Haynes. It's always been positive, and they had the skill sets to be positive. The thing about it is that you look at the batsmen now, they are very negative against the spin, and that's because they don't really have the skill sets. And in a time of dominance, Vinod, you had a lack of spinners playing for the West Indies team in one-day internationals, for example. But remember, regionally, you had the likes of the late Ranjit Anand and Ganesh Mahami and these Clive Butts, the late Clive Butts, just died recently. Sorry to hear that. And these guys were very good spinners. So our batsmen had the opportunity to consistently play regional cricket against very good spinners, and that transferred to the international game.
Raji himself would have made his debut on the Pakistan tour. This is struck away, and the goalie takes the catch. An important breakthrough there.
Yeah, not a good shot at all. It was a short delivery, poor delivery really, not a wicket-taking delivery. And if you decide to go, especially against the breeze on the eastern side, you have to try to clear the boundary. That wouldn't hit with any degree of power and just sail into the hand of goalie, took a simple catch. So a poor shot again, and we've seen it being a factor, Vinod, that you've seen batsmen settling down a bit, getting the measure of the pitch, and then playing some poor shots.
Yeah, so it's the 5th wicket to fall. And there you can see it. It just went back and across, and was looking to hoik that somewhere over deep mid wicket. And unfortunately for him as well, he picked out a very tall fielder in Jid Gopi.
Yeah, you have to analyze what's happening out there. You come to the game, you have to analyze the opposition. Obviously, it has to be done perhaps the night before, and the details has to be really reiterated the morning before the game. But you also have to play to the conditions out there, and you have to look around to see where you can hit the ball, where the percentage shots will be. And if you have this ground, for example, the breeze comes from the easterly direction, and it's a strong enough breeze, and it's a long part of the ground there, the boundaries are further than normal, and you're really trying to play a risky shot in trying to clear the boundary on that end. So again, it's about game awareness, and game awareness includes the conditions out there.
Yeah, excellent point indeed. Trinidad and Tobago back in it here. 5 for 119. Mikel Govaya, who is no slouch with the bat. And the key here now being Shamar Brooks. Harry Pearwood know a lot about Govaya. They played a lot of cricket at Queen's Park Cricket Club. Govaya has now moved on to Central Sports. Of course, Mikel Govaya, the son of the legendary Russell Latterby.
He's a good bowler. He showed that ability today. Tall player, elegant batsman, very good player.
What I like about Govaya is that he gives you 150% every time he goes out there.
Yeah, he's a sort of pugnacious player. He's very disciplined in his approach to training. Sometimes he can get agitated.
Temperamental, I would say.
But your son seems to have a very good relationship with him, Liam.
Yes, I think Liam's best friend is Kyle Ramdu, who is Gova's brother. So I think that is where it came from. And then the franchise cricket, Dream 11, they play on the same team. Tobago, Chief Sec, they play on the same team as well.
But I like the fact that he has, I wouldn't say digressed to cricket rather than football, because normally you have sons taking an extension of their father's life, or reverse too. Sometimes the father wants them to be in the sport that they played. So it's good to see that he's chosen a sport that he likes.
Yeah, definitely so. And obviously, my information is that he's an excellent footballer as well.
Yeah, and you look at, and that's another thing that I can talk about. You look at cross-training players that perform well for the West Indies team in my era. They played different sports.
Yeah, you were having a discussion earlier on today with your namesake, Sid Gray.
Sid Gray, yeah.
And you didn't realize that Sid actually captained Tobago at the under-19 interzone cricket level. Apart from, he's known for, of course, his exploits with the national football team at the World Cup. He also ran for Trinidad and Tobago in the 100 meters, as he told you.
Talk about cross-training.
That
Played
is
a lot of sports.
Sid Gray. This time it's struck down the ground. As you can see there, Govaya trying to get underneath that. Struck the two end of the bat.
Yeah, the important thing about the Red Force team here is not to be complacent. They have that habit, and we've seen it in the recent past, and the deep past of relaxing is part of the culture. So they have done well here in the last 10 overs or so because of the consistent pressure with the ball and in the field. They've taken some good catches. It's important that they do not relax here and lose focus.
So Mohammed has done yeoman service with the ball. Figures that reminds me of Tony Gray when he was playing limited overs cricket. And he's gone! There's the man with the golden arm. Jason Mohammed has struck. Amir Jangu plucks it out of the air at mid-wicket.
Yeah, not a good shot at all. It's a sluggish tight delivery, just short of a length, and just whipping the ball rather than pulling the ball. When you're playing that type of shot, especially in a pitch like this, against the bowling of Jason Mohammed, a sluggish type delivery, you have to be aggressive. But he was just using the wrist and playing it into the arms of the guy square of the wicket. So not a good shot at all. And this has been a feature of the batting of the CCC team. They've played some awful shots on a pitch that is not really conducive to stroke play.
Oh, that was... if Shamar Brooks sees that later on tonight, he'll kick himself. Definitely. I don't want to say it's not a delivery, but it's a delivery that he should not have gotten out. And all of a sudden, we spoke about 2 wickets added to that score. It's now 121 for 6, Tony.
Yeah, commentator's curse. Your curse, because I didn't say that, but you said it.
1 for 19, Mohammed.
1 for 19, and this is his 9th over.
Just can't keep him out of the action for Trinidad, can't you?
Yeah, but he's also been very intelligent, and there was recent talk about him retiring. I don't believe that at all. I believe that if you're still producing the goods, you're still enjoying the game, and you are a positive influence in the other players, the younger players, why not? And he's played all those roles properly. So I don't believe that you should retire because people want you to retire. He's fit enough.
I totally agree with that point. You know, I mean, you look at him out there; he's one of the fittest cricketers on that Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah.
You saw him on the outfield, and he has been delivering the runs, which is he's been primarily picked to score runs. You know, this is just an added bonus, so to speak, right? But I think his mom should play as long as he's making a contribution and a significant one to Trinidad and Tobago, or let the youngsters push him out.
That's right. What it is about young players that need to just come and because you're young and talented? No, you have to show that you're worthy of a selection.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you were on the circuit when Brian had to wait a couple of years before he made that West Indies team.
Yeah, and everybody, a lot of players and people condemned that, but I said no. You know, he had to stay there. He had people around him, Sir Viv Richards, the Gordon Greenidges and the Desmond Haynes, that were very good players still. And he got the right type of tutoring. And he became the best batsman in the world. So if it worked, why not, you know, applaud it rather than condemn it?
Yeah, sometimes, you know, people tend to condemn a bit too much. It's 122 for 6 after 34.
Yeah, the game is not in the balance again, Vinod Mamchan.
I think it's in favor of the home team. And, you know, people, ever since West Indies cricket, there was this slide. There has been so much talk and so much advice coming from different quarters. You know, Tony Gray, I tell you something, I always like your analysis because you look deep into things. And once you look deep, a lot of the, what we call it, the big old talk, really goes out the window. You know, you analyze things properly, and only when you analyze things properly, you get results.
Yeah, you're right, and I talk a lot about research because we need to research on West Indies cricket and, you know, to understand and get the answers because the answers are there. You know, how could we create the best team that ever, you know, was produced for 15 years of dominance, and you're struggling now, and there's reasons for why you're struggling. I mean, look at a pitch like this. You really want to be practicing on a pitch like this against spin. You might not get the initial scores, but you should become accustomed to it. And these types of pitches to simulate these conditions in the competitive part of the season, you need to practice with, you know, in sessions on these type of surfaces.
Yeah, definitely. In Australia, there is a track at the Sydney Cricket Ground. There are 21 strips in a row. Not actually out in the middle, but it's on the compound. And if the Australians are going to India on a tour, they prepare pitches like that. If they're going to the West Indies, they prepare pitches like that. When our pitches were quick, good delivery there. So they're going to England. All of a sudden, the curators will produce pitches that they will face in England. So they train on that before they reach. I mean, it takes a lot, I know, financially as well. But there are things that you can do, Tony, that, you know, you can still at least improve on your performances. But there must be a will.
That's an excellent point because I kept on saying that, you know, this is something that we had years ago, different types of pitches in the Caribbean, and that created batsmen and bowlers who were good all-round players or great all-round players. That's a good delivery from Carey Pear. He's been consistent also. Love his change of pace. We've seen some good variety from him.
Yep, he's been good. Pear. Look at that. Speaking of figures, 8 overs, 1 for 7.
Looking at breaking the world records here.
122 for 6, 15 overs to go.
Yeah, conditions here, marvelous conditions. The pitches here, generally, Vinod Mamchan has been very good pitches, very good batting pitches. Some of them have slid onto the bat last year. During the 4-day tournament, you had a very good batting track, but sometimes you get pitches that suit the bowlers. And this is not just about the spin bowlers, this is about the faster bowlers too, who really have the ability to use the cutters and the slower balls and the Yorkers and that sort of thing. So it will suit them too. It's not just pace, but it's also movement and traction of the pitch.
Mohammed in the air. Single. So Jason Mohammed in his final over continues to produce a superb spell here. Of course, not a frontline bowler, but he has done a lot of bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. Seems to be the man with the golden arm. That's Mikel Gouveia there. We spoke about him early on today. I'm going to ask you a question here, Tony. I know this is just in the air, but dropping short of Django. I know you're a man well researched, and you think through things. I'm looking at this track, and I'm trying to understand the change in nature from what we had in the 40. This was a track here at UE some years ago. I think Jamaica made 700 or so. Was a play to finish or something like that. And Trinidad responded. The match ended in court. So great was the track. Do you think that the extreme dry conditions we have been having in Trinidad and Tobago has led to a low water table that, irregardless of the amount of water that is pumped into the surface, that has an effect on this drying track that you are seeing?
Yeah, it's a factor. You have to have a lot of ample water on the track for it to be compact and that sort of thing. You need heavy rolling, and you need to what they call baby the pitches to get that sort of compactness, so that the faster bowlers have something to work with and the batsmen have something to work with.
Straight down the ground, typical Gouveia shot, and that goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, good shot by him. Now, the mindset that they have is that they must try to win the game. They must not give up hope at all. And that was a wonderful shot straight over the top. And once it's pitched in the area, he should be positive against those sort of deliveries.
Sammy's going again, and that's 4. Gouveia is fighting. In fact, it holds up a bit. And a lovely bit of fielding down there by Joshua James, who's on as a substitute. And they come back for 2, so he's ready to play his shots.
Yeah, we talk about the positive mindset, but he will change the mindset of the bowler too, because you're going after the bowler, and that's what used to happen, and that should happen again. The batsman must always be positive. We talk about the intent, the bonus points, and it really and truly allows batsmen to be positive. Jason Mohammed finishing his 10 overs, and he just went for 3 runs on the over. He went for 30 runs off his 10 overs and got a wicket, so he's done the business.
Dot balls, let's speak dot balls. 114 dot balls from a combined, if I look at it here, 26 overs from Pear, Karaya and Mohammed. I know you're very impressed with how quickly I calculated that, Tony.
Yeah, I think that the dot bowling shows that batsmen are not good against Jason Mohammed's sluggish type bowling. Obviously, the ball turned a lot, and they are not good against a turning ball, primarily because the technique is not there. But still, a wonderful spell by him.
Yeah, wonderful. Take nothing away from the effort of Jason Mohammed. The spinners coming to the party here for Trinidad and Tobago. At the moment, it's Carrie Pear, who has conceded just 7 runs off his 8 overs. And that's right up. Gets away with a single. And that brings Gouveia on strike now. Now, there's another factor I'm looking at, Tony. I don't know. You speak about heavy rolling. And I know for a fact that when you play a lot of cricket on a certain venue, at a certain venue, obviously they have to roll the pitch. So it leads to more compaction. Do you think one of the things that we're seeing here is because you don't have probably enough cricket at UE Spec?
Yeah, maybe that's a factor. The other thing is that the grass, you have to have grass to have it a little bit more compact, and we're not seeing a lot of live grass. But the other thing could be overused too, and not enough preparation. But as I said before, this venue, I think the ground staff generally have done an excellent job. And you look at that appeal.
He's gone. He's given him. Was it pad first? Well, in the opinion of the umpire, it was pad first, Tony. Let's have a look at this one. This seems to be an arm ball.
Yeah, faster arm ball that came back into him. Well, flight to delivery, and he was looking to run it down to third man. I think that he played with a bat.
I thought he played it. the width of the bat there. Let's see that again. Of course, our director will slow it down for us. Well, Trinidad and Tobago in the interim, they're celebrating, but I think Mikel Govaya may consider himself a bit unlucky. Well, let's have a look at this. This should tell us. As Tony said, the arm ball, not much turn. Oh, pad first. Pad first there. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, probably would have gone on to hit all stumps, so it's a good decision in the end. I don't think Govaya would have been happy with that decision. He thought he played it with the bat first and then the pad, but the decision has gone against him, and he would have been angry. He showed it with his body language walking back to the pavilion there, but...
As we say, you know, he wears his heart on his sleeve. He
plays the game with a passion.
Yeah, serious passion, you know. Just recently I had a franchise team in Tobago, and I asked for the guys who were putting the team together for me to please include Mikel Govaya. You know, you want players like Mikel Govaya on your team. They'll fight for you. So it's 133 for 7. Still 62 runs needed. And, of course, earlier on, Tony Gray said that this is going to go down to the wire. He said that. But I get where Tony Gray was coming from. He knew that it's not going to be easy at the back end here on this track. And with the bowling resources Trinidad and Tobago has. And true to form, the spinners have come to the party.
Yeah, you've got to find some way of being offensive here, the CCC batsmen. Omari Goodridge is a hard-hitting lower batsman. You've got to find that mindset of going after the ball to change the momentum of the game, to put some pressure on the fielding side. Romari Graves has been there. He's just on 3 runs. So there must be a discussion at this break here now between both batsmen to see if they can get themselves close to the score. 62 runs needed again.
I'll tell you something, though. A cameo here could bring the students back. You said that Goodrich is a hard hitter. If he plays a cameo, forget being aggressive. That's the way he plays. If he plays that, it's a possibility they could still come back.
That's an excellent point. And it's his type of game now that he should not be too defensive, should look to attack the ball, because if he doesn't, remember these guys are bowling wicket-taking deliveries on a surface that's helping them. So he should go after the bowling and play his normal, natural game, play in his comfort zone.
Pierre? Oh, that's a beauty. What a delivery to get first up. I don't think Goodrich is in enough form to edge that.
That's a wonderful delivery. Again, Carrie Pierre not trying too many things, allowing the wicket to do the business for him. And a wonderfully line-unlike delivery and turn.
Well, he's gone. That's the end of Goodrich. Pair strikes.
Yeah, not a very good delivery at all to get out to. It was wideish of the off stump. And Goodrich trying to be aggressive. We mentioned that he has to be aggressive, try to play his game, but remember you have to have a certain degree of respect for the bowler. Wide delivery and easy take from Joshua De Silva, but the pressure on the batting team has led to those sort of shots and those sort of wickets, and it's virtually nearly over.
Yeah, it's nearly over now. And that delivery, of course, the previous delivery was more of a menacing type delivery, and that last delivery was not that threatening, but again, flaying the bat outside the off stump, and he has to go. So it's 133 now. Is it 7?
The other thing is that you had Mansingh, Vinod Mansingh to come, and he's a very good player. He's played some very good first-class innings for Jamaica Talawas, or Jamaica, not Talawas, Jamaica in the past. So I'm not sure why he has not come earlier, because he's batting at the number 10 position, and remember there was an injury to Prasad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, 133 for the loss of 8. Charles back into the attack now.
It's good feeling.
Yep. A bit of fielding there by Charles. Now, let's have a look at the Govaya Replay again, Tony Gray. You didn't look convinced, so let's have.
Hey.
Oh, yeah. It was only bat.
Ooh.
You were quite right. You kept quiet, I realized. We'll see that one more time. We have our director, Mr. Jason Prasad, working overtime here.
Yeah, he was trying to run the ball down to third man.
It seems as if he played it. There was no pad nowhere even close.
Yeah.
Struck on the pad. Again, the exaggerated turn would put a doubt in the mind of the umpire. Let's see.
It's a very good delivery, but let's look at it again. It's really slow motion.
Yeah.
Hey, but
Well, it was bad. And I think what got the umpire was ball him through the gate. Brown Charles. Graves is looking back as to suggest what really happened there. 133 for 9.
it's an excellent delivery. That was a wicket-taking delivery, a flighted delivery, and a conventional type of break delivery that spun through the gates, it's looked like. And again, yeah, wonderful delivery. And exactly what the doctor ordered for the Red Force team. They're now in a hugely advantageous position at 133 for 9, the CCC team. So excellent bowling by the spinners. Brian Charles, again, has gone in the context of the innings and in the game. It's been a little expensive, but nevertheless, he's bowled well in tandem with the other bowlers.
Yeah, the spinners, as we keep saying, the quality of spinners Trinidad and Tobago possesses was always going to be difficult. I want to believe that Mansingh has an injury because he's batting at number 11. And you rightly said, we covered the regional 4-day this year, and Mansingh at times really propped up the Jamaican innings.
Well, he's got the temperament, he's got the skill, he's got the temperament that you want in those sort of positions, and he's shown that. So I thought he should have come early on, especially when you had somebody like Brooks, who has that experience to partner with Brooks to try to get to this score. But he's batting in the last position here on a team that needed that type of temperament early on.
This time, let's have a close look at him and see if he's looking as if he's carrying any niggles. Want to say very good afternoon to his dad, friend of mine, Dr. Akshay Mansingh. You know Mansingh, of course. You would have commentated with him as well.
Yeah, I remember in 2002, back in Jamaica, the under-90 tournament, he took care of Ravi Rampal. And Ravi Rampal was excellent, and he was able to get him going again with a foot injury. And wonderful doctor, loves the game. He's a very good and competent commentator also.
Yes, I've used him across in Central Brown, when India played the West Indies, and he's a pretty good commentator. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if he's a better commentator than a doctor, but I'm sure I'm going to get a call from him. 134 for 9. And we have 12 overs to go. 61 required here at the moment.
Yeah, the Red Force, although they did not bat all that well, not develop consistently good and strong partnerships, but they're doing the business with the ball. Wow.
There's an appeal and he's gone. And that's that. Trinidad and Tobago has won this game. The CCC bowled out for 134. Carry pair.
Wonderful delivery. Again, flighted delivery coming forward and obviously dragging that back leg out of his crease. So excellent win by the Red Force team. A deserving win on a pitch that is really a spinner's paradise. They didn't bat all that well, just mentioned that, but they bowled very well. It was always going to be very difficult for the combined campuses and colleges team to get to that score because of their, I would say, inability to play that level of spin properly.
Yeah, and some may argue that the track is not good for limited overs cricket. But what is really a good track? You made an excellent point earlier on, Anthony Gray. This is our domestic tournament or regional tournament before the international. And why not play a game on a track like this where players can look to develop, look to, I'm sure there'll be a lot of guys going back on the stream. There'll be a lot of discussion on how to approach playing the spinners on these sort of tracks. You're not going to go all over the world and get a belter.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you go to Sri Lanka, India, and these other teams in world cricket, they're going to be really profoundly analytical in how they prepare, to face each opposition. And they want to magnify the home advantage. And they will prepare spinning tracks against the West Indies team. We saw that in Sri Lanka recently. And it's incumbent on us to look to improve our ability to play a spin. And to talk about foot movement towards the ball, we've not seen that at all. A lot of these batsmen, not just on the CCC side, but the Red Force side, they're not coming out of their crease to get to the pitch of the ball. They're not going back in the depths of the crease to play those square cuts. They're not putting the spinners under pressure. And although this pitch is not the ideal type of one-day international pitch or 50-over pitch, you still have to play on the pitch, and both teams play on the same pitch. And you saw the ineptness of the bat in the game.
Yeah, and of course, I think certain members of the team will have to go back to the drawing board. Of course, technical staff. Speaking about that, we are going to take a short break. We should be right back.
We know it was a difficult pitch to bat on, and we see it coming through here in the back end of the innings with the CCC batting lineup crumbling there at the end of this innings.
Well, in winning
End of this innings.
Well, in winning the toss, the CCC understand the nature of the pitch. So I thought in winning the toss, you have to show that confidence and bat first, because the pitch would have, and it did get a little bit more drier, a lot more traction, and it was a really difficult pitch for the batters in the second half of the game to play on.
Yeah, so it played out at the end. It played in favor of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team because we really see bowlers. You have Carey Pay, left arm spin, Yannick Carrera, right arm back at the hand, leg spinner. So, and then Jason Mohammed and Brian Charles also. So, I think they in terms of the bowling aspect of things, I think that the unit, the bowling unit, they showed up. Um, Unfortunately, the Anderson fella bowled really well also. You know, he only bowled 3 overs. I guess um, De Silva would have, you know, opted to go to spin pretty early. Well, we can't blame him for that because, you know, that was the advantage here in the game, the spin bowlers. So, but all in all, the spin bowlers, they did their job defending 200 runs. 194 in fact is a good effort by these bowlers, these Red Force bowlers.
Yeah, that's a good point, a fair point. But you look at the combination of bowlers and you look at each bowler, the way they vary. They're very good at varying. So you saw control variation with all the bowlers, and it was pressure from the start. What you want to see is the bowling unit start with pressure and maintain pressure throughout the innings.
That's right.
And that's exactly what happened because they didn't falter at all. I like the focus. Tell me what can happen. You played for the Red Force back in the day, and I said back in the day, you're just 34 years old. But tell me what can happen in positions of advantage. When you're in an advantageous position, you can sometimes lose focus. It's part of our culture here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, it could happen because you know, sometimes it's easy to get into that relaxed mood, especially in these middle overs where it's sometimes we say it's kind of boring to look at, and sometimes everything could relax and the game could just be going through the motions. So it's something, you know, we have to be careful with. All teams during those middle overs, you always need to keep the pressure on. Always, especially on a wicket like this, you need to keep the applying the pressure. Also, the field placing, you always want to look like you're trying to take a wicket. So it helps the batsman to know that, you know, the field is not just relaxed, but there's also guys in catching position. We saw in this match, there was 2 slips for the spinners, so that was really good to see.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see the feeling also, because sometimes we neglect the feeling aspect of the game, and it's a very important part of the game. We talk about the bowlers, for example. The bowlers can only get wickets when you take catches and when you keep the pressure on, because sometimes the fielders can be relaxed out there, and you sort of take the pressure off the batting team. But the fielding of the Red Force was excellent.
Yeah, it's definitely so. And we see also the CCC team, they feel it really well also. And I think the difference in this game, it would have obviously come down to the team that batted the best. But also we think that that fielding aspect played a very vital role. Those catches that Carey Pay took, that was a very important catch out there. But all in all, we really see that the fielding aspect of things, and also we would see the bonus points, how it comes into play. This new system, and really see how it really pans out at the end of this game and even the end of the tournament.
Yeah, the bonus points, just to talk about the bonus points in a general sense, the bonus points have been inserted. This is the second year. It was an impromptu situation last year, and obviously teams had to get used to that type of system, and it's not always easy, because if you are to get batting bonus points, for example, in the first power play, you need guys to be skilled, you need them to have the temperament too, and you need them to have the ability to assess things out there. Game awareness skills, because you don't want them going hard at the ball and then losing 3 quick wickets, and then you have the other team getting the bowling bonus points. So you have to be strategic. How would you, as a batsman who have played international cricket, how would you have dealt with the bonus point, for example, or trying to achieve the bonus point with somebody like you in the power play, the first 10 overs?
Yeah, well, obviously, as a opening batsman, you have a role to play.
You want to get to 60 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, so it really takes effort. It comes down to you and your partner, because you have to maintain that balance of attacking, but also, you know, defensive at the same time. So.
Yeah, we're crossing now to the post-match presentation, and obviously the man of the match.
Bat on early on, you guys were put into bat. Joshua at the top said that you guys would have liked to bowl first as well. What do you make of the wicket and your efforts to get to 195?
First and foremost, I must give God thanks for the opportunity to come out and play today. Yeah, the wicket was challenging. When we came out of the half, we said we were about 20 runs short on a difficult track. I think we could have rotated the strike a little more, but I think the batters, they fought and got us to 194, and the bowlers, on bowling friendly conditions, as I said before, once you put the ball in the right areas and you stop the batsman of runs, the wickets will come. So that's what the bowlers planned to do, and yeah, it worked out in the end.
Well, in terms of you personally, 28, a very useful 28 that was hard to come by on this track, and then you came to the ball 4 wickets for 8 runs in 9 overs. What a spell that was. What are some of the things that you wanted to do a bit different today that you would have done on, say, another track?
I just wanted to keep it simple. The wickets helping me. I just wanted to put the ball in the right areas, test the batsman defense all the time, and once you put the ball in the right areas on that track, I think you will get success. So that's all I wanted to do.
One of the senior players on the team, the vice captain of the team. How does that responsibility help your game, or does it give you a bit more pressure?
No, I wouldn't say it's pressure, but it helps me because some of the players look up to me as a senior player, and I just want to do well for the team also. I'm happy that I could come out here, and my performance can help the team get over the line. I just want to continue to just help my team, get over the line in more games and just bowl well, bat well, feel well, wherever the case is, just give my 110%.
Well, we want to congratulate you, Kari.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, excellent carry pair, richly deserved.
Yeah, definitely. 9.1 overs, 4 maidens, 8 runs, 4 wickets, and an economy of 0.87. I don't think I ever saw that before.
Well, that's amazing. And yeah, I agree with you because he bowled well, he used the conditions well, and obviously he got the return. So now that could be a record. We'll have you looking at the record books in regional 50 over tournaments to see if that is up there with the best ever. Wonderful analysis to you, Adrian. The first time you're doing it, it warms my heart to see somebody like you, who I coached early on in your career, give good analysis, and well done today.
Thanks very much, Tony. It was nice being here with the team at the UE Spec in St. Augustine.
Right, we will. I hope that you all join us tomorrow at the Queen's Park Oval. The game starts at 9 o'clock. See you then.